Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Between Rounds, where it's been a little bit, but you know what? We got a new Deadlock patch, so we got to give you the information that is out there. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, this is a patch where you might look at it and be like, oh, it's a smaller patch, but in reality, a lot has changed.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty significant balance pass. Not some of the huge map reworks that we've seen previously, and some of the fundamental aspects of the game are the same, but quite a few heroes got some pretty significant balance changes. I think a lot of the item changes as well. This would be a great one for folks to review and be able to jump back into the game with a little bit more knowledge.
And without further ado, we're just gonna get right into it. But for me, the interesting part about this is that it really shows like how much of the tuning is being done, especially in the higher end. Because if you've been watching competitive tournaments like Deadlock Fight Night, everything in here, for the most part, is going to make sense from what we've seen. Things that were weak, like really weak, got buffed, and things that have been on top, they got toned down a little bit. So it's clear that Valve is listening. But getting right into it, one of the biggest changes here, Jake, that isn't really a balance thing, but more of a game choice thing, is Soul Orb duplication. It's gone. Things are going to work in a more straightforward way, but it's going to open up opportunities for teams to really, think about how they want to allocate souls in the first 8 minutes of the game now.
Yeah, so I think this is one of those patch notes that could be confusing to some players. So essentially what this means is that, in the previous patch, when you had two players in the lane for the first 8 minutes, you were getting like 200% of the souls available in the lane. So both players were getting full souls in the lane, which meant because of that, in the pre 8 minutes, you basically couldn't leave the lane. I mean, you can, but you're missing out on a massive amount of bounty. It's really inefficient to ever leave the lane pre 8 minutes. And now I think you could be efficient and still send people out of the lane. So if you're winning your lane, you don't necessarily have to full commit on taking the Guardian, which is how the game was almost exclusively played, at least in the first 8 minutes in the last patch. And so now there's an opportunity. You could maybe be winning the lane, send somebody out for a gank, send somebody out to farm some of the early camps or do some box runs. So I think this does open the early game up. And I think that the duplication came in the first place when the roaming was just like almost way too common. Like everyone was roaming 24/7 in the early game in the 4-lane map. But now I think you still have to go quite a bit further in the lanes just due to the map changes. But at least technically you're not being like hard punished on your soul economy for leaving lane. So I think it's going to open up the very early game to a little bit more strategic diversity. And I think that's just going to be fun to watch, honestly, the pros play and see how they approach this. Does this change drafting priority or the way people approach early game? Do they want to get in on those ganks pre 8 minutes?
I also think teams are going to get greedier and greedier on this in terms of trying to figure out how much farm can they funnel to specific characters, right? Like, let's say you're running a character like Yamato, right? You may be more incentivized to pick a character that doesn't need as much farm necessarily. Like, you could argue a Mo doesn't need as much farm in the early game, right? And let's say you win the lane in the beginning, like the first 3 or 4 minutes. You're more incentivized to have the Mo go out and like grab boxes and get out of the lane for a little bit if you can, to feed even more farm to the Yamato, to try and get like your late game bump going like even earlier. So to me, just seeing how teams will push the envelope and trying to like manipulate the economy of this is going to be really cool.
Yeah, I think that'll be an interesting tweak, to see that you could still kind of go for the Guardian, or you could start roaming,
Yeah.
you do boxes, you could gank, so I think this is gonna, in the just open things up for teams. It'll be exciting to see. But yeah, we'll have to watch, I guess, some more DFN to see how the best players in the world really push the strategy. Because a fundamental change like this seems subtle and then ends up looking really big once you see the best players in the world and how they change their approach to the game. Getting on to more of these like early laning changes, the wave interval has been increased, so a little bit less often you're going to see the troopers. They're going to be worth a little bit more, so your farm rate is going to be about the same in the end. This does mean, I guess, that there's a little bit more value to like hard shoving the lanes. It's going to be a little bit longer for those troopers to respawn and come defend your towers. So maybe counters a little bit that early change. Maybe people will try to push a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah. Also, parry freezing is gone. We were seeing a little bit that
Yeah.
in even the last DFN and also in your comp games, as of late, where you just go in front of the melee troopers and you keep parrying them, the freeze them, and get an economic advantage. Yeah, I mean, Valve saw what was going on there. It's like, no, but it's done. It's over.
Yeah, it got a little bit ridiculous, the full freezing in front of the tower. Also, the Guardians have been nerfed a little bit in terms of their ability to just like defend an area, whether via the melee, via the attack range. I think these changes are pretty subtle. Maybe just encourage teams to play aggressive and kind of surround the Guardian and poke from the off angles. We've already seen players really do that. And now maybe you just have a little bit more freedom to get aggressive and maybe threaten some early tower dives if that's what you want to do. The heal trooper no longer having charges. Honestly, I don't know how much this really matters. I think it was just like too hard to keep track of before. Like you never really paid attention to how many heal charges you had left. Now it's going to be a little bit more consistent. Like keeping your heal trooper alive is going to give you a lot of resource throughout the lane, especially with that 6-second cooldown. I think this is actually pretty interesting because I think this incentivizes you to push lanes and try to kill the enemy medic trooper as quickly as possible, because this is going to be putting down really a ton of HP into the lane. If their medic trooper is up and they're just constantly farming it and standing on it, getting tons of heals, you're really going to fall behind in the lane. So I think this also punishes the concept of like playing super passive and freezing the lane under tower, because a team that kills your medic trooper and pushes with theirs just going to have a lot more fighting power.
Medic Trooper now is the best healer in the game, at least in the early part of the game. Now, one interesting thing to me is, kind of skipping ahead here and not going like ultra deep with every change, but the Urn change is really interesting because the reason why Urn wasn't immediately viewable on the minimap when people picked it up is that there was an error in Deadlock, right? Where overall, players weren't necessarily running the Urn as much. It wasn't as prioritized. So one of the ways of making the Urn more attractive to run was giving you this period of invisibility to, set up with. But now in the 3-lane map, that change was kind of archaic, right? Like everyone is contesting the Urn no matter what right now. And as a result, you have the case here where you don't necessarily need to give the team that picks up the Urn an even greater advantage by keeping you invisible after picking it up, because there's no worry that it won't be contested. It will be.
Yeah, I think this is like a reflection of the fact that the competitive metagame has really started to revolve around the Urn being that crucial mid-game objective where you can really start to escalate your advantage or force fights earlier without needing to siege an enemy tower that like adds so much power to the enemy if you fight under it. So I think this is definitely a good change based on the way the competitive game has shifted. I also like just like quality of life change that you can see if it's a side favored or drop off for the Urn. I think that's really nice, because before it was like you're not quite sure if you're above or below the threshold. You got to pick the Urn up. Oh, and you see, okay, I actually don't want to do this one. It's a difficult drop off. It's a little bit annoying. So I think just those are like the type of tweaks that we're going to expect to see a lot of in Deadlock. But still, good to see the devs are constantly pushing the envelope and trying to find new ways to make the game just a little bit more straightforward and accessible.
Also, I love that they removed the Urn stalling, as it were. If you go back a few DFNs, the last time Naked and LARP Lords played, there was a moment where we had about like 30 seconds on camera of Naked just standing in front of the Urn, and the Urn slowing down, being like, "You got to pick me up," and it just kept going and going and going. So now the Urn, they added a little bit of timer to that, going, okay, the Urn will wait a little bit, but we're not going to do this like 5-minute stall of the Urn barely moving across the map.
Yeah, I think this is also just nice because it really means like if you're gonna hold the Urn, you do have to actually hold it. You can't just stall it forever, which also is going to be revealing you on the map, which creates an opportunity for the opponents to counterplay. So I think all these changes are good, just like more quality of life balance changes, and like we can move past the Urn. Heavy melee cancel momentum is significantly reduced. I actually think this is an important change. I think the Fleetfoot cancel. It was just too good. Like, I get it that it's like not necessarily a bad thing to have in the game, but it was like one of the strongest movement tools in the entire game, even better than most heroes that like have movement skills. Heavy melee cancel was still better than that. So I think it was, in need of a bit of a tuning with how many characters were building, items just to go for this play, and how consistent it gave like heroes like Abrams ridiculous mobility.
Also, is probably one of the most lobbied against things. I mean, it was very divisive. There were a lot of supporters of HMC being like, it's cool movement tech, leave it in the game. But there was a period of time, a few months back, where my DMs were just flooded, especially for players from EU that were saying, we are signing a petition that we want you to send to Valve, saying that we want HMC removed from the game. It's like, guys, I'm just helping run a tournament right now, and this is, the game balance part is a little bit out of my department, but I mean, on the high end, there was a lot of people that just wanted HMC to go away. And in this case, it just feels like they decided to hit a little bit of a middle ground where they're going to leave it in, but now it's like more of a bonus if you're running Fleetfoot anyways, as opposed to you must run it for a, very crucial escape skill or initiation, depending on, how you're using it.
Yeah, it's just sort of uncounterable, I think, is part of the problem. Whereas, like, your stamina is something that's like a core part of the game. People understand that, people can work with that. But the ability to just like go warp speed on like a cooldown is a little bit too crazy. And honestly, Fleetfoot's such a cool item. You don't want to like be nerfing Fleetfoot and reworking that. I think the HMC probably did need to just be toned down. And I like that, this is good for Valve. Like they're not destroying it. They're not going to take it away, but they're going to significantly reduce it. I'm curious to see how it looks in game, because I still think a lot of heroes, if you're going to build the fleet foot, if you're, if you want that item in your build, you can probably still go for this tech quite a bit. It's just not like you're not forced to build fleet foot because you can do this tech. It's not
Yeah.
really forcing your build, which I think is a little bit more of a healthy spot for the item and for the strategy.
Yeah, good bonus, but not meta defining as it was before, in all likelihood. But we'll see how it shakes out. But moving on here, a little bit of AI fixes. Nothing too huge here, but there are moments where you'd get chased by a trooper, and it actually would get you killed. Where it's just like, wait, why is this thing still on me? How does it know where I am? And they just made him a little bit dumber here.
Yeah, I think this is good. Like you a lot of times get troopers in crazy spots, like taking weird angles because they're chasing a player. Being buggy in the base. So I think all these troopers would fear really steep stairs. Yeah. So I mean, look, we all see the trooper AI is a little wonky at times, not super noticeable, but this is like more of those core fundamental changes. I don't think these really shift the balance at all. I think this is just a pure quality of life that things are going to be a little bit more consistent when it comes to the troopers.
Now we come to the item changes, where I mean, a lot of this is just general tuning.
Mhm.
There are a few very, very big changes here, but the first half of the changes here generally make sense. I mean, Divine Barrier and Restorative Locket getting hit a little bit, probably the biggest things of note, but also they're getting built by almost everyone
Yeah.
because of the early game value. And look, on one hand, in the hands of a skilled player, like activatable items will always sort of have like a slight edge because they kind of have to if you're making their stat benefit like dependent on proper timing. But it was probably a little bit too generous and a little bit too often given how much everyone was building them.
Yeah, some subtle nerfs. Things like I think healing right getting a bit of a nerf is interesting. It's still such a strong sustain item. And has such value even like in the mid game to be able to like keep you farming a little bit more when you're doing camps and roaming around the map. So hollow point ward getting a minor nerf. I don't think these changes are really that huge. I think the enchanter barrier probably did also need a nerf with how commonly it was being built and just giving the cooldown resist or cooldown reduction rather and spirit power so good. Same for combat barrier. I think a lot of heroes were really building the shield double shield build, even a lot of them, or just like these are being built. Almost everyone's building one or the other, except for like a couple characters. So I think these being nerfed is nice.
Oh,
Debuff producer also being nerfed. I mean, I think this is just cool to see like a lot of the items that had become almost perma buys. Are getting nerfed a little bit, getting taken down, which creates an opportunity for new builds to rise and new item strategies to come up.
also, Fortitude getting hit is kind of interesting because there was a period where Fortitude kept getting buffed and it still wasn't being used for a while. But I think the shift into the 3-lane map kind of brought us to a point where it's like, oh, wait, like actually having regen without going back to base is good. It's a little bit harder to get on the zip lines. And also with the new jungle, right? Like just being able to be around and like have more uptime without going back to base actually way more directly correlates with more farms. So I think Fortitude is one of those things where everything changed around it and it became really, really good. And now it's just, bring it back a little bit.
It's a pretty nice knockdown buff actually, because I think a lot of the time people were, when you get knocked down, you're like jumping and sliding and like okay, you get stunned, but you're still moving, and it really doesn't destroy your position that hard if you have some movement skills to help you escape it. But now knockdown is gonna, I think, do a little bit better at its job of like punishing those flyers, anyone who's over relying on being up in the air and really punish them. Like really, like losing all your momentum is a big deal in Deadlock, especially with the knockdown stun. So I think this will be nice with how strong heroes like Great Talon and Vindicta have proven themselves to be. Having a little bit more consistency on the knockdown, making it a stronger punishing tool will be nice for sure. And then I think this is probably the biggest change of all the item changes is the Ethereal shift change. So tier 3 to tier 4 is a huge nerf, right? It's like basically more doubling the cost. And yes, it's a little bit better in terms of like its raw effects that you can cancel it early is quite nice. The slightly longer duration, you can move a little bit more, significantly more. Actually, I mean, 50% faster, right? When you're in the E shift. However, costing twice as much is a game changer. I think you probably won't be seeing this item build all that much. It reminds me of Veilwalker when it was 3K and then went to double that. We still see Veilwalker like here and there. We see it on some holiday players building it as they're going in and out looking for kills, but it became like from what was a like an item built on like 2/3 of the game, I think that's where E-Shift had gotten to the point where realistically you could see 12 E-Shifts in a game of high level Deadlock and you wouldn't really be that surprised. So I think that item clearly needed a real fundamental rework, and moving from tier 3 to tier 4 is that rework.
Also, I do wonder if this is going to have a wider impact on the meta and bring frontliners a little bit more into focus. Just because you think about like a lot of the current tier list, right? And like the heroes that rely on E-Shift the most are more in the playmaking level of heroes. Heroes that are more essentially, they're a little bit squishier, but they would use E-Shift to get.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Fight Night number 23, presented by Intel. Your man Jordan out there is watching, and he is happy to see the number 23 plastered all over the show today because we have quite a show for you all at home. I'm your host. Well, not your host. I'm a host caster. I'm the man extraordinaire, the people's dick, whatever you want to call it. I'm Jason Kappen, joined by Dan, the DDK man. How you doing today? We got a new patch coming through as well. We got a lot of exciting matches as well to come up today.
So excited, Jason, as always. You never know what to expect on this show. This show is full of shenanigans, terrible jokes, in references, and some deadlock. So you know, it's always good. It's always a lot of fun.
Just a little bit of Deadlock sprinkled in on top. I would agree with that one. But for you guys who might be joining the Fight Night here for the first time, just to quickly explain how the whole show goes for you. Well, the format, it's more of a show match. We have an initial challenger match that kicks off between two teams, hand selected from the community by our very own I wanted to say ZP, and we'll say ZP. I wanted to kind of call out like a very skilled level of judges to determine who gets invited in. But for EU, it's pretty much been the same for the last 3 to 4 weeks here, where Virtus.pro and Parivision will go head to head for their chance to take on one win in our money match for $1,000 in prizes for the winning team. And over in NA, we also do have a slight mix-up to what we did put out for you guys just yesterday. We do have Revengers come into this, but Hydra Nation, they're more like Crayon Eaters here this time. One head of the Hydra eating a couple of crayons. It's a little bit of a switch up, and we'll get to the roster in a little bit of time, but they'll be taking on Melee Creeps, our newly crowned champion from last week here, Dan.
Yes. Yeah, it's been really interesting to see how the NA scene has developed. Crazy that Hydra Nation obviously unable to maintain their grip on the belt. We're going with a belt now as opposed to like a crown and a trophy, but going with a belt makes sense. Fight Night, obviously. So yeah, that's a really interesting development. Melee Creeps are probably feeling amazing. I'm super curious to see if they can continue that momentum. Obviously, it's going to be interesting because, as you say, got a little interesting situation with Hydra Nation this week, which we'll get into more deeply on the NA portion, I'm sure.
Well, I will say this, though. I know AVG's been hitting me up in my DM saying EU's trash. He could beat them by himself. Because you guys haven't noticed, over in the One Minute Bombshell Volume 5, which has been happening the last few days, covered by myself and ZP, as well as Metro and Seymour over in the English broadcast that they do have at this time. We've seen the crew of, well, a portion of Hydra Nation, a portion of Melee Creeps, and a portion of Unknown, all mixed together, have been able to take down, I believe, one win in a best of 2 so far here in the first map. But that is really interesting to see, and we'll see if they can maintain that sort of momentum as they go into their matches later on. Before we can even get into those matches, we got to bring in our third head to our Hydra, the man who's been casting One Man Bombshell with me. We got ZP coming in, who's looking refreshed, ready to go, looking like he slept a nice, lovely 12 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours. Try at least maybe 2.5 tops. But hey, I knew what I was getting into when I took on the schedule. And look, on the upside, gotten to enjoy a whole lot of Deadlock so far this week. And this is just continuing the trend. And the interesting thing as we come in here is, ADU, there's kind of the question of, well, is Parivision still going to be the number 3 team? Aegis Aurora was looking pretty good at the start of One Win Bombshell. And then we got our answer here today, where Parivision was still able to pretty soundly get one over Aegis Aurora, maybe aided a little bit by the game tape, where they had the idea of like, well, Warden is viable again. Maybe we just ban the Warden away from Aegis Aurora and things will work out. And it kind of did go according to script.
I mean,
you hear
really... Oh, sorry, Jason. The thing I'm wondering is, are you guys creatine maxing? Because obviously, with that sleep deprivation, we understand the benefits that ample creatine will provide your brain.
I'm merge maximizing, as you saw there with my sweet Ivy mug. No, not creatine. I think it's just all about Deadlock and our love for the game. Because not only after the show finishes off, which funny enough, it's been great to actually have ZP have to work late into the night or early into the morning. We do have like 3-4 hours sleep before we go back into One Win Bombshell for a third day in a row. We're going to be casting 3 more matches. But, you know, before we fully get into today, one thing we should bring up is, you guys heard ZP say out there, wait, Warden, viable? What's that about if you missed out on the 1-win show? The patch, we're going to get a couple of our notes, has facilitated the potential rise of Warden once again, with the big factor already being that E-Shift has had a massive change, going from a tier 3 item over to tier 4, making it a lot more expensive and less seldomly seen.
Yeah, and I think one thing that really goes into this too is the fact that there have been economy changes to the game, and that's kind of the latter half. But it's not just the 8 minutes. There was also tweaks made in general to how people get economy, to comeback mechanics overall. And we've kind of seen this meta evolve where teams right now, there's this kind of ebb and flow where if you can fight fights with lesser people and then like shift off a Warden or Yamato to take farm from the jungle, that just chill out in a lane and push it on your own, you can reap really significant benefits that will last the entire game long. So when you start getting those situations, you've seen an uptick in value for heroes like Yamato, who now usually does not make it to the second round of bans from what we've been seeing in the One Wheel Bombshell tournament, and Warden back into the play for quite a few teams at this point.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder sometimes how much the devs are tuning into our show, because I don't know how we've been talking about E-Shift perhaps needing an adjustment for a while now. So it's really interesting to see that change and just a general approach to the balancing that maybe slows the game down and also maybe gives more options into jungling. Because I feel like the pace of the game was pretty quick, and we talked a lot about how the kind of more natural junglers didn't really have maybe as much of an ability to get involved with that playstyle, because you're just not on the map. And so it created a situation where if you're going to jungle, you do it in your opponent's base, basically.
Another big change here we did see a lot of ZP when it came to Woman Bombshell was that the first urn is now considered for comeback mechanics, which we've seen happen in quite a few games. So if one team is dominating so early on, that means they could have to go for an urn 10 on the other side. But then again, that same note, if you're the team that's behind, you have a fairly easy turn-in if you can win that fight around the actual urn pickup. And then maybe even therefore onto our next big change, ZP, the Soul Orbs. A lot of bit of an economy change when it comes to how lanes can be played out, because it's no longer splitting like it was before the 8-minute mark. It's pretty much acting as if it was after the 8-minute mark the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, the economy changes, they've been quite significant, but also just as significant, and I think this is the other half of our slide that we have here, is the fact that in terms of hero changes, I mean, this is just a small fraction of what went on, but a lot of heroes got tuned to the early game, where the general theme of the patch was if you had strong early game power, you were getting toned down a bit. But Pocket is perhaps the #1 victim of the patch in terms of changes, where not only did Pocket get hit by the E-Shift nerf, where it was a very core item on Pocket that every Pocket got, and oftentimes you would get it earlier in Pocket than you would on other heroes. These changes here to Pocket's bullet damage in lane and the Enchanter Satchel actually have had huge ramifications on Pocket's viability, where, day 1 of 1-win Bombshell, we saw a little bit of Pocket, but when we saw Pocket, he basically always lost. And then day 2, he's just gone, for the most part, not getting banned and not getting picked. So Pocket went from a highly contested top pick last patch into today. I'd be surprised if you see him, especially in a U.
And one thing I want to quickly add about the Pocket thing here is that I personally feel that if you're going to nerf the bullet damage that much, that maybe you shouldn't have changed the growth as well, because now you're making it so that he does less damage and has to get a lot closer to do the damage. So it just feels like it's just like 2 pretty big nerfs all at once. So I'm kind of curious if those will stick. We'll have to see.
Also, for the Vindicta change, we have seen like the Shredder Vindicta build, right? Where you go straight into Crow, you max it as soon as possible. You don't worry about your Assassinate to have that extra damage when it comes to these fights, to help your teammates have the extra damage on top of that. But we have seen over the last couple of matches we looked at when we were casting Woman Bombshell that some Vindictas are starting to max their Assassinate first instead. They kind of compensate for that. But we've also seen Vindicta not necessarily be such a high priority pick, though it's still a very solid pick that we see almost every single game, whether it's picked or banned. But I think when it comes to bans, though, ZP, Grey Talon has been the one that's been constantly swatted away at every single time in all these matches these last 2 days.
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason why they call him Grey Talon is that when the bans come in and the hero portrait turns gray, well, you better believe Grey Talon is going to be there on top. It's kind of been the theme where Grey Talon kind of universally seen as the #1 pick in EU, and right there as #2 is Holiday, where every now and then you'll get Grey Talon through and the Holiday banned instead. But overall, Grey Talon, #1 ban, and as a result, in return, the first pick has been Holiday at a very high rate. Like, I would say on this patch, from the games we've seen so far, Holiday is by far the most common first pick. And the reason is that even with nerfs to her early game, her power to dictate the flow of the game in the early to mid game and get a team on top once you hit 3K, it is nearly just uncontested. It's quite strong.
It is quite ridiculous. And Dan, as we do start to head into our first match, Virtus.pro up against Parivision, one thing we were also quite heavily treated to was not only seeing Listic on Yamato over the course of today, but also D-Mob bringing back his Bebop once again, putting on some serious work with him and Listic paired together. One of the matches, Listic went, I think, like 11-0 at some point, and was just had the full rainbow, if I'm not mistaken, when it came to the end game stats. But looking at, the VP lineup, is there any player that kind of stands out to you, whether it's good or bad?
So hard with VP because it's VP. Everyone is awesome on this roster. Everyone fits really well with regards to the hero pool and the versatility. Obviously, Mikhail S is often a big highlight for people. The Paradox play is often phenomenal, and often Mikhail S can get targeted in some of these bans. With Sharik, I think what will be interesting is if we do get some of that Warden play coming online. That would be really cool and just fun to see Warden back in the mix. So I personally would love to see that. And I think, again, just obviously the spoilers from the screen, Listics on the Calico has been really, really great. Calico did get a little bit of an early game nerf. It's kind of like you said, ZP, all of the early game strength across the board was kind of nerfed for pretty much all of the common contenders there for the top early game spots in terms of strength. But I would still assume that you'd go for the Calico. There's some ways to mitigate that. Like, I think one of the more nasty ones was like the base ammo getting reduced. But otherwise, I think the early game strength is still pretty strong there from Calico.
Yeah, I would say the big difference that we've seen overall is that Calico has gone way lower in draft priority, and the hero that's really gained quite heavily in draft priority. And again, maybe a part of it is like E-Shift getting nerfed, so the fact is that you can't really stall out her ultimate the same way you could before, is that Yamato has been super, super highly valued. So for VP in particular, I wouldn't expect to see Listic on Calico today. When they've played Calico, they've put Sharik onto it, and instead, they've been highly valuing getting Listic onto the Yamato. And even for Zergy, it's kind of funny, look at that. Zergy, you're probably more likely to see a Gun Ivy out of Zergy than you are to see a Wraith today.
Yeah, I know a lot of you out there maybe weren't able to see the matches earlier on with the one-win Bombshell Volume 5. But Zergy has probably had the most difficult time adapting to these latest patches, because the heroes he played for the most, your Seven, Infernus, and Wraith, well, two of them have been kind of put into the subpar category, I would say. And then Seven even potentially fallen off just a little bit because of the E-Shift changes on top of this. We've seen Zerg in the likes of, as you said, Gun Ivy ZP. We've seen him on Geist again. We've seen him on Mirage as well over the course of today. He's had to adapt, and I feel like he's still struggling to do so at the moment. But the thing is, you still have some insanely talented players around him, insanely talented cast to keep him going. As we move on to the Parivision roster, and I would love to see a Bebop battle between these two teams. Let's forget the or the Krill 1v1s. Let's put a Bebop 1v1 between TAS and D-Mob, because TAS last week had some phenomenal action, stalling out the game versus Virtus.pro, where VP were well in the lead.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting how powerful Bebop is, and the fact that both Parivision and VP really like to run it. I mean, D-Mov was doing just the absolute dirtiest things imaginable on the Bebop over the last 2 days. The interesting thing, though, is that I don't know if Bebop is strong enough to value a super early pick, nor is it strong enough to value an early ban. It's kind of in this interesting spot where you love getting Bebop if you secure the top tier of power as far as the draft goes early on, and then you use Bebop to round things off and secure a good early game. I don't know if either team is going to super hard prio the Bebop earlier than the mid-stage ban. So for me, between these two teams, I think they both recognize how good the other team is at Bebop, and it's more likely to me that Bebop gets hit in the mid-game bans rather than getting played. But we'll see. I mean, it could be valued to be a little bit earlier on, but should you do that, you do give up what has been a pretty firmly defined power creep in the top three, where you're kind of looking to pick up heroes like Mirage, Yamato, all in one go.
One thing that's not necessarily about Parivision, but more about the opponents, that I'm thinking is that just looking at this, the way that the meta might be affected by these changes, how the game pace will be slowed down a little bit, how the early game strength has been diminished a little bit. it really feels like VP get to play more from their strengths, because if we look at what was really good for them, it was playing more rounded comps, which weren't necessarily super strong in the early game, but they have really strong ability to play the mid to late game team fight and also macro. That was like some of their strengths. And when they came up against OneWin, a lot of the time, OneWin would be able to just beat them down by having super strong early games and being more indexed for that, and for the scaling that comes with that too. So it kind of feels like this should be VP's patch. It's kind of where I'm feeling this is going to go.
Well, at the moment, they are currently ranked #1 in seed over in the one-win bombshell tournament. At the moment, though, they could potentially lose out on this one, currently sitting without a single defeat. But as we move into our matchup here in our challenger match, we got to take a look at how we kick things off. We had coin flips in the past EP. We said, screw the coin flips. We want to feed the fans what they want to see. And every fan out there wants to see a little bit of fisticuff between Krills.
Yeah, and there was one time where this was all the Mo that you would get. But now Mo is a very highly valued pick in EU, will get played in just about every game. But hey, why not get a little bit of Mo versus Mo here and now, where the meta has really evolved in terms of trying to bait up parries. Show your back to your opponent, you know?
Just mooning him there, man. Pulling down the pants and you can't hit me. But then again, look at the health bars, Dan. It's looking like it's going to be going the way of VP here.
Dude, do not show your back. If you show your back, they're going to get that rear naked choke. It's going to be horrendous for you. Dude, I've experienced that. I started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu lately, and it's not fun. It's not fun. Don't expose your back, guys. All right. Okay,
oh,
well,
okay.
it's like together. He's nailed it.
There you go.
How much health is left? He's got 30% health left. That was easy.
Look at Krill. He's just left to himself. He got completely knocked off Mo, and he's just like wondering what the hell is going on. So that does mean Parivision get the chance if they want first ban or first pick, or I guess technically first ban or they get first double pick. I don't know, man. It's been a long day, and we still have a lot of Deadlock action to come up for you and me, ZP, in the next 24 hours of time. But we are headed into this it looks like Parivision going for their first pick, so we'll be getting a first ban here. And again, as we were saying before, ZP, we're expecting Great Town. We're expecting Holiday probably to be the first 2 priority bans right off the bat.
Yeah, and it won't be Parivision. They'll ban the Great Town. They will grab it themselves. But in reality, what they're angling here, in all likelihood, is going to be the Holiday. So they get rid of the Sinclair, because Sinclair would likely come down in the double pick for VP. Now VP almost certainly going to be taking down the Great Talon. And as a result, Parivision is going to come in and grab the Holiday. That's kind of been the script. And the addition to the script is that the team that picks Holiday in the 2 and 3 picks usually will pick up a Mo and Krill. Like, we've seen the Holiday Mo and Krill combo constantly on this patch right now. It has been near universal in EU.
Has to wait.
That makes a lot of sense, because I don't see any nerfs for Mo coming through, especially the utility Mo already had for setup and lockdown, and just I think provided some of the easiest play for some of those ganks that you would see into the jungle, and just like locking down those lanes when the ult comes line. There's just so much value there, so it's not surprising to see the priority go up even more. So Parivision, you guys are leading it up to a Holiday expected initial pick. Okay, that's Holiday. There we go.
Yep.
little lag
So
there.
for all of you out there who maybe haven't been watching, one thing we've noticed a lot, ZP, is that we've seen a lot of, like you said, like the Mo and Holiday kind of combo. But we've also seen any lane that really has Mo, ideally you're able to take down that Guardian ASAP to free up the Mo to start roaming around and ganking. We've seen some lanes have Holiday Mo together and they push down a Guardian, and then they actually sent both players away from that position and gave the person that they wanted to get fed that lane to farm up. We've seen that happen a lot with like Bandwise over in Aegis Aurora on the Warden. They're able to take an early tower. They left him alone, and he had a consistent 5 to 10K lead over everyone in the game. I'm curious to see if we're going to see something similar happen on both these teams, prioritizing that very early Guardian to free up who you want to have carry, then also free up the ability for these rotations for these ganks, because we still don't really see any of these early ganks happening anymore.
So this is something that's interesting that really just started happening today, was the Geist inflation. Geist is rising up because you had a few teams decide, hey, we're going to take it early. And the response universally was, whoa, we don't like you taking the Geist early, when we were counting on getting the Geist. I was talking with Lightbringer a little bit about that. So VP, this is kind of a very recent change being made. Also on the other end, what it does mean is that, for Parivision, Mirage is coming in and likely a Mo, or we'll see. But, Mirage Mo has been something that, when you look at overall power picks, it kind of go for here. And Parivision today was also still highly prioritizing the Mo's. So I would expect Mo to come on in here, and we'll see what VP goes on the turn. Probably Yamato. Third pick Yamato has been super common.
I think we
Yeah,
can see
there's
Yamato
Yamato
here
and
even.
Vindicta.
because with the Mo you're getting more lockdown. You got Holiday already for the lockdown, so you're going to go double lockdown. At least you deny from the other team, but now you've given up the potential for those picks you guys are mentioning, inclusive of the Yamato. And I feel like that would have been kind of a nice opener for Parivision. But I guess you get early game strength with Mo and Krill anyway, so trade-offs.
I mean, the Mo, Krill, Holiday, we gotta come up with some name for that, of like the three together in a lane, because it is, if they lane together, it is such an overpowering lane. It is guaranteed kills time and time again. 3k, you get the combo, you get a lasso right after that, or lasso into the combo, you're gonna kill someone. And that can really give that snowball potential, especially if you're able to get these Guardians down early. But I do like the response out of VP. They sweep up the Yamato. Most likely, from what we've seen today, it will be going over to Listic. That also means Vindicta's left open, and I was expecting that to be also a potential pick early on for VP here. But considering how they played in the last weeks, Vindicta first pick every time, they had to mix things up. And that's respectable.
Well, I was going to say, that was going to be my guess. As it came to me, if it came to me before, I'd just be like, they're going to ban Bebop here. And they do. In response, though, you stop and think about what might be getting played on the other end. You know, I think Parivision has some obvious bans of their own, and you know, it just flooded into my brain and flooded out. I'm gonna feel real stupid in like 2 seconds as they banned the thing that I was thinking of.
Kelvin.
And okay, so Kelvin actually not was thinking of in this case, but this is just the general fear of the Shiv Kelvin lane that people don't really want to give up late into a draft, if at all possible. Interestingly enough, though, when you think about Parivision, one thing they have been different on, Jason, is that a lot of teams haven't been valuing Abrams as much. VP, especially with Listic on the Yamato, they haven't really been too keen to go for it. Parivision probably will go the Abrams when the pick shifts back over to their side.
That's fair, actually. I think we did forget to mention in our little bit of Pat's Notes discussion, HMC has been changed around, so you're not going to see the extra distance that Abrams can get, which they do rely on quite heavily for like survivability. But if we do see Abrams pick up for Parivision ZP, I'm kind of excited to see how it's going to work out. Because Dan, the last 2 weeks, we have had some top level play out of Abrams, like AVG in particular over in Melee Creeps. The first time we see him really play it in DFN, and he just wipes the floor with Hydronation. Wait, what? Okay.
Ooh.
Surprising.
We got some stank faces all around here. They're looking at that pocket. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe there's a method to the madness on that one. I've completely lost the train of thought. I think that was like a system interrupt with that pocket pick there.
You were looking to summon God.
There's the lash. Oh, you're talking about the Abrams. Okay.
Oh God, please.
All right.
What's happening? What's happening here?
I think Parivision's about to not win the challenges match is what's going on here. I mean, look, I'm willing to be wrong, but this has been the kiss of death for the last few days. Is that you pick Lash when you just want to lose. Like the beginning of Lash, like the L actually stands for loss, and you will not change my mind. It has just not been effective at all. And also, I was gonna say ban wise, I'm surprised they banned the Kelvin rather than banning the Vindicta. Vindicta, I think, would have been the better ban for Parivision. That's what I was gonna say. It just like left my mind as we're going in here. But Calco coming on in. This is likely gonna be played by Sharik. VP
Abrams
not overly prioritizing the Warden, even though a lot of teams have been playing it. They prefer the Calico, and I think it's just Sharik wants to be a little bit more active rather than farming.
I mean, I'm thinking like who's Zergy to play. Oh, they actually do go Abrams? Okay, so who's Zergy gonna be on now?
I was gonna say it kind of makes sense because
I guess Geist.
I mean, VP love like some of these bigger frontline heavy comps. This is actually pretty heavy. Geist, Yamato, Calico, and Abrams. Let's get the Dynamo in, shall we? Shall we?
I don't know if we're gonna see that.
Let's just double down, guys. Let's get the Dynamo in.
Is this like the DFN special ZP? Because we've literally gone through how many games so far these last 2 days, and we've seen Lash constantly lose. Though Parivision did have one win today on it and one with Bombshell, but we've seen Abrams 0 times in the matches we've casted, and now we're seeing it come out. And Pocket, like what is happening?
I mean, it's just adaptations, right? We're still getting game data on the current patch. The teams in the EU have really been putting in a lot of scrim time in the last week because of one win Bombshell, even more so than the norm. And there's a lot to work through. So we are going to see a constantly evolving meta over the next week. Like today's DFN and next week's DFN in EU will likely be different a little bit in terms of pick priority, particularly on the middle of the back end. And already in the last 2 days, we've seen the change, right? Where Geist is being highly valued as a top 2 pick rather than something you get as like a 3 or 4 within your team compositions. But Abrams being picked here I do wonder who's going to be playing what. My guess would probably be Dimov on the Abrams, based on what they have here. Zergy on Geist, Mikhail S on Paradox.
So I went different. I went with Listic on Abrams, Sharik on Calico, Dimov on Yamato, and then Mikhail S on Paradox, Obi-King Vindicta. And I think we agree with Zergy on Geist.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on familiarity. I just feel like you've been running so much Listic on the Yamato here. Do you really want to shift your Yamato player that heavily? I mean, yeah, you can. Like, they're both capable of playing it, but to me, it'd make more sense to change it up. But I don't know. I mean, as we've kind of talked about a lot today, VP, there's a lot of versatility in their hero pool, who can play what. There's many different combinations of permutations that they can make this work on.
Yeah, I'm more interested in Parivision.
Yeah.
I mean, it started so strong, guys. It started so good. Holiday Mirage, Mo and Krill, that is nice. But yeah, I'm curious how the Pocket and Lash will come into play. I do think the comp that VP is running, and it might be part of the reason why they chose Lash. I feel like Lash is going to be kind of nice. Like, you should be able to get pretty good Death Slams, presumably, because there'll be a lot more stacking of heroes with VP's heavy frontline. So in theory, Death Slam should be pretty valuable. There is, I mean, I'm looking at what shoots up. You got Geist, you got Vindicta, and Paradox all shoot up pretty well. So it feels like Lash is, and also he can get swapped. There's definitely a lot to deal with the Lash, but I don't know. I'm trying to find the cope, guys. I'm trying to find that source of copium that I can inhale here that's going to allow us all to believe in Parivision.
I'm hoping for a knockdown pickup out of Virtus.pro. We definitely had a match, was it today, where like not a single knockdown was picked up to deal with the 7. Yeah, it was CIS Rejects up against Lodos. They didn't pick up a single knockdown, and of course, the 7 just popped off and just did some serious work. I think his name was Force, if I remember correctly. Was ridiculous, but knockdown going to be a very good counter to obviously Lash. But I do kind of wonder, they have like 3 major pick-off potential heroes for Parivision. So if they don't have a strong like mid game, this is where I'm going to start to worry for them. But yeah, that's what I'm going to say. They need to have a strong mid game if they want to have success later on here against VP.
We'll see how this one pans out. I think on paper, and by the way, Chad actually did mention that Lash did pick up a win today towards the end of one win where, look, I will excuse myself by saying I had to fit in some sleep somewhere. This has been a ridiculous schedule. I actually could not watch all of one win live and expect to function. But overall, Lash still had a pretty negative record so far.
Yeah,
so
it was Parivision who got the win, but it was against Atlas, and Atlas is like last place at the moment, so that you can take with a grain of salt. But yeah, you're 100% right. I think one game out of like maybe 5 or 6 he's won is still a pretty bad win record going into this.
Isn't it the case that like with sleep deprivation, you're actually inducing some level of brain damage? So really, ZP and Jason Kaplan are really showing their dedication for you guys here, that they are willing to induce brain damage to bring you this show for better or for worse.
You know what? I think I remember also hearing, Dan, that ZP said if we did hit 200 subs today, he would in fact shave his eyebrows.
No.
So maybe we can get that going.
Oh, that's a risky one. The eyebrows are risky about this.
No, like eyebrows, you are literally better like shaving your head of the comparison, because like and I'm not gonna do either, by the way, but I mean, shaving the eyebrows, like people think it's like, oh, it's just eyebrows, how bad could it be? You know, months later, God, they're still not actually grown back yet. Like, no, you don't want to lose the eyebrow bet. That is, it's terrible.
It's fine, because then we can have another sub goal of ZP tattoos on new eyebrows. Then we can like double.
Instead ZP like waxes off his mustache on either side, and that becomes his new eyebrow.
Ooh,
I don't think that's usually not a historically good look, Jason, as far as hitting the mustache and all, you know. But
well, we are just waiting for the game to kick off. I believe we're still trying to get everyone into the lobby. Virtus.pro and Parivision. I mean, not only you and I having long days, so did they, as they did have 2 matches each over the course of today. Virtus.pro with a very early start, actually kicking off things around noon, which I know you out there are probably thinking of. Noon? That's not that late. Well, for gamers, that's quite late. For pro players in Deadlock and EU, that is quite late. So hopefully we should be getting things underway shortly. But also with one win waiting in the sidelines, they've been served up a loss against like the NA, I don't want to say super team, I'll say conglomerate that they are up against with Thanos, which I still hate that name. Why could they just name themselves Thanos? That'd be so much easier. With Thanos over in the one win Bombshell. So I'm curious if they're going to actually lose that one 2-0, because ABL has been wanting to play these NA teams. And if from what
he's hungry, man. He's in my DMs. I don't have anything to do with this.
But I've been hearing they've been beating the likes of Hydronation like 2-0 pretty easily. And for them to now lose to this like mixed team, that's not a good look for them.
I do respect it though. I respect the hunger.
Well, speaking of hunger, I'm hungry to see how this one goes. I mean, again, as much as it feels like I've been, you know, the #1 Lash hater of the last 2 days, I would like to see it work. I feel like with E-Shift getting nerfed, we are more in an era where you would hope that people find a way if it is viable. It's just the overall evidence hasn't been there, but I will be very closely paying attention to the lanes as we get set up here, see how it works. And, you know, we haven't really seen this today, Jason. The Geist Yamato middle lane. Usually Geist is off in the side lanes. Middle Geist, pretty uncommon.
Yeah, I think maybe we see it like once today, but it was out of like the qualifying teams that got through into one-win bombshell. But I would agree, and I also look at like why is it not Holiday and Mo in middle at the same time for the side of Parivision? Like, you know, VP I can kind of understand because they want to switch things up and mix things up, but we've seen Holiday and Mo be such a strong combo. For them to split up, I feel like they're kind of splitting hairs here.
Well, I guess also at the same time is that trade-off of, do we want a pretty weak lane, which we feel like we're definitely going to lose pretty fast, or do we want to kind of just be somewhat stable on 2 lanes? I guess is maybe the trade-off there, as opposed to like one super strong lane. At least that's what my brain is saying. I don't know. I've induced a lot of brain damage over the years too.
I was gonna say, are you sleep deprived? Deprived? Oh my god! I can't shut up.
There we go. I love it.
One can
Let's hear more of that.
Well, maybe I can speak. I don't think I've had any major flub yet, but yeah. Look, my final thought here before I leave you guys to it. As I look at the lanes as they take shape, I think splitting the Holiday Mo actually is the worst idea, because we already saw today where you had like Holiday Mo lane all in one lane and you didn't have map mobility and it wasn't particularly great. So I think you're spreading out your early game power, particularly when you hit 3K souls, and making a lot of the map, you know, a real danger. I definitely don't hate it, but it does put more emphasis on your 3K soul spike.
Okay, well, we'll check in with you a little bit later on, ZP. Thank you for sticking with us here as we got underway with this first match with Virtus.pro up against Parivision in a best-of-1 to see who goes up against one win in the finals. We're seeing quite a mix-up considering what we've had these last 2 days, obviously having a Pocket and an Abrams being played. The Lash, it kind of pains me to say we've seen more consistent than Pocket, than Abrams, though the win record not really supporting the consistency out of him. But with Parivision, this is like the 4th week in a row, I feel like, Dan, that they've played against Virtus.pro and they've lost. I feel like we need to see some growth within the team. I think last week they did show some having a much better performance, but still not able to battle out against VP when it came to like the mid game. But they have to show some adaptation and growth as a team now.
Yeah, and do you think it's tough because with all of these, I mean, these significant patches, which really fundamentally change how the pacing, at least, if nothing else, works in the game, and the economy, the fact that you're getting less average souls per minute on the lanes because now the waves spawn every 30 seconds instead of every 25, that adds up. That changes a lot of these equations, and then you've nerfed all of the early game power. So it's like, this is a big patch, honestly, in terms of gameplay changes. And I feel like, as I mentioned previously, VP's probably the team that stylistically is best suited to kind of feel comfortable in this pretty quickly. That's gonna be an interesting question for one win later. But yeah, Parivision, we'll see what they've been cooking over time in terms of addressing some of their weaknesses. And I feel like, you know, VP in theory at the same time, they're looking the least dominant ever, and so they're not going to have all the confidence that they would have had previously when they were dominating. So this is a great spot for Parivision to take advantage of, to maybe find a win. And I'm curious how these lanes will work out, because you know, we've talked about it in theory about the splitting up of Holiday and Mo, but in practice now, as we see kind of Mo, or rather Holiday, being forced to go back to base for healing, we're going to get VP picking up a lot of potential tower damage here if they can push the issue a little bit further. Looks like they can't just yet. Still have a nice presence from Together on the Shiv.
Yeah, and looking at the middle lane here, when you have Zergy on Geist and you have D-Mob over on the Yamato, I'm kind of thinking, like, who would you split off? And speaking of them, they go for the dive directly against Together here. Shadow Transformation has been used. D-Mob just hit 3K and use it to just survive. Zergy yet to hit the 3K mark. And they will escape with that early kill, still all tied up pretty much when it comes to souls. But you also mentioned something, another interesting topic about, like, you know, VP. Well, maybe they're going to go down from this one. He doesn't hit the 3K just yet. They need to kill something. Just one more troop would have gotten him his 3K for the swap, but it doesn't matter. Demob comes back in for another kill on the task and punishes him, getting that 2-for-1 trade. But as I'm trying to say, Virtus.pro have been, like, mentally battered, I feel like, the last month, losing to 1-win so consistently, because there was a time where they lost a 1-win, came back in 1-win bombshell, beat them in a best of 5, came back in a DFN, slaughtered them in a 2-0, but they have struggled and only gotten one map the last 3 times they've met.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they are sort of playing as a team, as we saw that, just that one instance there between Demov and Zergy on the mid lane, where Zergy just connected some nice damage, and then immediately Demov, I mean, I don't think there can really even be time for communication looking at how fast Demov reacted to dive. They were in sync. They were very much in sync there. So if the whole team is kind of playing in sync like that, I would expect that we will see more confidence from VP, because that was great stuff. Like, when you're making plays at this level, like, sometimes you just all have to be on the same page. You don't have time to communicate, and that's where you'll see the best results. So it's a nice start here so far, I feel like, for VP in that regard. And there's a nice combo. It's going to enable, well, looks like a trade there. So coming in from Oberkim. And Oberkim trying to chase this one down. Can he find the pockets? Just about, but will he be able to get out of here? It's so hard to escape Mo when you're in close proximity, but it looks like that will be what happens. So slight edge for VP now, Jason.
Yeah, and going back to the topic we had earlier on with ZT about, like, splitting up the Mo and Holiday, if you want to have a pocket, have a decent start into the game, I mean, one way to do so is definitely to give them a Mo, because that combo is almost going to guarantee you a kill with the Affliction. When you're able to amp your own damage, get your full combo off with ease without having a chance of missing. That's definitely, like, one route that we could see Parivision go to, but that's a lot of pressure to put onto Wolfie. And, you know, we haven't really talked too much about the right lane either in this matchup. We've had Saf there, who does have Death Slam available, paired up with Prestis on the Mirage, both sitting over 4K, up against Holistic, and of course Michaelis, both sitting at 4.4 apiece. It's been, fun enough, relatively the quiet lane so far in this game.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. I'm curious now, you know, what that pocket trajectory will look like. Because we can see, you know, just relative terms, okay, Wolfie is 4.1k, and, you know, the players that are doing a bit better on the other team, you know, you're up to like 4.8 and 5k. So, I mean, not really all that far behind. It looks pretty even so far. And if we take stock of the tower damage, this is one of the interesting things. If a lane is getting won a little bit too hard, then that team that's winning that lane a little bit too much is going to be converting that into actual tower damage. But if it's contested, well, as we kind of see here, everywhere, we're not really seeing that much damage going onto the towers. I don't think any tower is particularly weak. Maybe that mid tower for Parivision has taken maybe the most damage, losing about 25% of its health pool. So far, actually, pretty even game in the early game, Jason. But I don't know what you feel about this. You've watched more on this patch than I have at the moment. Is it more common to see just closer early games now that you've sapped some of the power from some of the more dominant early game heroes?
I would say in a lot of the matches we've seen that were more close and weren't stompy, it would take a little bit longer for the Guardians to go down. But obviously in the stomps, we would see 4, 5, 6 minute Guardians quite early. Now to get back to the top pick in a second, as the lasso immediately blows up Zerg with the help of Together. And you can see Dino already backing away in the lane that we talked about as being relatively quiet. We'll see Listic to go down here with Prestis with a nice dive with the use of that tornado. Sitting on 1,800 souls to spend. And then, well, speaking of Guardian damage, we're going to start to see it come through. I think, if anything, we see teams that have like Mo's and Holidays, have those like facilitators for a lot of these early ganks. They want to get those Guardians down really quickly so they can rotate that player out and leave that lane solo for a farmer. Like looking at the left lane, if they can take this tower, you're going to see Litz leave. And you can see Wolfie just stick to that lane, farm up as much as possible, then he can get involved in these fights when he can. Or even in the mid lane, if they're able to take that down, you can free up now Task to go rotate around, and that allows Together just to free farm for the most part. But to go back to your original question, yeah, I'd say things maybe have gotten a little bit slower when the games are more equal.
I think you just also raised a super good point as to a great argument for putting the Mo and the Holiday on the same lane, so that you can have a tower down really quick, and then the Mo and the Holiday are unleashed to roam, which seems like a huge strong point for both of those heroes. So that's another interesting aspect to it. But yeah, go ahead.
No, and on that note, like, well, I guess I have to get back to the paradoxical swap coming through onto together and the chase with the flying strike. Also, not to mention, with Obi can actually rotate over towards this middle lane, looking for the kill, leaving Shark alone towards the left lane to defend against the two. But one thing I think ZP and I have kind of like caught on to is that maybe it hasn't been tapped into fully at a lot of these teams, but there's a lot of advantage of taking an early Guardian and then putting the player you want to get fed on that farm. If you want to allocate your resources to that specific player, that specific hero, you swap them into that lane, no matter what lane they're in, for them just to continually farm up and then become that really late game power. We've seen multiple games in One Win Bombshell where players would get like 3, 4, 5,000 souls ahead and then have massive impact when they get into these fights. And speaking of fights, we have another one kicking off here with that Affliction going off.
Yeah, and right now it feels like across all of the lanes, Parivision are in the tug of war, getting more progress on their end of things. We've got a dive coming in on that left side in the mid here. We've got also Parivision, pushed up against the tower, or at least the stairs. So putting on more pressure here. But this also does leave them a bit more vulnerable to getting dived on. So they're going to be pretty cautious if ults are up, that you can get in trouble when you're that deep. With that said, we'll have the Amateur coming off the rope there to try to keep that damage in. The Geist, Zergi, coming back onto the mid lane. And there it is. Demob will take down together. Again, pretty committed position. Holiday off that rope is in on the action and doing exactly what needs to be done, which is just backing off. And the lane goes into parity again. So left lane and mid lane, Jason, the Guardians getting pretty weak now for VP.
Yeah, very weak. And that's very worrisome if you're a VP fan out here. Once that Guardian goes down, you're going to free up some really powerful initiators and playmakers for the side of Parivision that they could easily use to bounce back into this game. But as we do approach the 10-minute mark here now, Urn is obviously going to be a big talking point, as it looks like the movement buff will be picked up by Zergi, who's actually wandered over to the right-hand lane. They swap things up. Well, not swap things up. He's head back towards the mid lane. Just want to secure it on the right-hand side. I would expect to see an Urn fight momentarily, but the thing is, if you go for the Urn and you commit to it, you're going to lose the Guardian. And that could be what happens here for VP on the left side now.
Well, I like this dynamic now that the Urn is in play. I am curious what the story of this Urn is going to be at the moment. You've got that Mohawk of the combo around the corner, getting the catch there. The desperate escape from Obi-Kim. It looks labored. Is there an escape here? Burrow comes out to try to finish this one off. Catches the Calico. Sharik will get somewhat low here. Is there a way to get out of here? Ult is popped. And still, we do have Litz out there. And we'll get the finish onto Obi-Kim thanks to Wolfie, who was in tow with the assist there. Lovely stuff there on the left side for Parivision, but going into mid lane is all VP as they're pushing back the forces straight into the Guardian. The dive there is successful, and it's looking like they could convert this into some more tower damage as well. But in the meantime, Jason, we got that Urn. It's been captured by Parivision. Litz is ferrying it across the map.
Yeah, if he's gonna move it across the map, he's gotta do it quickly, because Virtus.pro are gonna take down that Guardian and then use it as a transition point to get towards this right-hand lane, where right now, with Obi-Kim rotating over from base on the respawn, he's looking to reinforce this right-hand lane, looking to take down Prestis. He's trying to run away on this Mirage. Tornado used to go to the safety of Sap, who's currently sitting on 9k souls, even a Traveler away. Probably actually back towards his base here. He headed over to Together. He's gonna have to return very quickly. But also, you have to look at this. Is this Urn actually being attempted by Parivision, or are they just looking to use it to take this middle Guardian to get their flex set unlocked?
Yeah, that's a great point. And the thing is, either way, VP have so many players here, they don't want to waste their time. They're going to commit to taking this tower down. So in a perfect world, yeah, we get the gank coming across here from Parivision from the mid. And there's going to be a 4v4 here with this flanking positioning on the peripheral of the fight from Parivision. Let's see if it's going to work out for them. Oh, well, that's not good there, because Taz gets caught and isolated, and he's now effectively too weak to be in the fight, which gives an advantage to VP here with stronger numbers, with that strong front line. But even still, Together in the mix there. Looks like the damage is coming in from Parivision, and they are sending VP back towards their own Guardian here. Great work from them. And the fact that they didn't even lose their Guardian on this lane, this is already a huge win for Parivision. They're going to get the Guardian. Is there any other hero kills that they can get on top of this to make it even better, even sweeter? Well, it looks like they understand they need to get the hell out of there. There's a lot of ults being used here. VP are, I mean, they're really doing so much damage, and it looks like it's looking so good, Jason, but now Parivision going to lose their own Guardian.
Looking good until it wasn't. I mean, Litz, he got the turn in after that Guardian was taken in towards middle, and we saw the farm come through at us Together. He immediately rotated towards that right-hand lane to give him that man advantage, even though Taz did get caught out and got dropped very low. But Virtus probably able to pick up the 3 kills off of the back of that. Though they might lose out on Listic here with the Lasso coming through, even the affliction for good measure, and the combo on top of this. Parivision immediately strike back off of that in the left lane, confirming even more kills, getting themselves a nice 4K lead. So, I mean, my question earlier on was Parivision, are they going to start to show some improvements over the course of these weeks to be able to take down VP, who have consistently beat them the last 3 to 4 weeks now? I guess we are getting the answer of yes, but can they maintain it is going to be my next question.
I got to jump in straight away, Jason, because the immediate reaction from Parivision was they're like, okay, we won that fight. Invade the jungle. They're in the jungle of VP right now. They're stealing up those Sinner sacrifices. All the Gamba is being taken away in the moments when VP were on the respawns. So Parivision, yeah, they are leveraging the advantage that they just get to compound it into bigger gains. And so that's a great sign here. These are small edges, but they add up.
Something that Aegis Aurora didn't do too often against VP earlier on today. And it's good to see Parivision have that mindset of you got to take a mile here when you're given an inch. Even Shark might be getting caught out here and towards middle, trying to counter out these waves, trying to catch out with Ava, at least get some early information. And you can even see that Virtus.pro, they kind of set up for that potential play as well, but Michaela's going to be pushed on. The lasso, not sure if it's going to quite connect here, as it looks like it did miss. Michaela is able to turn this around for a kill, but they're just outmanned. They're outgunned now. And Obakim's just got to turn tail and run. If anything, buy some time for Shark to get this middle lane walker damage done. But the combo comes through. Obakim gets locked down and together closes it out. And Parivision come out with 2.
It's a pretty clutch combo kill. I think if he gets to that jump pad, I think he's gone. He's out of there. But nice kill though. At least, you know, evening things up on the Guardian front for VP, picking up that left side. But 5k advantage on the souls overall for Parivision. And to be honest, given the fact that they had that successful jungle invade previously, you know, it feels like they're a bit ahead right now. And I like how they're roaming in a pack at the moment, really using that lasso and that combo kill to really extract max value in the roaming.
Oh, they might be getting caught out here, though. At least they have the backup from the lane. The backup's going to have to come in very quickly. You also see Obakim just immediately boost in towards the right-hand side. They want to reinforce this Urn pickup and potentially even get some of these catches. Parivision do back off. Press is able to tornado away from this one. But funny enough, during all of this, you know what we have not seen? We have not seen Saf do really anything so far, though he's sitting on 14,000 souls. And as Parivision do turn around and immediately take down Obakim, they might be giving up ground over towards this Urn turning, where Saf's going to have to be the one to distract and buy time for his team to get here.
Yeah, and I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how Saf plays the positional game with the Death Slams. I mean, that's such a big part of being a good Lash player. Using this high ground, finding the right avenue to maximize the ult. It can completely win a team fight if it's done effectively. But look at the game sense here. VP on the roof. Demov is able to spot, Zergy, sorry, is able to spot this one out with the Geist. So they know the Lash is up in that position. That's a huge bit of info for the team, for VP. So they don't get caught by this. And you can see the positioning here. Parivision are effectively blocking the Urn delivery routes that VP won, and so VP are in a spot where they can't do anything with this Urn.
It's just about keeping an eye on how you allocate your resources now, a very crucial time where teams can get quite far ahead. If you overcommit too many players towards that Urn to defend it, you're losing out on farm around the map, and we can see Virtus.pro are taking advantage of this. They're keeping Obakim near Shark, waiting for the counter gank to come through for Tass, which actually might be happening. You can see Tass and Prestis both going to be in the 2-on-2. Obakim's going to spot out Tass. He's going to back away, make the call for Shark to run. And the Urn, it was, you know, being pushed over towards the turn-in. It's going to be stopped, though. There's no way that turn-in's going to come through. The Warp Stone into the combo directly onto Listic. He's down to 800 HP. He's just trying to survive, but it doesn't seem to matter. Sap comes in from the high ground with the ground slam. And I don't know how that lasso misses in such a tight area to actually connect into. But either way, the fight's going to continue over towards the Urn.
There's that Lash coming in from up high. Gets a couple with that ground stomp, ground strike, ground slam. Your choice, dealer's choice. Now Parivision are in an interesting spot here because they're actually getting a walker on the right side. Prestis on that Mirage has decided not to TP over with the Traveler. Had access to that Traveler for a long time, and they're just going to commit into getting that walker. Will it be interesting to see if that ends up helping them, because VP completely wiped out Parivision, which may not have been the case had Prestis decided to use the Traveler early on in the fight. So again, it's all about the trade-offs here. And for Parivision, they're going to be up a walker, but now the soul difference is even.
And to be fair, that flex slot can be quite huge. Not as big, I think, right now as if we were to, you know, fast forward another 5 minutes. But as we do start to slow things down here, I think it's time to bring in ZP and take stock of how this match is kind of broken out and how Parivision, honestly, have really come into this game looking pretty solid.
I mean, yes, they have, but on the same note, they kind of have to with the comp they're in. They're running a comp that is way more geared to the early game. They're running the Holiday Mo comp, which when you look at the overall scaling of both teams, they need to be ahead for this comp to actually carry them into the end game. And the fact that Virtus.pro is now slightly ahead, let alone being even, is absolutely terrible to them. Dmov in particular got a ton of soul allocation in his way with how that last fight broke down, where Parivision was trying to min-max in terms of getting the walker at the same time as the fight, and while they're able to get the walker, you look at the overall effect of that, Dmov was able to get a ton of farm, and as this game goes on, short of investing both lasso and combo every fight on the Dmov before Shout Transformation comes into play, I think things could get wildly out of hand for Parivision, because when you look at the Lash, also on top of it, a little bit more trending towards early to mid-game power, and Pocket, who just does not scale the way he used to, I think Parivision is actually in deep, deep trouble here, despite the economy seemingly being even.
Let's go to Broadway.
Okay. Definitely some valid points being made in there. I didn't even notice that Dmov was, so far ahead as you bring it up. 21,000 souls for him. Definitely leading the charge. And speaking of charges, shoulder charges, Listic at 15K. I mean, just last week alone, we did see AVG being fed over a lot of farm to keep the Abrams at a point that he could be a viable option in these fights, so he doesn't fall behind. And currently he's sitting at 16K, not really too far behind his team. But either way, I mean, Parivision, I still think macro-wise, they're coming in much better today than they have in previous times. But Dan, as we start to transition to the next urn in about 10 seconds time, you sure as hell know that's exactly what Parivision are setting up for here on this left-hand side.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, Lasso is going to miss, get staked as well. This is not good news. Divine Barrier comes out, and great movement there for the escape. And that's what Holiday is there to do. Get into dangerous positions off the jump pad. Still, I think, somehow up, but there we go. Finally goes down. So much damage coming out there. Not an ideal start to the fight for Parivision, going 5v6. And the commitment now for VP to try to finish things off here, forcing the engage. Now, look at this. We've got a Pocket getting caught. Wolfie getting caught on the side here, trying to play around the sides of the big fight. And it's just all VP here. Brilliant team fight. Splitting up, isolating each player one by one. Now we've got Dmov coming into full force. And it is terrifying to behold. And VP are loving this one. And this is potentially an inflection point, Jason. I think without a strong affliction to start the fight, to connect onto that heavy front line of VP, Parivision are really going to struggle in these big team fights.
I mean, the Affliction, the Death Slam, Listic was able to survive the combo, plus like 2 other people hitting him out of Litz. You need to be able to kill that target right away. Even though you did push Litz out, you still had a lot of other high priority targets available. And now Virtus.pro, they're going to be able to lock down the Rejuvenator. They're going to be able to get the Urn turning as well off of this. They have just had a massive swing in the biggest turning point we're going to see in this game. Going back to what ZP was saying, you need to have that strong mid game here for Parivision, but you can't be missing hooks. You can't be getting caught out here, and you can't be getting engaged on unless you have a great turnaround Death Slam out of Saf, which in that fight, unfortunately, just did not have.
And so it's an interesting spot now for VP. They're going to get, for the first time, I feel like, map control, like a big chunk of map control with that rejuve coming into play. They can invade the jungle. They can put so much pressure onto Parivision. For Parivision, it really feels like they need to be very careful not to get caught in team fights, obviously, at this point. At the same time, I feel like they need, hold that thought. We could have just an immediate catch here onto Prestis, and that's an unfortunate loss for Parivision. And this Walker is under full assault.
Prestis has been given a lot of free farm too in that right-hand lane, able to get the Walker before, and he blew up so damn fast to enter the shadows by Sharik. He's looking to retreat away from Wolfie, who's going for the chase. There's backup for him. Will come in the form of Zergy, but I think it's just going to be too late before he does fall. There he goes. Finally, he does die. But again, Rejuvenator is going to be coming back in for Virtus.pro, still trading at least one of these kills on the Prestis. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see Virtus.pro back away from this now. Wait for those respawns to come through. Those Zergy is sitting on 7,000 souls. Honestly, Virtus.pro right now, they need to get a Walker off this Rejuvenator. They need to be able to spend these souls on some big purchases. Debuff Remover picked up now for Zergy. So sitting on another 4K to spend. Toxic Bullets picked up. And this is getting really tough for Parivision, where if you lose like this next fight, I think you're ultimately just going to lose the match.
Yeah, they're in a really delicate position. I think that's so true. And I think they did a great job getting those 2 kills to really slow down the efforts. They actually even managed to keep the Walker alive, which is pretty huge because that's the singular objective advantage that Parivision currently hold, is the defeat of that right side Walker. But at the same time, big pressure on the left Walker, big pressure on the right Walker. This creates issues for Parivision because they have to figure out how do we split our defense here, and that's by design for VP.
I feel like you just full commit to one of these fights and then you teleport over to the other lane and you can maybe defend against this. I can see Litz on the minimap has gotten aggressive to spot out someone on the right-hand side. Teleports are going to be used as they did shove the wave as quick as they possibly could. The chase coming on this left-hand side. The disengage trying to come through Sap. You just need to get a catch onto one here to really open things up, or maybe Litz can do so. The Shark gets locked down by the combo, and he most likely will not be escaped from this one. Warpstone used to try to catch up onto him. Obikim has gone down to Wolfie. That was on the left-hand side of the map. But in the meantime, Virtus.pro's response was, we're just going to shove mid. We're going to look for the Walker there. We're going to find the hold the defense of Parivision and punish him for it.
Yeah, and this is a great reason to like split your attack between the left and the right side. If the true mission, the true objective is actually that mid Walker. Parivision though chasing things down to see if they can catch any of these stragglers who are trying to retreat, disengage. And look, well, Dimov is pretty weak here on the Yamato. Yamato can be pretty slippery though. We'll see if there's a catch to be made. And there we go. It's going to be the killing blow coming on through from Together. And all right, Parivision not too far behind. Now the rejuve threat is gone. They didn't lose too much of a lead. They also have 10k. That's pretty good, honestly. Like, it's a pretty good result from the rejuve.
Yeah, I think it was a decent hold, all things considered. They did lose out on one Walker getting over the flex spot, but I mean, at the end of the day, it could have been much worse as they did have a decent response to the attack out of Virtus.pro. And I think in the situation they were in, it was difficult to defend all 3 Walkers with rejuved up minions coming their way. So Parivision, they're holding on here, but it still, at least to me, feels like it's just that one fight that's going to determine how this game's going to go. For Virtus.pro, I think if they win a fight pretty cleanly, I think that's going to be the game for them. If Parivision win a fight, I think they need to win maybe even one more on top of that to really have a solid chance of getting back into this, of at least, you know, pushing Virtus.pro into that like 40-minute mark.
Okay, well, aggressive Parivision going for the catch here, finding it off of the combo. Obikim will take a dirt nap, and Parivision will be quickly out of there using the rope. And they have the urn as well, but, well, VP have control of the left side of the map at current times. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one develops. They're going to be making their way across here. And it's, yeah, this urn fight could be pretty huge here, Jason. Might be an opportunity for a potential death slam from Saf if he's able to get into a good position.
He's going to have to swap over the urn to someone else, but maybe this is a good time to bring in Alex, not even ZP. It's going to be Alex, the man himself, if he has the energy for it. He's not too sleep deprived, to talk to us about the state of this urn right now.
Yeah, the state of the urn right now is that Parivision is desperately trying to hold on to where they're at in the game. And right now, they open up with the Holiday, lasso onto Abrams, who's got a seismic slam out of there. Their early to mid-game advantage from Parivision has just been really eradicated, and now they have to look down a Yamato who's almost as terrifying as me.
I could hear some wrestling commentary with that kind of voice, and I would be very, very happy. The urn now sitting at the turn-in spot. Shadow Transformation going to be coming through at a Dmod, looking for the chase, looking to catch out directly onto Wolfie. They're able to pick up the urn and back away from here, not really feeling fully committed that they can actually secure this one, and instead trying to go for the deny, throws it away so no one can turn it in the midst of this fight. As Michaelis on the high ground is just looking for these snipes off towards the side. But you can see Parivision, their health is getting so low. Tass is down to 1 HP. Litz is down to 1 HP. But in the meantime, they're able to pick up the kills onto Dmov, on a Shark as well. Michaelis with those snipes able to take down Litz, at least Tass. He has to be very careful about his position. You can see on the minimap, he has backed away to maybe look for the urn instead. The Virtus.pro on the Overwatch position are looking still to defend this turn-in.
Yeah, and finally, Pressa is really getting his, you know, what you like to see in a Mirage fight. Just basically getting to fire your gun almost consistently at your opponents, building up the Jin's mark here, getting a little bit low. Demon, or rather, Sergi, always a problem, always a problem. Tornado comes in, and it's so low. And oh my goodness, that's so unfortunate for Pressa. Sergi able to get out of that one with 2 kills in hand.
Did I just, okay.
Was it deep from you on the Jin's Park?
I thought we saw an Echo Shard tornado, unless I'm just really sleep deprived out of Prestis. Is that right? Is if we can potentially hop over to his items really quick? I thought I saw 2 tornadoes in that fight, like one right after another. I could be wrong. I am on very little sleep from today. But the Urn can be picked back up again for Saf and moved over towards the left-hand side once again. As we're going to have another refight breakout here between these teams. Position, though, held by VP here, Dan.
Yes, yes. And the mid-boss being now up at the same time raises the stakes to a lost fight. In fact, it could be game-ending.
Okay, no Echo Shard. I'm just sleep deprived. I don't know why I thought I saw 2 tornadoes there, but thank you, observers. I appreciate that production for showing us. But VP have given up ground. Instead, they're going for the rejuve, while the Urn is going to be secured for Parivision. I think this is just a complete give up. I don't think they have a chance to contest. They're too far out of position, and a trade that VP is willing to make.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, VP didn't, again, capitalize massively off the last rejuve. You would expect this to be a little bit different with later in the game here. And now the question is, if Parivision can catch a couple picks, either through a use of Death Slam, something like that, before VP is in like a good battle formation where they're all kind of somewhat together. Like right now, for example, if you're in a position to like initiate onto 1 or 2 players and have a slight numbers advantage to get those kills, that would actually kill so much time on the rejuve, and it would give you a lot of breathing room if you're Parivision. But the worst case scenario is when essentially all the lanes start to get pushed, and then VP can kind of roll in as a death ball, and you can't have access to slowing them down in any way, and they can exert their advantage much more fully. But with that said, Jason, we saw Parivision down 10k post last rejuve. They were ahead slightly, 3k or 3k on the souls. So whatever they're doing right now in terms of managing their economy, despite giving up 2 rejuves, is working.
Yeah, the last Urn turn in plus the cleanup of that fight definitely help it out when it comes to souls. Make sure to farm up the jungle before this next fight breaks out, which honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see VP not really do much off of this, considering how much time's already gone through with the rejuve, sitting on 1 minute and 40 left on it. It's also interesting to note that, you saw Listic's items there. So instead of going for the Fleetfoot, is going for Warpstone instead to kind of make up for that mobility. As you won't have the HMC tech to use anymore. The next turn has spawned in. Maybe this is exactly what they're going to be using the rejuve for, to secure the Urn and at least for them get a lead when it comes to souls. And Parivision is set up for it. We're talking about these initial picks, and honestly, like some of these ults out of Saf just haven't been too impressive. Maybe I'm being too judgmental. And the last fight we saw towards the Urn on the left-hand side, he used it onto Michaelis only, I believe, when he was sitting back on top of these some of these buildings, and they're able to get the kill onto him. But I still feel like there could be more he's grabbing. But at the same time, like, if he just gets like 1 or 2 in the initial part of the fight and they get kills off that, the value's there. He doesn't need to hit these big 5-6 man death slams, because then they also have the pick potential with Lasso. With combo, which we're seeing right now, Demov, and there's no backup here to take down Demov. Is just going to debuff remover. Even the rescue beam going to come through for him to get away. But at least they forced him out of the fight initially.
Yeah, and the fight now kind of making its way a little bit further back towards the Parivision Walker. And Parivision, they're going to lose together pretty quick here. And looking at the health bars, VP pretty damn healthy at the moment. Listic took a lot of damage on the Abrams, but able to disengage and allow his teammates to do the rest of the damage. They're continuing to pursue the fight as well. The death ball for VP is absolutely alive right now and is pushing forwards, knocking at the door of this right side Walker. And Parivision going to have to do everything they can to try to defend it. They don't really have that much. I mean, there's still potentially an Affliction left, but it feels like too late for an Affliction to really have impact in the fight. So Wolfie is going to try to delay things here, in and out with the cloak and the satchel. And VP, I don't think they're going to be denied this. Walker, at this rate right now, they are not being deterred.
I want to make sure to get the Urn turned in. Rejuve has disappeared, so I think they're being a little bit cautious here on that push in towards the Walker, as they have been able to finally take the soul lead back for themselves. We can see the Wolfies farming up the left-hand side while all this is happening. And again, like, I think this is kind of the state of best of ones, is that you don't want to make these major mistakes, and it costs you that chance to go up against one win and potentially win out $1,000. And I kind of respect it. It's just tough to know that that one mistake could cost you the game, especially this late in it, as we're at the 32-minute mark. Oh man, I think I'm having a stroke. I'm gonna go like take 30 grams of creatine after this game.
Yeah, you should. Well, so really interesting game so far, because if we look at one of the points CP raised previously, like, it's so right to raise, is the scaling question of which team scales better into the late game. And if you're the team that scales better into the late game, you don't mind playing a slow game like this. where things are somewhat even, because it will look even on the souls, but you're gonna end up having more value even if the souls are even, just because of how much better your team scales. So very little jungle left on the map, and a couple minutes left for the next urn. This is one of those spots where it's ripe to find picks. So we'll see if Parivision can do so. They're kind of working on that one. You can see right now they're in position trying to work on it. But at the same time, really cool from Sharik to see him there on Ava, just trying to get information, trying to scout. It's like the human ward, essentially, in cat form. And it's a really good way to use the Calico. And look at the scouting here from Parivision. They're really trying to find something and pressure this left side walker.
Man, if we ever get like a dog skin for Calico, I'm gonna be so happy, and I'm gonna buy that ASAP. I don't want to see any cats on my screen. All these cat lovers out there in chat.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, I really hate cats, man. You're like the worst pet. But anyways, before I get any hate in chat, in about 45 seconds of time when it actually gets put out to them, both teams playing so cautious. 33 minutes. I mean, mid-boss spawning in 30. And then we have the urn spawning in about a minute from now. So pretty much a 30-second window when Rejuve respawns through. And maybe we're seeing Virtus.pro kind of already position themselves for it. They have to obviously push out the right lane a little bit more again, because Press is continuing to get farmed up at 41,000 souls, and Saf as well at 37,000. Big chunk of their economy in those three players were together. He's the one falling far behind, 30K. Not really that impressive, but to be fair, at the same time, as long as he has his ult maxed out, he can still put down a lot of pain in these fights. He can still clean up these fights if he gets to that point, if they have the damage across the board.
And the cool thing too is, Wolfie and Prestis, Pocket and Mirage, really great job on their farm. Really, really great job. That's exactly where you want to see them, like leading the way on the team essentially, and especially I think Wolfie with Pocket, because we talked a lot about that. But I'll hold that thought for a second, because we have a fight that's brewing here in around the mid, or rather the right buff bridge. We'll see what can be found here. You got a potential lasso, got a barrel tossed up there. It's going to catch a couple players. Are we going to get a death slam here from Sat? Definitely would love to land a good one, but needs to find the right moment when the opponents are distracted to get good coverage. Right now, everybody is fighting around the mid side, and it's going to be very tough here for Parivision, because they are doing the right, or VP are doing the right thing. They're operating these closed spaces, and they get a pick off in the closed spaces. Still even on the overall souls, but it feels like VP are definitely, the advantage seems to forever be sort of on their side.
Well, at least for Parivision, they do get the left-hand walker while this is happening. Shark going to go for the chase on the press. He's just going to travel their way smartly enough. So again, at least they get something off it. Lose one player, but yeah, you still get a pretty big objective here. But there's still a big objective to be taken with the Ryuju currently up in towards middle. So Parivision have to be so careful to not lose on any other players. Sap to go for the death slam. He's actually going to cancel out on this one. Actually, no, maybe he did hit Michaelis in that. Michaelis might be all they need, but Zergi's there to immediately back up his teammate. Metal's going to be used out of Sap to try to buy some time, but he's going to fall while Demov is dove in deep into the backlands of Parivision, and it's all going the way of Virtus.pro. Only Prestis and Tass left remaining. Tass has been able to escape back towards his own base, but Virtus.pro are going to punish the rest of Parivision, and they're going to have themselves Urn and Rejuve off this. By the way, DDK, I have to mention, did you say Deathy was looking for a good death slam? You got Deathy on the mind, or did I mishear that? Again,
did I say that?
I honestly,
I'm really tired. So third-party judge, he did say that, and I was wondering, I was like, wait, did he just say Deathy? What is going on here?
How much you pay to do that, Dan?
I think it's going to be the fault of one of you two. I feel like, I don't know, the association from all those NA broadcasts. I feel like it's somebody's fault here, not mine. I feel like it's not my fault.
Okay. How can we associate for the NA broadcast when TF2 Boomers has dodged invites like the last 5 weeks in a row?
Whoa,
you're not getting out that easy, Dan. I'm sorry.
Well,
I need someone to blame. Come on, you understand?
They're getting lassoed and cobbled under Walker, and he still comes out to survive the fight. What the hell? That should have been a guaranteed kill coming through, and the rest of, well, VP are going to be here. Demov, he's going to be the one chasing forward. Opakim's going to be teleporting from the left-hand side as they took a walker over there. Listic takes the right-hand walker, and VP are starting to grab a massive lead of 27,000 souls and looking to take the base. Presses Wolfie. They need to respawn back through, but Blitz down with 74 seconds on the respawn. This is a lot of ground that VP can get.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Obviously, it's with Saf has that. Sorry, I mean Deathy has that Death Slam online. So we'll see what Deathy's able to do.
Roster changes here, Dan.
Gotta lean in, man. You gotta lean in. Gotta own it. got to own the mistakes that you're not to blame for. That's what I always say. So, all right. So this is a difficult situation for Parivision. I mean, it feels like they've been holding on. They've been holding on, but at no point are they able to like actually have enough like arm strength to kind of do that pull up. They're on the edge of the cliff. They can like that grip strength is working for them, but they don't have any more pulling strength left to actually like get back on top and start making things happen. I don't know if this analogy is really working for you, Jason, but
I understand it. I mean, I've bouldered. Yeah. I can't really do pull-ups that easily. I can do chin-ups, but not really pull-ups. The last one has come in out of task. I think that was on the Listic, who's just going to shoulder charge through to look for the shrine to go down. Demov, the shadow transformation come through. Finally, a big death slam coming through, but Parivision need to capitalize off this as they have not got a kill from that just yet. Sap backs away. And the rest of Parivision, with everyone respawn back through, are looking to defend something for their side. Michaelis is going to fall. Shard looking to run, or turn tail and run as he gets comboed back to his team. And he should, I guess, ideally die, but he still has Enter the Shadows left available to run away with. As Virtus.pro will lose out on Obi Kim, but the Rejuvenate are going to get them back online here momentarily. I think one hole we've seen, though, for Parivision is, I feel like the Mo and Krill has massively fallen off. And ZP, I guess we can bring you in for this. We've seen multiple times now where these combos come through, and they're not able to kill that target.
I mean, you're just outscaled at this point. There's no other way of putting it, where when you run the Holiday Mo comp, you have a window to win the game and get ahead. Parivision missed the window, and there's a reason why Yamato is so incredibly highly valued right now, is that if you get into the late game and things are in this sort of situation, it's going to be really hard to actually deal with it. Also, I mean, you stop and think about the rest of Parivision's draft. I'm sorry, I'm not the biggest fan of Pocket in this current meta. It just, we've barely talked about Wolfie this game. There's generally a reason for that. The back end of the Parivision draft going for the Lash Pocket, I don't know. I mean, it kind of overly skewed them into an early to mid game comp, and now that you're in the late game, it's like, what, you have 51k Geist? Abrams that's still like actually quite competitive on the same of it, a Yamato and a Calico. Like, unless VP completely beefs, there's very little winnable options here for Parivision, and it's kind of like the scenario that we've seen quite a bit on this patch already, where even if you get the ideal engage for Parivision, where you get like a lasso into a combo and you cleanly kill one person, the rest of VP can probably win 5-on-6, and that's just the reality of the team compositions you have right now.
Damn. Well, here we go. Next turn, Dan. Going to be looked to secure it out of Litz, but he gets blown up before he has a chance. Combo still available, but he's going to have to wait 70 seconds to actually use it. As Virtus.pro are going to look for the final nail in the coffin to take Parivision down. Once again, Debuff through space and time. Another round in a row, able to push onto Sap to take him down. Wolfie trying to run back to bases together down. 37,000 souls, completely warp stones, and he tries to run away. But you can't escape Debuff, you can't escape the Yamato, and you're not going to escape Virtus.pro. Oh my god.
Is this Attack on Titan? What is happening? Oh my god. Oh, hello. Okay, well, we've been lassoed. Is that enough to take down? Okay, well, you got Mirage on you too. You're not living. Okay, there we go. Finally, the Yamato has been defeated. Well, Parivision only have 2 players left though, and given the fact that Patron is now taking quite the beating, it might, I mean, with the respawn times being so long, VP might decide to stick around here and just end the game. They're certainly in the position to do so, and I mean, they got a lot of damage, so they can just melt the weakened Patron real fast. So they're gonna be looking to go into the pit here.
Sap up in 3 though. A big death slam can be exactly what they need. Parivision need to be careful to not lose out on too many players as Wolfie gets sniped down and eliminated by Michaelis. Once again, there's the death slam into the spawn. Only gonna catch onto 1 though as he gets interrupted at the end of this and gets completely blown back up. And Virtus.pro, it took them almost 42 minutes of time, but they have once again defended their title, albeit with no prize earnings on top of that, up against Parivision for a 4th week in a row, securing their chance once again against 1 win in our money match here.
Wow, that was interesting. I mean, it was interesting to see the longevity that we had out of the Parivision comp, given all of the issues that we highlighted and some of the struggles I think that we saw. They made the game very competitive, and I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means that VP didn't play maybe as well as you would have expected. I don't know if it means that Parivision played better than you would expect, or what exactly that's down to. But regardless, Parivision did a great job in staying competitive there. And what most impressed me, Jason, I have to say, is how when they were in bad positions in the middle to late game, they managed to create a situation where they lost well, as we like to say, where they only gave up 10k souls when they lost the rejuve. They went for the right fights. They played the macro well to really minimize those advantages. But eventually, they just couldn't claw back, and it just became too much. But I respect that.
Back. I see what you did there. Just really bringing out that hatred in my eyes once again when it comes to cats. But you know who doesn't hate cats? I think it's ZP who's going to be joining us once again here on the desk to break down that last game. I would say, I mean, Parivision, they definitely are starting to look much better in the early game, much better in the mid game. But as you did point out, their comp did have no end game to it, as Virtus.pro having the stronger late game heroes.
How smooth.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, they missed their window, as I said, towards the end of the game. And look, I think part of it too is that I don't think they had the best backup towards the end. Is that I think the first half of the draft, really strong, really standard from what we've seen on this patch here so far, where you open up, you go with Mo, Holiday, and look, they got a lot of traction there at points. I think they had some fights where maybe they pushed a little bit too deep, right? Where you have the Mirage split pushing onto the Walker that you get, but in response, you end up feeding like 3 to 4 kills to D-Mov on the back end and give D-Mov suddenly a ramp to just start taking over the game as Yamato. But also you take a look at the general heroes that are picked. You had so much good frontline on VP that for Parivision, if you did not get about 20 to 30k ahead, the result that we saw was going to be inevitable.
Well, you know what? Speaking of inevitability, it's our player of the match presented by Intel. Who's it going to be, ZP? Who did you choose?
You know, it's a tough choice because it was kind of a team effort, but you look at the end, it's got to be D-Mov, especially just defying reality at the very end, just being proof as to why Yamato has gone up so much in just 1 week on the tier listing in a E-shiftless less world. And at the end of it, it just comes down to the fact that for VP, they were able to sustain these fights to a crazy degree. And arguably you could have given this to Zergy too, where Zergy was, you know, eating a lot of cooldowns prior to the D-Mov even getting into some of these big fights, paving the way for D-Mov to clean up. But you still got to execute in on it. And we go to the highlights here. I gotta tell you, it's mostly a Yamato highlight reel for the last half of the game, as D-Mov landing grapples left, right, and center, good power slashes, even better game sense on top of it. And you know, you hit a point too where you kind of mentioned at one point, hey, Litz was far behind, is that there's a point where Litz couldn't even keep a combo going, whether it be on D-Mov or otherwise, without dying mid-combo. And the chase down here was just relentless, where once Parivision, you know, you had their lasso and combo on cooldown, there was nothing really left to stop D-Mov from exerting his will in the game.
Well, Dan, let's take a look at our match stats here. We can see Zergy just getting his farm on in typical Zergy fashion, 54,000 souls. And to be fair, though, he was extremely hard to kill in the end of this game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zergy did a great job. I mean, also the damage output in the fight is like the tracking aim is still pretty legendary on that trackball. You know, with all of that damage getting connected with the Geist revolver. So really solid fights from Zergy. I loved just anytime we were on Zergy's POV, we saw that 1v2 like in the Veil on the right side of the map, or just chasing kills down. Always looks very efficient and strong in that role on Geist, which is really cool because you've got multiple like really good Geist players. In D-Mov obviously has a really nasty Geist as well. So, and I think Listic has played it too, right? So with that said, I'm like, the thing that I hate about this game is I feel like Wolfie, if the comp was a bit different, maybe we would have seen a lot more impact from Wolfie, because Wolfie did a great job keeping up in terms of the soul count. And I feel like Pocket will be a slower starter, but I don't know that Socket's going to be like terrible in the mid to late game. The Affliction is still something that really was very powerful, especially against the type of comp that VP has. So I don't know if where I am on the Pocket right after this game.
Yeah, and I think we're also still a little bit unsure. I think obviously Ethereal Shift does help quite a bit when it comes to survivability, which is weird to say when you're playing Pocket and you already have insane survivability. But ZP, one thing I think that Parivision is lacking is something you saw them do not too long ago, bringing in Wolfie into the team. They needed another playmaker, not necessarily in terms of like playing Holiday or Mo, but someone who can really help carry a team. But I feel like we haven't seen Wolfie really be that just yet for Parivision. And at the same note, Together, who, when I thought of Yamato, I thought of Together hand in hand. He's not been gifted the hero that he used to carry the likes of Parivision on in the past.
I mean, also, these things are true, but also you look at the general composition, they kind of picked a comp that was in the realm where they weren't really going to get a whole lot of late game carry power to begin with. And, I just kind of want to piggyback on what Dan was saying in regards to the pocket and, maybe pocket wasn't that bad. I agree. Like, once you get out of the lane phase, you were relying on pocket more for, affliction and setting up fights in that matter. But with the team comp that Parivision went for, there wasn't really a front line to play around in the same way. It was kind of having to, really dart around, pick and choose your maneuvers. Meanwhile, you think about difficulty and execution between the two team comps. VP eventually hit a point in the game where their difficulty and execution was running at Parivision, where Parivision is just like, okay, now we have to like try and make sure we land a good affliction, and also Saf may be able to land a good death slam on top of, do we get high value off our lasso and combo? Like, you have the equations all laid out for Parivision on how they have to win a team fight into the late game, and VP's just like, hey, we scale well. Also, one thing I want to note here on the Lash for those wondering is like, well, maybe you're seeing Lash get played more by some teams because of scrimbucks. I asked Lightbringer off the cuff, is like, so what do you think of Lash? And his response is like, I don't know. I can't understand it. Lash has been, even in scrims, Lash has been losing everything. So, remains to be seen.
Well, unfortunately for Parivision, oh, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was going to say one extra point I think the ZP also made there is that just if you think about it, like the dynamics with the heroes like Lash, like Pocket, you're thinking, oh, how do I orient I need to come in with an ult at the right position at the right timing. And so and if you have multiple heroes like that on your team, that's difficult. It makes it even more difficult to find that timing.
Well, speaking of timings, we don't have much time left here in this challenger match over in EU. We still have, of course, our money match to come up between OneWin, the defending champions for multiple weeks, and the killers of Virtus.pro here, as they get their rematch once again. That's going to be a best of 3 coming up after a short break. Here's the DFN number 23 presented by Intel, and we'll see you all shortly. Win up against Virtus.pro here to defend their title once again. I feel like I said that a lot of times these last weeks, as Virtus.pro look to finally reclaim that throne if they can do so. The Kelvin Shiv combo seems to be more of a common occurrence, as OneWin used it to great success early on, confirming quite a few kills. But even with that, Virtus.pro still get the first Guardian in the right lane at 7:30 in, but with the Guardians down, both teams start to rotate more around the map as the first Urn spawns in. ABL managed to get his hands on the Urn, but a massive fight breaks out, resulting in a turn-in for VP.
Kelvin over the top on the back line, playing with some of his HP, doesn't have ulti, and there's the talked about that Stormcloud over the top, but hold on, he's gone overseas. Calls the bluff.
Zergy got chunked before the Stormcloud started, gave them enough to stop the storm. VP, though, fighting on back, tooth and nail, trading out. 3 for 3 or now 3 for 4. Meanwhile, the Urn still yet to be turned in, and all the chaos picked up by Overseas towards the very end. It's going to be, nope, not turned in just yet. Demov comes on in, gets the pick off.
Knowing the Urn would be the next POI, VP had set up for it, pushing a Walker with Parivision on the other side of the map. Either way, OneWin managed to get a hold of the Urn, getting a turn-in plus 2 kills.
To get Zergy low before Stormcloud comes in, but this side, we're going to Frozen Shelter. We're going to try and cut people off here. They're looking for the Paradox. They're going to be able to get Obakim down here. They pop the goo ball, and wait, it got Zergy! The goo ball got Zergy! That is unreal! Xenon with the interrupt!
Just rolled him over. VP down 2. OneWin managed to keep everybody alive. Abrams is low, but now the Talon Bird chasing in. Pops Sharik. Abrams kiting it back now, trying to stay alive. The one who's potentially vulnerable, but the rest of OnePin almost certainly going to come in and help clean this one up.
Eventually, VP get in position to take another Walker, with Zergy sacrificing himself for it. Move ahead a few minutes, and VP were able to take down the shrines off the back of catching 2 players of Parivision in their own jungle. In typical OneWin style, they lurk in the jungle trying to get a catch on VP.
Interrupted mid-Stormcloud, but Listic under attack, goes for the pretty early swap, gets stuck in the Frozen Shelter right after. Guys, is pretty survivable, but that's a little bit too much. However, the cavalry is here. Zergy this time dropping a Stormcloud. Gets out of it pretty early. Still, though, got decent value for a few seconds. Empty Dreams, so able to take down MKLS, and now the turn back on the Zergy. Braid out of the shift. 3 down for VP.
After an uncontested Ryuju take for OneWin, a potentially game-deciding fight breaks out.
Just let that play out, though. They aren't coming to this. They're going to stay on a 5-on-5.
They're going for the full-time left. Meanwhile, Zanya, though, able to land the charge in onto Listic. Still committing even after the swap. Swap down for Listic. Listic now low. Listic a real target. Zergy gonna drop the Stormcloud to try and buy some cover.
Here's the Stormcloud.
Does just that. I mean, gives a little bit of room. Both teams down 1. Rejuve, though, advantage. Still the 1 win. Shadow Transformation not going to be used here. ABL hopping on in. Holiday in his sight, chases it down. Meanwhile, the back end of the fight, Shriek and McKellis able to take down 2. ABL still full HP, but a lot to work back from here. There's 1 win. Down in 1 by the numbers. Take a look back over the D-Mob, though. D-Mob pretty much full HP off to the other side. Catches Flammable on the chase. ABL down long after Shadow Transformation is off the board.
With both teams set up in the middle, another fight breaks out at the 35-minute mark, and VP were able to outlast 1 win.
Used early. Mid-fight.
Swap misses, though. But Flammable already almost dead.
Flammable super low. Yeah, he has to drop. I think he's in shelter as we speak right now. Shelter is dropped. VP right now looking for a way to win this fight. Grab the next mid-boss. Owl, though, going to get dropped right into the thick of VP. Set anything here for 1 win right now. Both teams
VP are so strong. They're just not losing HP in their players right now. Yamato pops ulti, but everyone is low. I mean, look at the health bars on 1 win. Player down, second soon to fall. Xenia, 1 HP, and the Abrams goes down. VP still full strength.
Yeah, meanwhile, ABL is super low. Maybe he could find an opportunity to pick something down. Maybe he could get on the Zergy, but I think VP, they've been able to get their wounded a little bit more disengaged. Track down the wounded of 1 win in turn.
The lead had grown to over 50k just 4 minutes after the last fight due to the back-to-back urn turns for VP, leading to the final fight of the first match.
Force on Paradox. They're committing everything. Frozen Shelter as well. He's trapped in the corner, but he's dancing around the wall as well. It's hard to actually catch and kill this Paradox. The rest of VP are here. They are going to get the opening kill, but hold on, is it enough?
It's turned into a full-scale team fight right now, so they get the opening kill, but did you burn too many resources for it? ABL, Shadow Transformation, already about to fade. Take a look at Empty Dreams, though. Empty Dreams. Tanky, whole, healthy right now. Looking for opportunities for killing blow at the moment. You know, they get the buff, rotate around, but this is still a good, potentially very dead Shiv. Drops the shift at the very end, but has welcoming committee out for him at the end. And the ground floor didn't fare much better there, Jake, either. One win.
Zergy was able to get out of that scenario on the 7, able to live and reset, and this is very likely the game.
On their quest to reclaim the throne of Europe, about to take down the patron here in map 1. 1 win, still 10 seconds to get a lot of their team back up. A few respawners here and there, but the damage onto the patron, overwhelming.
There's a reason we usually see VP ban out Bebop against 1 win, as Overseas puts on an absolute clinic in lane.
Oh boy, he's dead. He's just done.
He's gone. Just
do anything about Calico, probably one of the more survivable players, but that nice hook on the Yamato doesn't have ulti online. Very likely to get popped here, and there she goes, man.
With the first urn in play, we see a massive fight take place.
Pressure onto the urn turn.
It's Kelvin getting caught. May need to pop the shelter just to live. Isn't even going to get it off. Just burst it down. Listic as well, soon to follow. The fight elsewhere looking decent for VP, but very low players on a lot of these numbers. 1 win team scrapping it out. So far, 4-3 advantage for them.
Meanwhile, you got Shriek running away again. A little bit of cover as Hyper Beam comes in from Overseas. Urn, though, you look at who has it. It's 1 win.
Overseas continues to be a nuisance as he also picks up Silence, preventing any escape when he lands a hook, as Michaelis found out quite a few times. 20 minutes in, 1 win were able to get the mid-boss off the back of catches on Obi Kim and Shark, giving a massive boon. The lead had grown to 40k as VP becomes desperate, trying to take the buffs.
There's Zion gets Michaelis down. Shelter not enough to save. 2 already dead for VP, and yeah, this one is getting more over the not. Zergy tries to drop the Storm Cloud, gets the Looney Tunes anvil directly to the head.
The snowball continued for 1 win, with Zanya acting as a human ward for information, and 1 win tie up the series.
Bombs from Paradox. This is going to be so annoying for VP to fight. And D-Mob is gone. Silence again. Just can't get his ulti off. Like the last 10 times he's been caught.
Yeah, the MVP presented by Intel, the item Silence X.
Let's be real. The MVP of this particular game is for sure the guy who bought it. Overseas, insane game, and here it is. Just 1 win, ending the game. No surprises. Based on how the last 10 minutes have gone, this outcome has felt inevitable. I mean, talk about a mental turnaround for our squad, right?
Overseas was easily becoming the MVP of the series, carrying in the last match on Bebop and this match with his Owls on Great Talon.
That forcing the Kelvin Dome and then re-engaging, able to take down Shiv, and Zergy Hall could not escape.
In that lane, wait, Owl? Here we go, Overseas. Look at the set it on up. Does looks like I live there? No. ABL immediately there at the killing blow.
With 1 win striking first, getting mid tower at 8:30 in, VP tries to gain some control by going for the first urn, but end up losing it to the fight of 1 win. Looking to get their lead stabilized, 1 win forced a fight in the mid lane with man advantage and getting the urn turn in.
Pocket shows the map and you know that you have the advantage. And for now, you decide first one on the menu. Listic chopped on up from ABL. And this is a tanky Shiv. Doesn't really care. Can move on forward. Wants another piece of the Calico here and now. Michaelis caught on the other end. Meanwhile, the Urn gets turned in.
Approaching the 20-minute mark, and there only being 3k souls difference between the two teams. Initial catch on Michaelis trying to secure the left buff turns into a massive lead for 1win.
Changing situation. Big parry from Michaelis. Counter parry though from the Yamatos. And he with the double outplay, very nice stuff. Good heads up counter.
It's been a tough game for Michaelis, and I think a good portion of that is just simply the Shiv punishing the burst damage and Yamato space warp deep over and in. Power Slash finishes off the deal. The burst on the Zergy, sublime. The overseas ABL connection. VP down 3 and 1win. This is going to give them a definitive advantage in the game now, Jake.
Off the back of that fight, 1win go for mid boss, only for Michaelis to make up for getting caught just before.
The well-played spam is out. Uh-oh, problems. All right, and they're going for this though.
Steal it. Let's see how this goes. And they get the steal. Michaelis on the steal. The real play for VP now is a spam well played in turn. Let them know. One well played for another. But VP, they get the steal. They lose 3 in turn.
Hovering over a 30k lead, 1win know they're in the driver's seat as they punish VP trying to contest the Urn.
All in for the Urn. All teams on deck. 6 on 6. Empty Dreams immediately punishing Listic. 2 down, 4 VP as 1win. Aggressively goes in, flexing their stat advantage. Is it going to be enough? Anvil onto Paradox and back. Overseas, continuing to just crunch on damage with the power shots.
Some smart use of the Urn out of flammable lures VP out of their base, allowing 1win to secure shrines and patron. This all leads to the final fight, with Overseas just being too far ahead of VP, and 1win turned into 4win, defending the title once again.
In here, this one's over, baby. 1win. Want to claim this trophy. Want to claim that $1,000 cash prize.
1win on the final approach. A patron is getting pummeled. VP, they looked intimidating, but this week will not be the week that they reclaim the throne. 1win, throwing it on in, and they might be sponsored by the org 1win, but the way they're looking right now, you at least got to call them 4win. 4 times back-to-back, you're champions of Deadlock Fight Night Europe.
And it seems like when 1win get put on the back foot, like they did against Parivision being down 0-2, like they did against Virtus.pro being down 1-0, they strike back and claim the title, once again defending it for another week and proving to be really the best team in EU. Well, make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In, and go check out the other recaps, especially the NA ones coming up later on. And we're back here at the Deadlock Fight Night number 23, presented by Intel, as we finally make our way into our EU money match, with 1win taking on Virtus.pro in a best of 3 to see who can be crowned the best team in EU, and of course take home the $100,000. Wow, I'm getting really ahead of myself there. $1,000 for themselves. Just got still joined by Dan, and we got to see VP in particular. They drafted for that late game play up against Parivision. They dragged the game out long enough for it to become effective, and then they did wipe the floor with Parivision, but they have struggled so many weeks now to take down 1win. Will this finally be the week?
Will this be the week? I mean, it's so possible. A new patch. Last time there was a new patch, VP obviously struggled a bit, but at the same time, I mean, we're not having such a significant change of 4 lanes to 3. And I feel like this patch helps VP. Like, it helps their style of play. So we'll have to actually see how things actually pan out with 1win, what adaptations they may have, because they got nerfed pretty hard. They were all about leveraging the early game heroes and the playmakers, and those guys got the hardest nerf bats to the face on this go of the patch.
Well, you know what? We can't do this show alone. I have to reluctantly bring in the most handsome man on DFN, which brings me into the 5th most handsome man on DFN. We got Jake coming in here to break things down. Jake, you got to see the first match. What was your quick take on how things went down?
Yeah, I mean, it's just classic Virtus.pro in form, showing what their potential is as a team as they look to regroup and go up for another shot against 1win, who have been pretty undeniably dominant in EU right now. I mean, 4 in a row wins here on DFN. At this point, you've got to consider them the heavy favorite, but VP look as good as ever.
Yeah, looking good as ever, and we did get to see the VP roster earlier on, so why don't we take a look here at the 1win roster, if you guys might have forgotten about who is actually on this team. ABL, for me, definitely been one of the stars, but honestly, Dan, Overseas, I think he's the real MVP of the team, man. He is like silently and sometimes not so silently being such a big playmaker for this roster.
Yeah. Overseas has been really interesting because, yeah, I mean, two super high impact heroes that you get to see from overseas, the Bebop or the Grey Talon, and you can't ban them both, ladies and gents. And so, we usually get to see overseas on one of the two, and they have such high impact in the early game, the mid game, the late game. So it's been really interesting to see overseas be so important for the team, where you also see players like ABL being a really important star and carry for the team, and then Empty Dreams, who also has really big performances on carry roles. So it's really hard with this roster because anywhere you look, you're going to be running into quality, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing them be able to take these titles back to back. And it's a team that's very hard to win a draft against.
Yeah, and Jake, I mean, getting to talk about one win here, and we talk about a star-studded lineup. I feel like every single player on this roster has had their own moment, though I think seeing Zanya playing Lash most likely, hopefully, for ZP's sanity, not going to be happening here in this best of 3.
Yeah, it seems like teams have strayed away from it a little bit, although not in the last series, so you never know. I do think that the strength of one-win team is really, almost the way that a Deadlock team needs to be built, which is that anybody can have a pop-off game and can turn into the carry for that game. It's kind of the nature of the game. You don't really have the hard carry roles where you do in other MOBAs. The farm distribution is not as natural to have a 1 through 6 prio, and so I think you kind of need a lot of players who can all whoever's having that good start, whoever's finding those early kills, and whoever comes out alive after a big early team fight with a lead. You need them to be that player who can take that opportunity and turn it into a really dominant spot in the game. And I think that's what one-man team is. Anybody on this roster could have a good early game and could become that late game carry threat. And so they're a very difficult team to play against because there's not just one guy you can focus and keep down. They kind of stay away from that type of a play style, and I think that makes them particularly difficult to counter, like you were mentioning, Dan, in the draft.
Well, one advantage, Dan, going into this for VP is that Pocket has had nerfs, Calico has had nerfs, and those have been two heroes that one win have heavily relied on for their success these last 4 weeks of time. So if any moment is perfect for Virtus.pro to finally take back the title, take back that belt, it's got to be this week.
Ban the Geist. Ban the Geist would be just, I don't know if that's is that a new cool thing that you could do? I feel like maybe it is, based on everything you guys have been saying that you've been seeing in the new patch, and based on VP's preferences, it might not be a terrible ban to go for, because Geist is also one of those heroes that also, okay, it's gonna be Sinclair, cool. So it's one of those heroes, to finish my point, that kind of ties together the roster because it performs multiple functions, but most importantly is a high damage dealing, a tanky hero.
Sinclair is actually kind of an interesting ban for me for one-win team, because I feel like they're the team that uses a lot of Sinclair. I don't see VP pick it all that often. I mean, I'm sure that they could pilot it, but still surprised with Holiday available. I'd expect maybe that's the direction VP go. And yeah, they are going to take it first. So one-win team, let's see what the response is. Do they want to lock up the Paradox? Are they worried about, the double initiator threat that VP could snatch that away in the next two?
It's the trickiness of, do you take Paradox Mirage or do you take Paradox? I mean, I'm assuming Paradox Mirage has to be what they go for here, but then you leave Mo open to be taken away by VP. Yeah. And I feel like Mo's still going to be one of those heroes they heavily want to rely on for this one-win roster.
Turn to Paradox for help.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking the Mo is a nice combo with Holiday. It's also a good counter against Holiday. So you probably do want to secure it if you're VP. You can lasso people in, pull them in for the combo, or vice versa. Either one can be the setup skill. But then also against the enemy Holiday, when she's trying to come in, grab a lasso and get out, I feel like that combo can be such a problem for that playstyle conceptually for Holiday that I would like to see it. Although first two is extremely early. The Geist over the Mirage, though, is quite a statement pick from one.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see what the response is for VP. I feel like the Mirage is so valuable. It's hard to not see VP picking it up here. But the Geist, I think, is one of those, it feels like a denial thing. We talked about, or I was mentioning how I could see it be a ban. I was surprised for all the reasons you said, Jake, to see the Sinclair ban coming in from one win. But the Yamato, well, that's another one. I think, Jason, you've been saying this is so high prior right now. So big pickup from VP, and they still have another one to go. I mean, you could lock in the Mo here. It's a no-brainer, easy combo to go with the Yamato.
I mean, you deny Yamato from ABL, and then you also get it for your own team when she's had a massive glow up in this last patch. A very smart pick here for Virtus.pro, but to see Mirage be pushed back to potentially a third pick out of VP or a third pick out of one win, that's kind of interesting.
Dicta over Mirage. That is very interesting. Obviously, by the way, it's worth mentioning that VP were playing the Crow build the most, I think. And so presumably the Crow build is not going to be prioritized as heavily because of the nerf that we saw to the percentages, again, you know, of a reduction of spirit damage and so on, or rather the percentage amplification for spirit damage and so on. So Mirage?
My protection now.
Okay, all right. we finally got the Mirage.
I think, Jake, there's a world here, though, we could see maybe a Mo ban come in, actually, out of Virtus.pro to deny that away from One Win. But then again, with the comp they have, it's not very in-your-face steamrolling like we've seen One Win of the past.
Yeah, I think Mo and Bebop are the type of heroes that I'm sort of expecting to see in the ban phase. Could also be a Kelvin, although I think Kelvin has been losing steam as of late in terms of like the high prio pick, especially with VP and One Win splitting the Geist and the Yamato. There's no super obvious heavy frontliner. But the Abrams priority ban out of One Win team, I wonder if this is almost like a protection for the Mo. I think Abrams is one of the better responses to Mo, with to be able to like instantly cancel the combo super consistently and be able to actually survive that, like going in on and going for the stun is like what you want to do anyway on Abrams. So I kind of hope to see VP ban the Mo here, but then that does expose them to a potential Bebop pick.
Well, good luck to you in your future.
I thought they would go for a Mo ban, just because with Abrams taken away, you're forcing Virtus.pro to either ban it or they're giving it up to One Win. But the Bebop, I mean, we have seen Overseas just have ridiculous play when it comes to Bebop. Though Demob, technically, to be fair, did have some good showing of it today. But the thing for me is that One Win, they're kind of wounded. They lost, you know, like half an hour ago, 2-0 to Thanos, this NA mixed team that's ended up playing over on EU servers. I feel like they need to get a win here just for the morale of the team. And Mo and Krill is definitely gonna be one way to do so. But they still don't have this very like dive-centric composition to just deathball against you. But the pick potential, of course, out of Paradox Mo is still gonna be something you have to respect.
Does VP have someone that likes to play Bebop?
Demoff. But I
don't think it's as comfortable for them as other teams, though. I think it's a fair point, but I really think they almost need to grab it here. I think it's a good response to Mo and Krill on the laning phase. They're going to go with the 7. That's really, I mean, we've seen 7 get quite a bit ignored recently, especially with Mo and Paradox. Two heroes are pretty strong at like dealing with the Storm Cloud, whether by swapping 7 in and killing him or just, you know, comboing him outright. So this is going to be a potentially pretty scary 7 game, you know, like obviously there's always the potential to pop off on 7 and get way ahead of the game, but I think there's a very real chance of getting run over with this One Win team, what they've drafted so far. The Calico should mitigate that a little bit, but Virtus.pro, I think they have a bit of a catch problem so far in the draft. I guess Vindicta Holiday, maybe that is more than enough catch. I stand corrected.
Yeah,
I think.
Please, Jason. No, Jason.
Okay, me?
Please.
All right. I think Zergy has an agreement with his team. He's like, okay, I'll play Geist one game, but you gotta let me play 7 the next. Like a similar thing happened just earlier today for them. That he played Geist, then he ended up getting like Ivy, or he ended up getting 7 right after. So I mean, at least for him, definitely more of a comfort pick, and definitely something you're gonna have to respect, especially if whoever's on Yamato, which at the moment is leaning towards Listic, if he has a good game, like he has a solid enough front line and pick potential to just really blast from behind.
Bebop, 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 Bebop.
I think I could be like a little bit more of a carry. I'm not sure. Okay, it is.
Yeah,
I mean, getting Bebop last is pretty.
Going to say the F word.
It's pretty illegal to get the Bebop this late in the draft, right? Like, and especially against Vindicta, 7 heroes that really do not want to be hooked and brought into a compromising scenario. Even Holiday, I think, could potentially struggle against Bebop. We've even seen Yamato get kind of owned by like hook silence combos, shutting her down in the mid game and like getting the catch and burst. And Bebop's like a natural silence builder. So the Viscous comes out, I guess, as a final response there to those, you know, the greediness of your overall draft. You kind of really do need this hard save from the Viscous, that cube. I wouldn't even be super surprised to see cube maybe maxed out a little bit earlier than in other games. But I'm curious to see, because we haven't seen that much Viscous as of late. It's been definitely falling off.
It's been a very like focused ban, actually, a lot. I would say, like, at least what we saw the last 2 days of like the changes, because Mo's been played so heavily. We've seen a lot of teams like ban out Viscous to prevent the counter to his combo. But we also haven't really seen, I feel like, great success with Viscous in those matches either way when he did get let through.
It is interesting. This VP's comp seems very squishy, which is why the Viscous makes so much more sense. But yeah, I'm really curious how that dynamic's going to play out. I feel way more confident in the One Win team. I feel like VP definitely needs to have like a good early game. because I feel like if they get behind, I don't know, it's going to be a real struggle to find a way to survive if one win the early game, they start roaming and you guys are kind of like behind on your farm. It's going to be a really rough position for VP to be in, but I feel like that's a bit more manageable for one win just because of the comp differential.
I can kind of see the vision of the VP comp, right? You've got these two frontliners with the Calico and the Yamato. You've got the catch from the Holiday and a bit of save and catch from the Viscous. And then you've got this like major backline of range damage between the 7 and the Vindicta. It's like pretty greedy. In contrast, one win team are a lot more emphasizing like the forward aggressive play. However, if you can't get the pickoffs, I mean, then again, if Bebop and Paradox can't get the pickoffs, you got a big problem. But if you can, if Vindicta and 7 can dance away or get saved, and it's Yamato and Calico tanking some of your initiates, I could kind of see the fights turning around and Virtus.pro clutching them out. But it's really going to be a lot of pressure on 7 and Vindicta to not be caught, to be playing in like really strong positions and playing, not being overextended on the map. I mean, the rotations that can come in from one win team are going to be really threatening, especially in that mid game.
I also like, by the way, that if you look at Calico Yamato being the kind of the front line, I guess, with the Viscous, the ground control that you'll have from the Geist bombs and the Ivy Kazoo bombs as well is kind of nice. Like I feel like they're going to be able to control these fights really well. At one win, that is. So that's another thing that kind of goes into their favor in my eyes.
One thing I do kind of worry about is going to be damage when it comes to one win, though. When we get into the late game, since you have the Yamato and the 7 to worry about, we can take a quick look, though, at our last 8 fight nights we've had here in the finals. You can see one win winning number 19, number 20, number 21, number 22, 4 weeks in a row off the back of losing 2-0 in a very one-sided fashion in DFN number 18. And now it's up to one win. Can they get their 5th week, which I think is approaching one of the longest streaks we've had in EU? We're about to drop in to our first match of the series here. I think lane matchups are also going to be extremely interesting, but you know, I think all of us out there, Jake, we're going to be looking at that Bebop lane for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the Bebop lane's always hype in the early game. You know, this hero gets banned out so much. It's exciting to see some of the best players in the game, what they can do on the Bebop, how they make it work, how they apply pressure, and of course, land those critical hooks. I'm also curious to see Xenia on the Mo Krill. I think piloting this Mo in the early laning phase is really a crucial element between being just like a combo bot in the late game and actually being a bit of a carry, snowballing in that early game and starting to roam, pressuring towers, things of that nature.
Well, Dan, we talked about ABL and the impact he has as an individual player when we see him on the likes of Great Talon, on Yamato, even Sinclair we've seen in the past. But how is his Geist? And how is his carry potential when it comes to Geist here in this game? I think that's something that's going to be tested for a one win, and obviously the rest of the roster in particular. As we do see the lane matchups, we do have the Paradox Bebop in the mid lane up against the Vindicta 7. The 7 of all things. Interesting enough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. I am confident in ABL. I think we've seen enormous degrees of versatility from ABL, and no reason to expect that to stop. So very... we watching that with great curiosity and excitement. And
I kind of like it though.
Yeah, it's me too.
The fact that they're kind of like, I mean, he's also been a somewhat selfless player of like letting other individuals be the step up and the carry for the team, where he was normally that player that we always looked out for in the past for one win. And obviously Empty Dreams has had the assistance of ABL. I think he struggled in this roster before when he didn't have another carry player in the team. But then you also have Overseas on the Bebop, who's going to have massive impact, already getting some damage here up against Zergy in the mid lane. With that pause, that's a rough time to have it happen. But luckily for him, he's going to be able to get back away into the safety of his Guardian. But you're not putting a lot of pressure on Empty Dreams Overseas. And I would say even, you know, Xenon to some extent, who's had some very good games on Mirage in the past, to carry one win through to victory here in this game, especially with the changes. The comps they've used in the past aren't going to be as successful. But really quickly, though, Jake, before we do let you go, I want to let you chime in here on the lane matchups, on anything you want to discuss in these final moments of the start of the game.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting choice from VP in the mid lane to go with like the double super long range characters. Like if you get hooked on 7 and Vindicta, you have big problems. But you can also just play super passive, hold the waves, look for last hits only. And I think, you know, as long as you do dodge most of the hooks and don't get picked off too often, I can see this paying off, at least as far as the laning phase goes.
Okay, well, Dan, getting into this one, you can kind of see, as Jake's talking about, playing really far from behind of the lane, just trying to play extra saves. That's going to be the hook coming through.
That's what Jake is saying. And Jake
So
is not
don't
wrong.
let that happen again, and you're fine. Now that I say that, though, overseas, he's kind of a problem on the Bebop.
Wow. Okay. I gotta say, actually, one quick point I wanted to make as well is that seeing Zenon on the Paradox as opposed to, I think, because we more typically see him on the Mirage, I think is another interesting thing too, because just the versatility on this one. Winty below again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, twice in a row.
That kinetic carbine's pretty damn dirty, to be honest, when you get hooked in and knocked up and you get locked down. Like, Mikhail S just returns lane and gets sent back to sender in the spawn, if that's how it phrase goes.
Sent back to the Shadow Realm. That sounds cool. You gotta use phrases that sound cool, Jason. You want to be
Yu-Gi-Oh's always
top
cool, to be
caster.
fair.
It's all fun and games until someone takes a bell.
Or I guess the upside down if you're a Stranger Things fan that I think it's coming out pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken, like over in July. But you know what? Hopefully Deadlock will be out before Stranger Things comes out. I would be very happy. I think a lot of people out there would be happy to see as well. But a tough start here for the mid lane for Virtus.pro for sure. Michaelis at 1.7 thousand souls up against the 2.7 out of Overseas, the 2.7 out of Xenon. Some tough times for VP in the mid lane, and you definitely, I think maybe the one advantage they have though, Dan, is that the push isn't coming in out of one win, so the threat of them losing their Guardians really not there just yet.
Yep. This is if we just look at the mini map, you can see that the one win is kind of pushed on the left side and the middle. Oh, another kill potentially under the tower. I think they're still accessible. Just gotta wait for that cube to time out. Just tanking the tower. The Guardian there is Zanya. I mean, you're Mo, of course you can. And I mean, there's no follow-up here really off the road for VP. Of Sharik's back on the lane with the Calico, but there's no follow-up. And look at the free damage here on mid lane as well. It is one win, as you would expect to see them dominating the early game, as they always tend to, it seems. So far, at least.
Yeah, they weren't getting the Guardian damage earlier on, but with obviously their ultimate's been online, Michaelis, he might fall yet again. Here the Kinetic Carbine comes in. Divine Barrier going to buy him a little bit of time. The Tethers will connecting. And I think he will survive for now. Xenon going to be lucky as the chase won't come in out of Zergy. But both players escaping on very low health in that middle lane as ultimates started to come online here around the map as well. Listic and Shark able to get theirs going. Obi came at 2.5, the poorest on the team at the moment.
It almost, I wonder if it would have benefited Overseas to actually just die, because he escaped on like 1% health and he's just been kind of healing, writing himself up at the moment for a while. He's finally kind of back active again, but I always wonder in the early game. I guess it's a game of just like small margins in that respect, but either way, we just continue to get this aggression, but this time it's actually going to be going OneWin's favor, rather VP's favor on this right lane. This right lane is their only salvation so far in the early game. This is their only salvation.
And you know what? Sometimes that's all you need. We saw Listic pop off earlier on. One of the matches they had today, going, I think it was like 11 kill streak, completely carried his team, gets the full rainbow on the end match statistics. And sometimes that's all you really do need. So at least winning on that one lane. Though on the left and mid lane, they are struggling. So I think maybe you're seeing Virtus.pro, if they can take that Guardian down, you do free up Demob to start to rotate into these other lanes to start to help out a bit with these lassos hitting, assisting to get your farm over to Zergy. Though I would almost imagine maybe you rotate Zergy out of this middle lane if we do see Virtus.pro take this right-hand Guardian. And maybe even Shark going to be going in for a push, but he's going to get comboed in the cube directly thereafter to prevent any damage from coming off of this one. And Virtus.pro still going to have to back away. How are they still bursting him down so hard? Empty Dreams just shredding Shark.
Yes. Yeah. That's kind of outrageous, honestly. The fact, one winnow, very, very, very strong in the moment. High constitution. I don't think we've seen many deaths for them. ABL goes down. Finally, hello, Flying Strike, trying to escape on Flammable, but not too much follow through, I think, here this early in the game from the Yamato. But if with some assistance, it all comes together, and just like that, 3 kills in fairly quick succession going the way of VP. However, it's not just about these kills in the early game. It's about that tower damage as well. And here is the follow-up. Okay, Vistic's going to get away, though, so that's okay. That's all right. It's all right for VP.
I think it's actually almost even more than all right now with how this has been going. Like that Guardian's very low on health, and if you can free up this lane, like either Listic's gonna get super farmed or Zergy's gonna be getting access to a lot of farm as well. At least Virtus.pro able to win one of the 2 or one of the 3 lanes is definitely going to keep them in the running in this game, and only down by 1,000 souls considering we were at a 3k deficit for them just a few minutes before. And on top of that pressure of the Bebop Paradox lane in the middle, it seems to have curved off and faltered away, as Virtus.pro have been able to play more defensively here at the, I guess, expense of their Guardian's damage.
Well, it's a bit more aggressive here from VP, trying to push this right lane again. They know that they have the edge there for sure. Oh, with that said though, I'm curious what Zanya might be up to, looking to make his rotation across maybe to the mid lane from the left lane, leaving Empty Dreams alone on that Mirage on the left. And 8 minutes have come up, and so this is, we get all the spawns now. And again, I'm still looking at Zanya coming in onto that mid lane, looking for the gang, looking for the dive, is going in for it at the moment. And we get assistance also because Flammable has joined the effort. 4v2, it seems unfair. The mob is on that mid lane here, turning up for one win to try to claim these kills, and maybe even the Guardian as well. It's quite low, but there is a response from VP, making their way across as well. We'll have Holiday and Yamato in the mix, but it's a little too late.
Yeah, a little too late indeed. Listic, he tried to get over there in time to help out Zergy to keep him surviving in this fight. And now he's just trying to take away, or trying to secure his own jungle, as one winner actually to push up, start to take away these sitter sacrifices. Even Overseas just waiting for that hook. The combo's going to come through. That was on towards Demov, who's still very healthy. I didn't think Zanya's going to be the one to go down from this one. So Virtus.pro able to get one kill back for themselves. And Overseas, he's trying to turn tail and run back towards his own lane. Speaking of tails, Shark, he will run away back in that Ava form. But Virtus.pro is stabilizing. Like, that was looking very bad for them, and maybe even a good time to bring in Jake here about how Virtus.pro, this Listic D-Mob lane has really been the saving grace for them.
Yeah, so far so good for the VP boys, keeping it in contention. I mean, I think it is kind of the dream. Like, if you want one hero to be ahead in this game, it probably is the Yamato. We talked about how she can struggle sometimes when she's forced to tank engagements from like a low net worth position. Geist is just ignoring the Yamato and continuing to farm camps. Pretty interesting interaction there. But Listic can get active now, right, with that tower down.
The hook in, he's just like, thanks for the assist. I can save my flying strike a little bit more. And he will back off after he uses shot transformation and make sure he doesn't get bursted down here in time. But interesting enough, it seems like Virtus.pro have kind of made the call. Let's let Demov stick over towards that right-hand lane to farm up. And at the same time, Zanya was actually the one over there. But as he shows up the lane, he's looking to take away a lot of this farm. Buff's going to be coming up, as well as the Urn spawning in on this left-hand side. Looks like the left-hand buff will be picked up by one win and the right-hand buff. So a big advantage here going into this Urn.
Yeah, something that I really love about the Ivy picks is the Urn dynamic, but the easy turn-in for one win ultimately. VP not really in position. And so won't be able to deny it. And the run across is happening. So here's Zanya up on the combo there. It is alone. I don't know if this is going to work out. Zanya trying to escape. I mean, the damage output here from Holiday is pretty epic. The pursuit continues, but finds around the corner against the parry. Unreal. Also getting a bit of a heal off of that one as well, but surely it will not continue indeed. Okay, but that was a little scary.
The movement tech was sick out of Devob. The only problem is he goes for the chase on Azanya, and it allows one win to get the Urn turn-in off of that. Yes, the advantage is Virtus.pro do take the left-hand Guardian, but either way, like, Azanya, I think, did his job, even though he did die, making sure his team can get that turn-in, give them now a 2k lead. They don't have an objective to take on the right-hand side, but that was sick, man. Like, watching plays like that, I know you're a big fan of movement, Dan, like taking a look at your history, like with Quake and other games like that. That was so sick to see, and makes me so sad knowing that my movement's never going to be that good.
No chasing. Practice. D2 can be a movement goddess. Now, oh, hello. That's a nice find. You know what? I hyped that up a bit more than it maybe deserved, but it looks nice when you get assassinated. So there we go. It also looks nice too. Carrying Overseas off into his untimely demise. And so VP looking to really put the pressure on here onto this Walker, and they have a great situation here on the numbers. They may even be able to get the Walker in addition to the extra kill. This is a problem for one win.
You gotta be careful, Xenon. Goes for the swap, catches up the KLS, who will fall with the help of ABL, but that's with Shadow Transformation coming in once again here out of Listic, trying to win out on this fight against ABL, who will not have the swap anymore. But the parry comes through in time. The stun protection out of Listic falls away while the Shadow Transformation disappears. And OneWin do turn it around, do defend the Walker, and come out with the kill lead. Not to mention another hook, potentially with the kill over on Azurgi, but he's still sitting very pretty in the sky, over half HP. But a very good response. And honestly, I was almost expecting Virtus.pro to almost guarantee get that Walker down.
I would like to request the presence of Dr. Jake to give the assessment and prescription of this game.
I mean, I think the key really is the 7 and Vindicta continuing to catch up. It seems like a foregone conclusion that Listic and DMOV are going to have like pretty decent games here, but we need 7 and Vindicta to become those like big late game damage threats in the sky. And then even if you get there, you need to be able to execute those fights. You know, when there's things like Phantom Strike coming out from Xania, if Overseas can find Hook, like all your net worth might be for nothing. And so I'm just curious to see the itemization, the farm potential. I think that VP should have a little bit better scaling in this game if they can get to the ultra late, but I don't think it's going to matter if there's like a clear advantage or some big rejuves.
Well played.
Lovely. Jake in there, not missing a beat. Well, we look at the aggression we're seeing on the right side there. OneWin will collect a Guardian there. That was the last one, tier 1 remaining. And in the meantime, they're going to need to make their way over to this mid lane real fast because the pressure is on here. This could turn into a good gank opportunity for OneWin.
Overseas coming from the side too, looking for a hook. Virtus.pro trying to retreat in the same direction so they stay grouped. And hopefully for their sake, dodge any hooks that come their way. Also with the reinforcement on the right-hand lane out of DMOV to help out the KLS, they're definitely at a man disadvantage. And OneWin, the gank attempt's not going to work out here as, of course, any EU here in DFN gonna have a pause coming out of Empty Dreams this time. As we take stock of things, I mean, we do have about a minute until the next urn comes up, and this is an urn that I think VP cannot really afford to let go for free like they did the previous one. But if we talk about like soul allocation, we talk about the economy out of both these two teams. I mean, one big thing that is going to stand out is Empty Dreams sitting on 16k, being gifted over a lot of farm right now. And one thing that we did mention in the draft is that OneWin could be lacking a lot of damage. Empty Dreams looking to carry that weight on his shoulders.
And you know what? I've got to mention, talking about where the heroes are, Oberkim on the Viscous is by far, you know, just the lowest souls of everybody. And given sort of the relative role that Oberkim kind of serves on the team to maybe be a bit more tanky and distract from Listic on the Yamato and Sharik on the Calico. Jake, what do you, as a very experienced Viscous human, what does this really mean in terms of VP's strength in these fights?
I mean, I think Viscous actually doesn't really need net worth in this comp since he really does just exist to cube. I mean, I'm actually curious if he's maxing cube maybe a little earlier or maybe proing something like the roll. But I just expected Viscous really the role is just to be not getting caught, saving people crucially from hooks, combos, and swaps. And then, you know, I think a big role, no matter what your net worth is, can still do the impact that your team needs, right? Like you're going to have the damage from other sources. I don't think that needs to be Viscous this game. But I think if he gets caught off first, that's where we're going to have real problems. So I think Oberkim, I mean, he's a very strong player on everything. So I would be surprised if he has any different read here, or if he's getting caught off first, because I think he can play this pretty safe, pretty fast, and just look to react and shut down the plays that OneWin team go for.
All right, well, OneWin are up in VP's face right now here, Jason. They are in their jungle, stealing their goods.
I hate that. I hate when people steal my goods. It is the worst thing, and it's something that can really punish teams quite heavily since you kind of depend and rely on that farm. It's really minimal ways that have maximal results for a team. As a cube comes through at Oberkim while he was cubed up, Good Ball going to be used as well. He will escape. At least that's one big ultimate down, but it's on a very quick cooldown. And Shara could be going for the kill here on that Guardian. So able to secure this one down, and looks like most likely able to escape the fight. In the meantime, it's going to be breaking it over towards the Urn. Able to secure it off the bat with the Hyper Beam out of Overseas to give that Overwatch position. And he does get it back towards his side of the map. So you're almost certain that both teams are priming for a fight here towards that left-hand turn-in.
Yeah, and without those mid teleporters, you're going to be a lot more thoughtful in your rotations because you don't have a TP to just save you or to play off of in that same way. So making their way across VP, across the map, but OneWin might just be using this as bait at the current moment, as they don't really have the resources, the manpower to attempted delivery, although Empty Dreams is there. But at the same time, VP going for the mid boss is a really interesting a ton of events. Looks like they're fully committing to this.
Yeah, not too surprised. We've seen them do it before when they realized there was no chance for them to get the Urn. One would not set up for a punish on this, so they're going to settle for the Urn turn-in and maybe settle for some early damage onto this mid and right lane Walker, though I don't think they're going to be able to secure it in time. So a decent response by VP. If they realize, you know, we're not really going to feel like we can test the Urn. Instead, we'll take a bigger advantage for our team. And now this is really kind of like go time for them, considering they have the quicker respawns. They're going to have the waves all pushing. And they potentially have some catches on this right-hand side, as you can see Zergy leading the charge, trying to get a stun through. And Listic Lid to confirm the kill on a Xenon. He's most certainly going to fall. So with the man up, what are VP looking to accomplish? Maybe a Walker, maybe another flex stop from it.
Yeah, there's so many options here for VP. All those lanes will be pushed. They're going to have, you know, pretty free reign on the jungle too. You just have to pressure your opponents into those walkers, and then you can just like free up the jungle farm. You know, that's like, there's so much you can do with this. VP, a master of leveraging, or rather compounding their advantages here. We got the defense from OneWin that has been put both on the mid and the right side walker. Points of contention, and oh, that hook looks so close. That would have been a fantastic catch. That honestly could have been somewhat like game-changing at this time. However, the mid push is coming into full effect. The Storm Cloud is out there. There's a nice swap coming in. The cube to save. The utility of that has been really impactful, just like Jake was mentioning in the pre-game. And in the meantime, still, there's a defense still on this right side walker. So OneWin having this very delicate, fragile dance between both these walker defenses.
Like we saw at a Parivision before, they did eventually lose on a Walker in that trade, though. And it looks like they're going to be losing a Walker here for OneWin on the right-hand side. But the collapse is going to be coming in from ABL from behind. Even though they are down to man, they're still going to have an advantage on this right-hand side, considering we can see Zergy and Obikim are going to be pushing middle. And you know what? I think that's a trade they're going to be happy with. As long as Virtus.pro can look to escape, look to not lose too many more players, maybe they have themselves a second Walker. But OneWin quickly rotate through. Shark's going to fall. And at least for OneWin, able to pick up the 2 kills for the 1 death and the 1 loss of the Walker on the right-hand side. But they still have been relatively successful in this defense.
Yeah, big catches on the retreat of VP as well. 2 kills, certainly great. And the fact that they only lost on Walker, just like you know, you're saying, I don't think OneWin are actually too upset with how this transpired. And they're going to be perhaps, I think, in a better position come next mid-boss to be able to actually contest that. They don't have like awful mid-boss contest. So especially given all of the space control they have with some of the AoE abilities and the hooks and the comp. There's just like a lot of like cool tools that they have. But with that said, you know, taking stock of things here, maybe it's a good moment to bring Jake in actually, because it's somewhat of a lull.
Yeah, I really like the VP's decision there to go for the mid boss. You know, like in the end, OneWin's holding the Urn in their base. You can't really do anything about that other than forcing the mid boss. So they make that play, and even though they give up the Urn and the soul advantage looks good for OneWin, VP have been trading their reju respawns for objectives, creating space on the map. If they can hold the map in its current position, they're gonna slowly outfarm. Like they're controlling more of the map, and ultimately that's what taking those walkers down achieves for you, right? It just secures more of the map for your team to farm in. I think if they can keep these waves push out and maybe start to keep that pressure on the mid lane, there is quite a bit of jungle spawning right now that we could see a fight over, especially near the mid lane.
One thing I do worry about, though, is where the brunt of the souls are for Virtus.pro. It's pretty much been pumped into D-Mob. Obviously not too far ahead, but still 4K is quite a bit compared to Listic on the Amato and Shark on the Calico. On the other side for OneWin, we talked about MG Dreams, and well, we're just talking about Shark. He gets hooked in. And Virtus.pro, I mean, this is something we talked about in the draft. You got to be very careful about getting hooked in. You got to be very respectful to the pick comp that OneWin does have at the moment. There's another pause going to be coming through as the buffs respawning back in. And of course, the Urn once again. I mean, this is just the threat of overseas. Like, he can always make plays happen for his team with these hooks. And Shark, probably, you know, one of the tankier members of the team, gets blown up with relative ease.
Yeah, and the control in these fights, I think, especially when one win are together, it's going to be tough because they got a lot more tankiness, they got a lot more utility to disable their opponents and so on and so forth. So I feel like, you know, VP, it's a little bit more challenging to get the optimal conditions in these team fights. That's at least my read of this. And you can see right here, they are winning that mid buff fight as well. And the Urn is they have position on the Urn, do OneWin. So they're in a good spot, it feels like, for me at least, to to take over the game a little bit, or at least swing things into their favor insofar as they are taking initiative. Because I feel like in Deadlock especially, you know, it's really about, are you taking the initiative and forcing your opponent to react? Or are you in the opposite seat where you're having to react to constant pressure? And it's always going to be better if you're forcing the opponent to make decisions in your decision matrix that you've created.
And sometimes the decisions and the engagements kind of get taken away from you. When Overseas hits hooks like that and you're down a man as Virtus.pro, the last thing you want to do is run head first into OneWin to try to contest buffs, to try to contest Urn, and lose more players and lose more of an advantage. I mean, they're down already 5,000 souls. They backed away from this Urn. It's still going to be a neutral turn-in, or at least it should be. And OneWin should be able to get, you know, a pretty decent lead off the back of this. 20 seconds on Shark. I mean, he's not going to be there in time to contest this. And Virtus.pro, this is a very risky proposition. If you overcommit to this defense, you could be looking at a first loss in the series.
Yeah, and this is exactly that scenario of okay, we've got the initiative, they're taking the Urn, they're going to be forcing a reaction. Are you going to try to fight this? And like you say, it's a hard choice. We'll see what the setup looks like. So far, it's not looking amazing. Can they delay or deny? Can they create an opportunity here? Get some abilities dropped onto the deposit spot. So looks like VP are certainly trying to contest this, but there comes the drop in, and we will get it delivered there for OneWin. So they secure that at the very least. Oh, we get a hook from across the courts, and that's going to be an insta-kill onto Oberkim. So your support, your save is gone.
Damn, that hook, like, what do you even do if you're Oberkim in that position with that hook, the way it came through? I'm surprised to see the Urn get turned in so freely, though, if Virtus.pro were still so contested around the position, since Viscous is one of the best, if not the best heroes, to deny the turn-in with his puddle punches. But either way, I mean, they've allowed the Urn to go through. They've allowed Empty Dreams to continue to farm up on this left lane uncontested. 27,000 souls now. He's kind of hitting this threshold of being unstoppable, I would say. Especially if he keeps continually being left alone here, which in the left lane he's currently having happen. It's going to be Zergy to contest, but with a massive soul discrepancy between the two, I think Empty Dreams wins that trade any day of the week. And with OneWin not having minions here to push into that walker, they're going to just back away and maybe turn their eyes over towards mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see the control is so much in their hands to be able to do that or whatever. Yeah, you know, they decide to disengage, but obviously VP have to orient themselves to provide a defense, a countermeasure to that forward aggression. So the TP comes in there, repositioning, grabbing some of that jungle farm. Mid boss is coming up in a minute, so it's going to be a pretty key time for these next fights. These next fights could be converted on pretty heavily, and I don't know how much jungle's left on the map just yet. As we switch back into the other cam, we'll see that again. There we go. So not a huge amount of jungle on the map at the moment. Both teams actively looking for pressure and picks. There's a catch.
The backup's there, though. Rescue being used as well to keep him healthy. So they invest the Holiday Lasso. They invest the 3 players in the right-hand lane. And OneWin, they escape it, and if anything, they get a walker on the left-hand side because of this. I think maybe the response on Virtus.pro could be a take. The combo going to come through on Ballistic to shut him down. The Shadow Transformation not going to come in time, and he will fall. And if they're able to kill him, one of the supposed carries for the team here for Virtus.pro, then OneWin, it's looking like they maybe have this game in the bag.
Yeah, this is huge. These kills are going to be worth their weight in gold, platinum, diamonds. Are they heavy? I don't know. But all these shiny, fancy things, these are worth a lot right now, and they can just go straight down, slide down those stairs like they're, you know, doing those like little water slides at the water park. I don't know if you're into that, but straight into the mid boss.
I had a bad experience with the water park once when I was younger. I swear it was like 10 stories high, and the steepness of that slide. I came full off the slide, and I was worried I was going to go over the edge. And since then, I've not been on a water slide since. It's been scary. The nose that I had, you know, really caught wind in the air, and I almost fell out.
Oh my god! Sorry, man.
It's okay. I'll get over my fear one day.
Yeah, this doesn't sound good. Well, there's the mid boss. He's going to be killed by OneWin. They shouldn't have any issue taking this one. At the same time, we have a pressure on that left side walker coming in from Flammable. Flammable's going to die, although died just after, I think, like a split second before getting the reshoot. So it's going to be a fast respawn.
And Shark gets the middle walker too. Actually, that's all the walkers taken by Virtus.pro. Considering they were down a player, they ended up going for the walkers instead. It works out for them. They do close this gap to about 10k. They still have to worry about getting out of this. And with Overseas ready with the hooks, D-Mobs, well, he's not going to be escaping this one. And now with the man advantage for one with the 50-second respawn time, they just shove the lanes out. And you know they'd be looking at this mid and right-hand side lane. Not to mention Urn coming up in 40 seconds time. This could be a massive soul lead that they're able to pick up in this next minute to 2 minutes time.
Yeah, it's definitely the balls in their court. Oh, that's a find. That is a find. However, that's going to force the ult out. I mean, the cooldown's pretty quick for Calico on pretty much everything, but always nice to force an ult out early. Right before they go into the engage towards this walker. And they can do a lot of funny business around this engage here because they can force obviously the defense to accumulate, well, the players to accumulate around the walker. They can play off on the sides and get good angles into this engage. You can already see that Empty Dreams is on the right side there trying to pick off players from the right, and then as the team moves in the front, so really nice positional stuff coming in from OneWin, take down the walker, and VP just, they can't really contest this without wiping at this point.
I think they're very aware of that too. Listic looking like he might be getting caught out. The knockdown comes through. The knock up, the knock down and up, just getting knocked everywhere for Listic. As the last was going to come through to pull it Overseas under the walker. Even if he falls here, he still has the rejuve to back into. But the Urn is still going to be left to its own as they're trying to take down this walker without any like creep wave, without any minion pressure to fend off this backdoor protection. But they don't really seem to care. They're just going to brute force it either way. And Shark's position is actually pretty damn smart, denying the waves so they won't have that backdoor protection be taken care of, but they still have enough damage as it is anyways to just secure it.
Yeah, and this is very much, as you were saying, that mid boss, or rather the fight around the mid boss that preceded it, to allow for it to be taken by OneWin. It's transpired now into all of these big advantages. Near 30k soul lead. We're going to get this Urn turn in as well for OneWin. So bad to worse for VP. They can't do anything to contest this at this point. 3 players out of the action, and all these base guardians I feel like are now also at risk. OneWin on the precipice of a certain victory, one would think, unless VP can find a way to stem the bleeding. But it feels like there's more problems than that. It just feels like the comp is sort of struggling a little bit as well in the late game team fight environments.
It feels like there's OneWin for some reason, or the kryptonite of Virtus.pro. Just to quickly show, we also have Echo Shard picked up here for Xenon. You saw the double time bombs come through. You see Refresher picked up for Flammable. See the double airdrops. A lot of these like big items coming through. Even Toxic Bullets picked up for Overseas. Echo Shard actually for Obikim, so we're going to have the potential for the double cubes. Definitely not going to see the damage dealer Viscous this time at 21,000 souls. So at least some survivability being picked up for Virtus.pro in the hands of Obikim, but the damage and the utility go in the way of OneWin with the recent purchases.
Let's go blue.
I hate to do this to you, Jake, but is there any way that VP can come back?
Headed to blue.
It would take such a heroic effort here. I feel like Overseas Silencer has just been MVP this game. I mean, so many kills from that like long range hook onto Obikim's Viscous to Listic and Sharik. I mean, they're just really struggling with the threat that Silencer poses. Now, though, it looks like a team fight breaking out. Could be the last one of the game.
That's one of those cubes, Jason. And it's just, okay, well, Holiday's been rescued, but there's a second cube.
No more cubes left to be used in this fight now for Obikim, and Virtus.pro have to realize this. Empty Dreams, though, at least low on HP, so a decent sign for Virtus.pro because see Shark, Zergy both falling down as well. Listic's already been pushed out of the fight, and ABL and Empty Dreams immediately respawn with the double kill coming through. And with 60 seconds on the respawn timer, those base guardians are going to be falling here for OneWin. And most likely the Shrine's on top of that. Virtus.pro, I don't know what they can do to get back into it. That was so mean of you to put, Jake on the spot like that. Like, what can Virtus.pro do to get back into it when it's looking so grim, especially after this last fight? 40,000 soul lead for OneWin. And it looks like they're going to be taking the first map in this series.
I know, it's just funny because sometimes I've been brought in, it's like, okay, Dan, what can they do here? And I'm like, all right, bro, I mean, come on. But anyway, looks like, yeah, the base is going to get destroyed. There doesn't seem, I mean, at this point, the stat check difference is also kind of ridiculous. So they can go for it. They can just keep it going. There's no need to pull off. There will be a final engagement, it would seem here, just a final effort, the Hail Mary coming in, and actually, you know what, Flammable's going to go down. So, respectable result, and there's no rejuve here. So that's actually going to scare away OneWin, because they would otherwise be in a 6v5 were they to continue pushing. There's not much jungle left on the map, but they are fully disengaged.
And they're still going to be down a man when the rejuve spawns back in. So for Virtus.pro, maybe that's your opportunity. Quickly shove these lanes out. You got 20 seconds for the mid-boss respawn. Head over there and maybe just try to get it as quick as possible, because you really need a Hail Mary play to have a chance in this game now. I mean, there's no objectives to take outside the base of OneWin. So if anything, we can see VP starting to group up for the mid-boss respawn. Maybe even looking for a catch. Would be a decent start if they can somehow grab out Zanya. The last is going to miss, and he will retreat to safety. But when the roar comes in, I guess VP are not going to commit to it.
It's interesting how, the ethereal shift change has been at the top of our minds. If you think about how, Bebo did get obviously some nerfs, but that he's probably coming out overall like way better because of the E-shift nerf too.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of heroes that kind of got better indirectly. Like Warden is another one, which we haven't seen so far today in DFN, that got a pretty decent buff because of it. But Warden requires you to play like a certain style around him when he has last stand up and the ability to like lock down a team. The OneWin now going to be shifting their attention over towards this mid boss. Already have, you're going to be approaching a 50k lead now in this game. And Virtus.pro is not in a position to contest. They're letting this one go for free, which it kind of surprised me a little bit. I mean, maybe if they can secure the urn, this could be what they need to get some sort of extra income towards their side to possibly pick up a much needed item that honestly, I don't think one item is going to really save them at this stage in the game.
It's just, it feels very hard for them to find picks. Even with a lasso, it seems like not quite enough. That's another reason why Bebop feels so amazing, because the hook's range is so incredible. You can always find a way to get a pick with it and isolate a player on the other team, even in late game scenarios. So either way, with that said, obviously the swarm of OneWin is protecting fully the deposit spot for the urn. So this urn is never going to be delivered, at least not by VP. And OneWin, they're going to be splitting their efforts here, using TP to be able to hit two sides at once. I think that's super smart. Oh,
yeah. Combo coming through. Abiel is going to be there to support Shark. He's going to fall, and that's going to be the man advantage taken for OneWin yet again. If anything, Virtus.pro just need to push on this right-hand side. They need to be the ones to force the fight here and get an advantage somehow, while realizing that Shark's going to go down, pulling out two players away. You can see VP in their base. They have pushed forward. OneWin trying to escape from this one, constantly retreating away until they get the backup from the team. Who's going to be teleporting over towards that right-hand side lane just here in a few seconds. And Virtus.pro, that window you had to work with, it's gone.
And here are the follow-up kills coming in on the lane. Not too much for VP to do. They're trying their best to try to withstand the might of OneWin, but the difference in advantage is far too big at this point. Oh my god, what are you doing, ABL? Okay, he is in that base like he's in my DMs. ABL is just so hungry for the wins, for the victories. And I don't know if that joke makes sense, unless you guys are around in the beginning of the broadcast, but in the pits,
to me, and that's all that matters, Dan.
Well, this looks like it will finally be a OneWin, looking to start off as they have continued here in impeccable form.
Well, there's a reason we've seen Virtus.pro consistently ban away Bebop from OneWin, and we're seeing why in particular. Overseas finishes things off for OneWin to get themselves their first map in the series, and one step closer to taking home the $1,000 prize pool here in this money match. I don't know what it is about OneWin, but Virtus.pro have been struggling for 5 weeks now to take them down, and it's looking like it's going to continue on here into the history between these two teams.
Yes, and I love the battle that we have in these finals, because it's best of 3 and adaptation is the name of the game after the first match. So I can't wait to see how that story develops here today.
Yeah, let's bring in Jake. Let's not delay any longer. Let's start to talk about this last game, because OneWin, I mean, it was very close up to a point, but Overseas was really able to open things up, not to mention the damage coming out of Empty Dreams, and that Mirage was able to just pop players left and right.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato and Calico have been two of the strongest picks in the last few weeks. Like, a lot of teams are picking them up, and Overseas just kind of dealt with them both with that Bebop silencer. Not to mention that, but so many incredible early game hooks, snowballing. I mean, it's such a scary proposition playing against this guy, because not only does he have the Bebop, but also the Great Talon. So he's got these like 2 super high prio bands that you really have to think about taking away. But of course, you can't get them both. So, you know, it's just one of their many threats, one of the many options they have to be a team that's really challenging to play these best of 3s. I do think VP had a pretty decent start to the game, especially off that early rejuve take. It felt like maybe they could get something done. But then so much has come down to these hook picks. Like, you know, seems like a decent fight for VP, and now it's gone. You lost your key saving member, and you can't really get back into the fight.
Yeah, Dan, I think we also can't forget about like how this game really started off, because it really was like Overseas put on the pain. He got a double kill into Michaelis, one after another on the respawn.
Yeah.
And they were winning left lane too on top of that. The one saving grace Virtus.pro had was Listic on that right hand side with Demov. They were able to put the pain down and actually win out on quite a few of those fights. But they couldn't continue that and snowball that into the later stages of the game, where one winner were eventually able to just overpower them, especially with the rejuves that Jake did point out. As we take a look at our stats here in this last game, I was for some reason expect Entries to be a little bit higher when it came to damage, but he was still leading his team at 29,000.
Yeah, really well played by one win, of course, across the board. And it's interesting to see. I mean, Michaelis did a great job of still getting the damage in on that longer range, but it seemed like the rest of the team, you know, what you'd expect, obviously, the Calico, the Yamato to maybe have a better performance in that respect. But it just seems, especially with all those hooks, that it just seems very hard, I think, for the comp to really get going and to synergize in a way that you'd want to see it synergize. And it seemed like the synergies for one win's composition was way more evident. It definitely felt more rounded, but it was very hard against like the pick potential. It's kind of crazy with a Mo and a Bebop, and it really puts you in this place where you have to wonder, how do VP fix the draft going into the next stage?
Yeah, I wonder if they have to take the Bebop for themselves and make use of it. I mean, I do think also the Geist really justified its top 2 pick status for ABL. I mean, that's not only massive player damage, but huge healing, being incredibly hard to bring down. The Paradox, I mean, that building damage on Paradox is kind of absurd. So just across the board, one win team, you know, really playing the strengths and all of their cores having great games. This is what we talked about, which makes this team so hard to play against, is there's so many different threats. You can't come into the draft and think all about the Bebop just because that was such a big factor last game. If you 100% tunnel that, you're going to be giving up some big strength somewhere else in the lineup that could just as easily take you down. So for VP, it's got to be the holistic approach. It's got to be, I wonder if they can get the guys for themselves, but I mean, man, it went top 2. That's a tough spot to be. It feels like that is a hero that VP have utilized really well in the past, have valued. So could be something they want to take earlier, but I mean, what, are you going to take it first? That also feels kind of bad.
Yeah, taking a first pick Geist would definitely feel bad, especially with like Holiday potentially open Sinclair, Great Talon, whatever it might be. But for now, at least VP do have a little bit of a break here to figure out what they want to do going into the next draft. Just like you guys at home watching, have a chance to go take a quick bathroom break, maybe get something to snack on, something to drink, because we'll be back shortly here with DFN number 23 presented by Intel, with potentially the conclusion of the EU portion of our show.
Won't be bothering
And we're back with the Deadlock Fight Night number 23 presented by Intel as we're making our way here into our second match and our second map between One Win and Virtus.pro with currently One Win up 1-0 in the series. The Kryptonite of Virtus.pro seems to be One Win, but we have to find out if they can maybe overpower the Kryptonite finally like they did last week, taking one map in the series and bring it to a third. So Jason Happen, so joined by Dan, DDK the man. I know it's not your last name, but I feel like it has a decent rhyme to it. And we also have another person coming in here on the desk to join us once again. I'm going to bring you in right away. It's going to be Alex.
No, I did the Alex voice once, Jason. I'm not doing it again. I've used the voice a lot this week, and that takes a lot out of it. You know, I'm pacing myself. You got one hit of Alex today. That's all you're getting.
Hey, the one hit was good enough for me. We still need to think up what's Dan's alter ego because we haven't come up with one for him yet.
Doug.
Another D
Doug.
name.
It has to be Doug. Is where it's like it. Yes.
Doug, I like it. Doug, going into the second half of the series, what do you got for us, Doug?
Wait. I haven't workshopped this at all, guys. I haven't workshopped this at all.
Just go American accent.
Wait,
Go American accent.
American accent. You know, I can't. My wife can't get me to do an American accent. That's how vulnerable it is to me. I don't know why. You put me on the spot here.
We'll check with Doug later on. You have some time to work on Doug because EP, I know you have a lot you want to say about this series and where you potentially could see things go.
Well, I think first off, you know, we saw the return of an incredibly impactful Bebop courtesy of Overseas, where I do wonder how it's going to impact draft strategy and, you know, do you decide to ban or pick it earlier? But more than that, I think the thing that I've been seeing as a trend all day long here in Deadlock and really on this patch is that the Geistflation is real. We already saw kind of the rumblings in EU, right? Where all of a sudden people decide, hey, we're going to pick Geist even earlier in the draft. And Geist, you know, basically in the span of a few days has gone from being in her usual third or fourth pick for a team now into top 2. And I just wonder, is it going to keep going to the point that maybe you wonder and you pick a Geist over a Holiday? I think the only thing that may prevent that is the idea that if you don't pick a Holiday or Paradox in your very first round, teams are very willing to pick both and just leave you in a bit of a hole. But other than that, we're seeing the priorities shift pretty rapidly here. And even as good as Yamato is, I think when you go up against the Bebop ramp into a Geist on the other end, you know, there are limits even to what a Yamato can do, especially in trying to get that point of overwhelming farm.
Well, I like this bit, Jason, because we get to see what VP decide to do. We talked about... Yes, no, maybe. Can't read your mind actually, so I don't.
You love this part, but I also love how we have I Love NASCAR back in chat for you. Another week in a row. Great time to be banned away. What do you maybe expect out of Woodman? Because I think we saw Sinclair as a response last time, Dan.
The Sinclair one is interesting. Maybe they know something we don't. We know that women love to play it on Flammable. The thing is that should they change anything? That's kind of the question. When you win, when you're the ones that you've won, you can put your opponents in a position where you kind of force mistakes. You don't have to force a mistake in yourself by changing something. So I think what they're doing by taking the same approach so far kind of sounds good, and they kind of react off of VP. And obviously one would have a pretty diverse hero pool. So it's up to VP. You guys said, will they pick Geist first? Maybe like how do they weigh up the issues?
You can only run from the law for so long.
The same response.
In this case, I think you have to go Holiday first. And again, it just comes down to the fact that given that One gets 2 picks back to back, they will go Holiday Paradox at this point if you didn't pick one of the two. But it does give One, you know, from the second pick, where, by the way, VP still decided they like the first pick advantage. So, you know, even still, it's kind of weighing, you'd rather have Holiday no matter what, even if you're giving up this power to the other side right away, where Mirage is going to come in and the other pick here has to be Paradox. It cannot be anything else. Otherwise, VP would come back in with Paradox +1. The one thing I think I would like to see change from VP, though, I don't love the idea of giving up Mo and Krill and then thinking you're going to fix the problem with a Viscous, especially when you're running something like the Holiday. I think if you go back to the draft strategy there, even if it would have meant giving up the Yamato, I think that would have been the lesser of the two evils to giving up the Mo and Krill, weakening your early game presence, and going from there. But also, speaking of Geist inflation, One Win. They decided to grab the Geist here now. So now if you're VP, I think you call the bluff, you punish it, you grab the Paradox here. If you go Paradox Mo, One Win's ability to get picks is basically negated entirely.
I mean, you would then force One Win to maybe pick Bebop on their third round because they need to have something.
Yeah, that would make sense. I hope it plays out like that because yeah, I think you're right. They have to, because otherwise they'll get banned. I think there's no two ways about it. It gets 100% banned by VP. So okay, so Paradox, okay, and this is also interesting because it shows us, okay, well, 1 win, do they need, how much pick potential do they need to still operate their strategy in a comfortable way? But we'll see if VP actually, like, what are they going to do here? Are they going to go follow through in the ways that you guys are mentioning? No, they get the Yamato instead. Okay, they did that the previous game as well. They picked up the Yamato, I think, in this slot. So yeah, Bebop?
I think you're right, though. If 1-1 has to pick Bebop here, or it's going to get banned. Or on the same note, I think there's a world where VP could come back in and just ban the Mo also. I think it's a really close call between banning the two of them. I think based on what happened in the last game, you can make a stronger argument to ban the Bebop if it is not picked here and now. They decide to go for the Mo. So yeah, I think you limit 1 win to just the Mo here. They're going to have some pick potential with the Mo, but if you get rid of the Bebop, you are kind of forcing 1 win into a corner where not only is their early to mid game going to be a little bit rough, but their comeback potential is also going to be stifled given the fact that they've given up this amount of power to VP. And also, look, I'm just saying the way it is right now, there's this weird mind virus going on in EU. If you ban the Bebop, there may be a world where 1 win thinks we should go Lash. And that really hasn't worked out well recently.
I think we might see a pocket from 1 win potentially here. I feel like I feel like we're going to see pocket. I don't know. Anyone else getting the pocket vibes?
I'm thinking we might see Shiv Kelvin if Virtus.pro go for the Bebop ban, actually. I think we might see like the double lock-in. I know ABL played Shiv earlier on today against their match with Thanos. Then again, they don't get a double pick here. They only get the single pick.
Also, as expected, the Bebop getting banned. So no matter where 1 win goes from here, I mean, unless, again, they want to try and make the Lash work, by all means, give it a shot. But I think at this point, VP has now given themselves a really good early to mid game. The question is, what are they going to do to solidify as far as the front line goes? Overall, they've been a fan of, they might go Shiv here.
Yeah,
and not because I think Shiv is great, but I don't think they want to give up the Kelvin Shiv lane. And I kind of like this from 1 win in the sense where if you early pick the Kelvin is still like pretty decent with the rest of the team 1 win is picked. I don't think Shiv is that great with VP, but they still need a frontliner, and they probably don't want to give up the Kelvin Shiv lane. So I think Shiv is going to be one of the next 2 picks here for VP.
Helping people's what I do.
Got the Ivy, which is interesting too, because that is something that women like to throw onto Flammable, right? Flammable plays like the Ivy, Sinclair. So I'm curious. Okay,
Gun Ivy again. Is it Gun Ivy again for Zergy? I don't know if you're necessarily going to see a world where there's 7 coming through.
It's going to be Gun Ivy. There's no question. I mean, you talk with VP, you know about their logic here. They legitimately think Gun Ivy is very, very good, and they go for the Warden. Okay, so this is getting Sharik back to his old bread and butter. They don't go for the Shiv, so what you can take it to the bank now. 1 win is locking in the Shiv as one of the 2 heroes coming in here. I would guess final picks here, Shiv plus either 7 or Infernus. And that'll do it for 1 win.
I'm gonna still throw in on the pocket.
So you need a monster hunter, huh?
I think it's just because I want it. I'm trying to manifest, guys. I'm just trying to manifest.
What is this analysis like? Dan is in deep thought. I'm expecting this very like high-end analytical point. Is like, because I want it. I really just want the pocket. Well, I'm telling you, if you had me to guess here, I would prefer the 7. I think it's probably gonna be Infernus for 1 win.
Hello, darlings.
All right, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I thought it was gonna be Calico.
Because I like another playmaker, you know. Goddamn. I'm exposed. How sick would it have been if Pocket would have come up? But either way, VP with their final pick. What are they lacking? I mean, I could see Abrams? No, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, actually. Maybe.
Don't you worry.
Oh, but
okay, they get the Infernus. All right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting just looking at the comp in terms of like the front line. It feels kind of not necessarily awkward, but it's a weird feel because you've got Warden obviously and Yamato that can really, front line. Paradox is going to be obviously a little bit further back, and Holiday's going to kind of go in and out of the fights, and also Furnace is going to be playing from a bit further back, and also the Ivy is going to be close to medium range here. So I guess it makes sense. I think again I like OneWin's lineup in terms of the cohesiveness in these team fights. I feel like in the team fights they have a lot of power between the Geist, Moncrel, Kelvin, Shiv, Calico. That is a very death ball-y type of frontline approach, and I think the Warden is definitely going to be really nice against that because you're going to get so much heal back off of the last stand, and it'd be interesting to see OneWin try to bait that out and so on and play around it. But ultimately, I'm leaning towards OneWin's comp. Where do you guys sit?
Virtus.pro were one of the adopters of Dynamo as being a counter of this death ball comp. Warden, with the recent changes, also can be extremely good as a counter to that death ball comp, considering that you're going to almost guarantee hit multiple people with that last stand. I mean, I think OneWin are kind of looking solid, especially when you have this Kelvin Shiv combo, which we're seeing, come to fruition on this left-hand lane. But something about the Wardens we've seen lately, ZP, has got me wanting to favor Virtus.pro for some reason.
Well, I think for VP, your goal here is you utilize your early to mid game where you have double playmaker between Holiday and Paradox, and you fight a lot of fights while giving Shriek tons of room on the map to work with. Also, in terms of farm, they're going to be more willing to give that farm over the Shriek because it's a Zergy on the Infernus and not, in fact, the Gun Ivy that we saw, significantly earlier in the day. So, a little bit more back to basics here for VP, but a lot of focus for me on how they fight the early to mid game and what it means for the space for Shriek to get farmed in lane. And also on the other side for, OneWin, is my fun point before I take off, I do wonder how effective the essentially solo Mo is going to be here. Mo works a lot better when there's multiple threats. I think to a degree, VP is going to be able to play around Xenon, and we'll see how it goes in APL. Yearly getting picked.
I see guys.
I'm going to float something your way, Dan. And you can take it, or you can, bat it away. Because I kind of did this earlier on today when we were casting together with ZP. Is there a world we see an airdropped last stand where Obikim just picks up Shark at the last stand and just runs at you in the air?
Is there a world? Yes, there are infinite timelines, and so there is probably a world in some one of these timelines.
Are we living in that world?
I think honestly, I think that's pretty viable. Yeah, I think it obviously takes there's a little bit of setup there, but I think it's absolutely viable to see that. And I mean, with Warden coming back into the fray and given the skill on VP, it would be really cool to see that, especially going into some of these Urn fights, or some of these fights where the ground you're fighting on is a bit more predictable. Certainly viable. Whether they have run it, it's one of those things where you probably don't want to just do that for the first time in a game. You probably want to have done that in some scrims. So we'll see whether that's the case with VP. But I would love to see that. I'm happy that we're seeing a lot more Ivy, honestly, in the last couple weeks.
I think watching Quake play it over an NA for melee creeps has been a thing of beauty. With what
Oh,
you've been able
yeah.
to do.
Oh, yeah.
Quake's just built different, though.
Oh, yeah. Quick is...
Got the Kool-Aid man here on cast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, the left lane, if we talk about the lane matchups, OneWin most certainly should be having this one locked down, considering that against the Paradox and the Ivy. Should be relatively easy. I think the one caveat is the stone farm will be coming in huge when we hit that 3K mark, when the dive happens out of OneWin, because they're most certainly going to be doing for Frozen Shelter to catch one player in particular. But it looks like they're kind of banking on the fact that they're okay with Virtus.pro to lose out in that one lane as long as they can do decently well in the mid and to the right lane. Now, I'm curious also how the Warden and Furnace matchup will go, because that's not something we see too often.
Yeah, I mean, Warden and Furnace, that is very interesting against Mirage Calico. Obviously, Calico obviously was one of the few heroes that got their early game nerfed a little bit. However, just thinking about the last hitting and stuff, obviously Calico is still going to be pretty good on the last hitting. You got Mirage there next to you, who's still going to pump out that early lane damage. In Furnace, though, certainly good at damage dealing himself with the afterburn. I mean, we'll just have to see how that one turns out. I don't have a good read on it. But in the mid here, a hugely important lane, of course. Yamato Holiday is a nasty combo, but as is Mo Geist. So this is going to be a really fun dynamic. One win in the last map. They won 2 of the 3 lanes. So we'll see if they can continue that form. Oh, what a catch.
The last one comes through on a Xenon. Gets the parry. And it looks like he actually might be able to escape. Gets around the corner in time. That's just criminal. You should be able to get away from that one. The chase is going to continue, though, with the parry onto the Guardian. And you know what? Xenon, he's out of there. Or maybe not, actually. The chase has come through the score and lands as well. The power slash is going to land across him. But somehow Xenon, the mole, is beefy, big, and alive as he gets... Oh, my God, no. The barrel of Donkey Kong of last second. And that's going to be the charge through yet again.
The swap, Jason, and the timing of that was impeccable. But still, it's overseas to get taken out on Geist. Oh, my goodness. We need to have a segment... Okay, Mo's back. But we need to have a segment of like the greatest escapes or the greatest chases, you know, in DFN. That needs to be a content piece, maybe.
Oh, man, you could you tune into the style of like those old like newscasts while they're actually like watching the chase happen live on air with the police chasing whoever it might be. That'd be kind of funny, to be honest. To go back quickly to the Infernus topic, one thing we've seen a lot today is the Infernus doesn't have a lot of impact, it seems, lately in like team fights, but one thing it kind of does give you is like the safety of someone you can feed your souls over to, that they can kind of apply that constant pressure. The flame dash, it makes it so hard for you to be caught on and to actually be dove properly. But one thing that worries me about that is when you have a warden paired in, typically you want to feed over this warden as much souls as possible. So it's kind of like you have 2 people who kind of want to accomplish the same thing, where warden isn't as necessarily as safe to do so. But I think Warden will have much more impact in these team fights. And I don't know who you pull away from this lane when you inevitably get to that point.
Yeah, more on that point in a second. We do have an engagement here on the right side or left side of the map. And all the shelter's going to be coming on through. And a very healthy Yamato, actually. Might still be able to get the... Yep, there it is. ABL's down on the Shiv. A really good conversion coming in from Virtus.pro. Using the Frozen Shelter against them, it feels like. Is Allistic, and it's also going to find Flammable as well, so that's a fantastic start. So obviously the tower pressure is on their side, so they won't convert off of that in terms of Guardian damage, but that was a great fight for VP early on here. Overseas unable to finish off that one. But I just wanted to very quickly add on to your point, Jason, that Infernus I think gets better with this patch for a couple reasons, but I don't know if I have time to talk about it.
We'll make time eventually. Zon's going to be chased down. Zergishiba to get the close on this one. Just going to flame dash away with Shark there off to the side to secure this one. And now, with that kill coming through, it gives you room to go into what you wanted to discuss.
Some room to breathe. Why, thank you, Jason. So, yeah, so the pacing was an issue with Infernus before, because Infernus didn't come online, doesn't come online as fast as some of the early playmakers we saw dominating the meta previously. But this patch slows down the game a bit, and it also weakens those heroes in the early game. So Infernus is going to perform a bit better against them in the early, and also he's going to have more time for jungling as well with a slower pace. So it's kind of more balance, I think, that allows Infernus to get to be more activated, and maybe if you even run different builds that will kind of come online in a good time in the game to make him a bit more effective. So at least that's my sense. It might not be a large shift in terms of power, but I think it's somewhat meaningful.
Well, we'll keep an eye on how that's going to adapt, obviously, over the course of this game. Zergi's already low in HP. He's going to have to back off, as I think that Shark left alone with the last 10 used on the right-hand side lane. While all this is happening, D-Mob is extremely low, and he'll get back towards base to heal up, but the Guardian's going to take a lot of damage in his lane. Even with the rotation of ABL, trying to punish the lane that punished him, since we saw Listic go for a very early rotate to left lane before to get the kills for the VP side in the left lane.
Ooh, and coming in from the back here, ABL on the Shiv is going to be causing some problems there. I don't know if he's going to get how much damage he's going to get out of this. Okay, Zan's going to take down Demov. Elsewhere on the map in the mid, and there's a Frozen Shelter to keep the Kelvin alive. Flammable stays up and takes down Mikhail S. Really well done. And right now, just taking stock of the Guardians, one winner ahead on the damage.
Jeez, Sergey's got some strong quads, man, to be able to do squats like that so fast. Eventually able to close down Empty Dreams. And the Guardian, I mean, potential to do some decent damage to it. pretty much all tied in souls. Fun enough between these two. It's been a lot of action, actually. A lot of kills happening from both sides. I mean, now we're seeing Kelvin rotate over to the right-hand lane from the left-hand side. The Traveler used on top of this. Combustion going to be going off. Looking for kill Zanya, and he's going to fall to that one. And Zergy is starting to pick up some steam here.
Ooh, trying to get out of there. And with the Flame Dash and the Leech, maybe it's possible here. But, oh, man, the damage is coming in thick and fast here onto Empty Dreams. This is unrelenting, pounding away from Sharik off of the Warden gun. And in the meantime, this mid lane, it feels like things are pretty precarious here right now for VP. They can't really afford anything to go wrong lest they will lose their tower. They are putting the pressure on OneWin's tower instead, and it's pretty low. In fact, they might be able to get it down right now. There's no response here. And so, okay, Listic takes that Guardian out. And to be honest, I don't think OneWin are too far away from equalizing against the mid Guardian of VP.
And I think, honestly, this is a perfect time to bring in ZP as we do see Shark fall over the right-hand side. To kind of take stock of how this game's played out. Because, actually, you know what? We're going to have to hold on to that one, ZP, because we do have a fight breakout on the left-hand side as both teams kind of group up for the push onto this one. Looking for the kill on Zergy, who just seems to be unstoppable. Currently sitting at 9,000 souls. But the Guardian, I think, won't be long for this world any longer, as the Urn has been also picked up for OneWin, with the Guardian going down. Just a 1-for-1 trade in Guardians overall, but OneWin are going to be down 2 players, and maybe we have a quick second here for you to come in, ZP. Because this has been definitely wild, and we've definitely seen more action and success out of Infernus in this match than we've seen previously today.
I mean, this game has been really, really close so far. VP, though, is kind of sticking to the script and being a bit ahead with the comp they have. You would expect a Holiday Paradox comp to get ahead. OneWin is still within realm that they can play it evenly, and there's outs where if OneWin is able to stay even, their front line could get to a point that VP is going to be in real trouble. I'd say the biggest thing that is troubling right now for VP is the fact that Sharik hasn't really been able to find clearance to get reasonable amounts of farm in. Counterbalanced a little bit by Listic and Zergy being ahead, but okay, Frozen Shelter just being used here for the quick Urn secure.
And Trace coming on through in this fight.
Go ahead, Dan.
There's a swap as well. So VP able to capitalize despite losing the Urn. They have the cleanup crew already on call on speed dial, and they come on in. They get the Guardian conversion as well. So they're actually sitting pretty nice here. And there's a lot of pressure, I feel like, at this point for Empty Dreams to try to do something on the left side here. And I mean, it's going to be tough to take down a Walker by himself at this point in the game. It's too risky. It's going to fall back. So not much to be done here. Not much in terms of equalizing the loss there. VP come out ahead.
I feel like more times than not, we've seen Frozen Shelters when they're used to secure an Urn turn-in, it ends up turning into a team losing a fight. Unless you're like fully disengaging off of that. I think Virtus.pro take complete advantage of that. They do come out with like a 3k lead, even though they did lose the Urn turn-in. But like OneWin still bounced back. They get a catch on Listic, who was pushed up into the enemy jungle trying to steal away a Sinner Sacrifice. And the gap's only 3k. It's really not that crazy with all Guardians being taken from both teams.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. Is you get kind of baited with that Frozen Shelter. Like in theory, it kind of like, oh, it seems kind of nice. But then the thing with the Frozen Shelter is that, if you're getting, usually you'll try to trap an opponent, isolate a kill with a Frozen Shelter, or maybe 2. And that's really good, because then you're ahead in the fight. But if you use it to instead kind of just cut off line of sight between your teammates and the opponents get better ways to isolate your team, because you're locked in with, well, just an Urn turn in. So you're not really getting the fight value out of it. So it actually becomes a detriment. But with that said, the fight breaks out in mid, and VP are looking like they are in command again.
Yeah, back on the catch of the Demov another time with the lasso. Kalis did use the paradoxical swap, but I don't know if he caught on to something there in that one. And Virtus.pro with the man advantage, what can they accomplish off this? Because like pushing out Walker is going to be extremely risky. The 1v1 with Zergy down to 300 HP could be tough. He's got 2 stacks of Jin's Mark. I think he should be able to survive the burst off of this. Yeah, relatively still okay for now as the backup comes in. But the Traveler away is going to... Actually, no, he can't sit. Empty Dreams doesn't commit to it, and he sticks around the lane a little bit longer.
Yeah, and Opikin was actually like chilling back there, and that just to catch Empty Dreams. Didn't expect to see Ivy just like hiding around the corner. And with that said, a find on ABL is going to equalize things or trade it out at the very least. And And right now, one would have to hightail it over towards the left Walker. I mean, there's problems here, 3v1, 3v3, but so much damage onto the Walker, and he may even potentially get it, depending on how this fight goes. Very precarious situation here for one win on the defense, and VP really pushing the issue, getting that damage in. That Walker is going to be okay for now, but here's the pursuit off of the disengage for VP, and it's looking really nice here. So this might have backfired ever so slightly for VP.
Yeah, the delay out of one win for the re-engage, waiting for that last stand to tick away. The second it's pretty much spent, they immediately go for the catch. Able to catch out on Zergy too, trying to teleport away from this one. One win, and they take a lot of damage on their left lane Walker, but they at least come out it with 2 kills, keeping the soul difference at 3 to 2k. And I kind of respect Shark at the end there. He kind of sacrificed himself. He runs into one win to try to get them to chase him back a little bit to allow Zergy to escape. But as we saw, it didn't really work out for him either way. Like one win, I think what's happy for me about them as a team is I've called them so many weeks now very one-dimensional in terms of like the pool they go with the Pocket, Grey Talon, Calico, Yamato is like pretty much a base 4 they always look to secure. But they've definitely shown they've got like deeper pools, and I have to give them respect where it's due, because they've definitely improved a lot as a team, and I no longer can really call them one-dimensional, especially if they can somehow take this series 2-0. What? How did that catch land?
I have no idea. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we are going to get a response here from VP. Frozen Shelter is going to be dropped as well, the dome. I'm not sure who's trapped inside the dome just yet, but oh, here's what a combo kill. That is some range on that one, pulling Ivy out of the sky, and VP quite low now on Listic as well. And in the meantime, Zergy is just getting a free Walker for his troubles. Now, to potentially somewhat recover, one would need to drop this Urn off successfully, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that. There are players making their way across here for VP to potentially defend this Urn drop off.
They do have Last Stand. They do have Shark in the vicinity. They're missing out on D-Mobs. Respawn has come through at Avobicam. They're quickly going to rush in, and you can already see Empty Dreams. I think honestly, with the way one win's position, they just want to get some Walker damage or Walker kills. They're not looking to actually commit the turn, and you can already see Virtus.pro realizing this, actually pushing up aggressively and trying to go for the catch. D-Mob's able to do so yet again. This time on the Overseas, the soul exchange had come through, but it's just not enough health for him to survive. He's going to fall, and VP continue to go on the chase. I don't know how Listic gets into the subway from where he was, but Flammable's so low on HP, gets around the corner, and eventually in towards his death. And Virtus.pro, the fantastic response, nets them the 2 kills and potentially a mid-boss.
Yeah, that was horrible scenario for one win. Trying to defend the Walker, they lose the Walker, they get committed into very bad fights for themselves. I mean, still trying to turn the Urn in, it looks like. I don't know if Xana's going to be able to pull that one off. Zergy's going to defend it, and at the same time, like you say, the mid boss is going to be getting taken down. And so, oh my goodness, this is a very bad situation for one win at the moment. This feels like the inflection point where they're going to get very far behind.
ABL's near. He's above. Looking for a steal. Stretch transformation is going to come through, though. So realistically, it's not going to be happening, especially gets stone formed up. He'll sacrifice himself to the Virtus.pro gods. But I think you can afford to throw in 1 death there. You can't really afford to throw in too much more after that. Especially with one win hold on to the Urn, they still limit the amount of losses they are going to have off the back of this rejuve being taken. They obviously need to reinforce that mid and right-hand side lane. I do worry, though. Empty Dreams hasn't really been able to get too far ahead in terms of like solo farming. He's still tied up with the rest of his team. ABL at 15k, Overseas at 16. They don't really have that one standout player, but at the same time, neither does Virtus.pro. They just kind of have everyone pretty decently farmed. And with this Walker going down, that farm's going to continue.
Took another objective.
Okay, well, the question I think becomes, how well can one win sort of prevent their opposition from actually taking everything? You know, are they able to kind of just prevent a massive soul advantage here? Because that's what VP are really lined up to do. They can really run the macro here very well. Of course, there's only 1 Walker at this point to take down. And okay, not many players here for VP. It's just going to be Zergy, I think, right? And so a 3v1, this is a great spot for one win to get the Urn turn in. They don't get the kill into Zergy though. But they are going to lose a Walker for this.
Maybe not. I don't know. We just see the boost being used to get back over this. Empty Dreams has his up. He's going to quickly reinforce this right-hand lane. The Walker still sitting at about 80 HP. And the reinforcements are going to be here in time. So they actually will defend Virtus.pro away, even though they have Rejuvenator. at least get the Urn turn in and don't really lose much off the back of that. Let's keep the lead at a hefty 13,000 difference between the two, which is still obviously extremely rough. But you can kind of see the power of D-Mob. Very quick investment into that Veil Walker very early on, looking for those initial picks, looking to really be that playmaker that honestly has been pretty damn successful.
Well, it actually feels like OneWin are in a kind of, I mean, as good of a spot as you could hope. I mean, it could have gone a lot worse. It could have been a much bigger conversion in terms of soul advantage for VP at this point. However, the Rejuve is going to be expiring eventually here, so it is the spot where VP would probably want to try to convert some of that Rejuve into a fight before it expires, so they can capitalize on the better respawn times.
Where's D-Mob? I mean, with the Veil Walker, I'm trying to keep an eye on him when it comes to the mini-map. He can feed a lot of information over to his team with that stealth. And OneWin, normally the ones invading jungles looking for picks themselves are actually the ones being forced to run away. And I don't know if Xenon's going to escape this. Too many members of VP here in the vicinity. Yeah, there's not much you can do. Just buy time, if anything. And he will fall. And this is like the worst time to have it happen, considering the Urn has just spawned in. And I believe it should be an enemy side turn in here. Map has never been a strong suit for me, especially when it's live on air.
Yeah. Dude, don't you just wish that Mo could just like, why can't, I mean, he's got an ability burrow. Can't he just learn how to burrow like further down?
Right?
You know, like in Worms where you use like the
tunnel?
blowtorch and you kind of like really get in there. Yeah. I don't know.
It's a game I haven't heard about in a long time.
Well, it's going to be an aggressive Urn turn in potentially here for VP, running all the way across. Positionally, Zanya is in the back. He's in a flanking spot, but he needs his teammates to really engage here as a unit so he can get that flank working. And there we go. We do get a frozen shoulder to kick things off here as well. And Zanya will be coming in from the back. However, all the attention is getting turned on to Zanya here. This is looking pretty precarious right now for VP, actually. He's beginning to get actually focused for once. And there is the pickup. Absolute chaos in this fight, and the disengage starts to come in from OneWin because they have multiple players that are critically low and they're getting chased down, and the kills are coming through as well for VP. And that was an effective fight. Really nice there. It was like a good attempt though, Jason, for OneWin, but doesn't pan out.
Yeah, you gotta respect the catch with the frozen shelter, the combo coming through. They almost had Listic bursted down. I'm actually curious if ABL doesn't have his ultimate max in time, or maybe he misused it. Because honestly, with the way the game's going, they're gonna need him to get these multiple resets off if they want to have a successful chance to get back in this match. Because the way it's going right now, Dan, honestly, it's looking like it's going to be a game 3. And I think if we bring in ZP here, he's probably going to agree, because Virtus.pro are playing like a completely different team compared to that first match.
I think the number one lesson that we're really getting at here at the extreme top end is, for me, it kind of goes back to draft. When you look at, you know, building block pieces of here, even more than things like getting a Shiv Kelvin combo, even more than things like, okay, you deny a Mo. I don't think you can play Deadlock effectively right now in a draft format when you give up you give up both Paradox and Holiday at the same time. I think it is miserable to do so. And Virtus.pro has had a huge edge in engagement the whole way through. And now you stop and think about the way that OneWin has been trying to engage. It's basically following Xenon around, hoping Xenon is able to get a good Warpstone combo. But in response, it's also been a horrifically underfarmed Mo because he's died early in a lot of these fights, just being the number one focal point of the initiation. VP knows that for these fights, so long as they don't get a clean Mo combo, they're not going to lose for the most part. And, you know, no one is overfarmed on OneWin to kind of like change the narrative or anything like that, especially at this point where, you know, there's a 30k difference between the teams. So initiation feels like it is king as competitive Deadlock has gone around. What just happened there?
That hit? How did that hit? He was around a corner.
Well, it hit, but he was also stuck in the corner. He just didn't want to leave the corner. He's like, no, I'll take this timeout.
They need to back away though, because they sent 3 players to the right side to deal with Zergy. OneWin, this is going to be an unfortunate time for them if they don't hold on to this fight. They cannot escape in time. In particular, Flammable, and he's just going to be chased up, maybe trying to buy some time for his team, but time is limited as him and Overseas are both going to fall. The Shrine's going to fall thereafter, and Virtus.pro, I mean, you do have mid-boss in 30 seconds, so the first stage Patron most likely going to be taken, and I would expect them to back away for the Rejuve to respawn through and then come in for that final blow.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, we were talking about, okay, is it possible for them to make it work without the paradox? It's kind of a question that we had, at least. I don't know how much that question was answered for them and whether that was like a hard decision for them or not, but that seemed to, I think you're right. I think the phrase you use, EP, is like, just like the top, what was it, like top level insight or something about being on top.
At the highest levels of competitive play was the specific phrase.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. All right. Well, well, there we go. Yeah, and so that would be an immediate thing that we're drawn to. I'd be curious to see if that's the interpretation also for one win going into the following draft. If they do lose this, which one would expect that would be the case? The rejuve here will be collected for VP. And VP haven't got a single walker down, which is a huge telltale sign 25 minutes into the game that the initiative has always been with them, and largely due, one would expect, to the Paradox and the Holiday.
Are they going to go for it here? I think we're going to see the first shelter delay the Rejuvenator. There it is. So it could be a world where we see the Rejuvenator being stolen away. Actually quickly taken down. Flammable does get the steal with a great timing of dropping the Frozen Shelter into the melee. So at least one win. They secure this objective, but at what cost will be the question. Xenon trying to run away with the help of that burrow, but just being chased down on by Virtus.pro. They're going to let this mole escape another time. There it goes. Listic secures this one. So a great little steal coming through, but I mean, you're kind of almost delaying the inevitable with the game's gone, since you weren't able to pick up any kills off of this.
Playing nice.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they're able to do. I mean, we've got another fight here to see if they can evade the catch. Doesn't look like it. But yeah, are they able to find a way to take initiative and start putting pressure on their opponent's walkers, like, to begin with? Is a big question I have. Yeah, Listic is quite dangerous. A 9k difference between the Calico and between the Yamato at this point. Oh, it is not a good look there right now for Zanya. And it's not just that. You've got the 34k Infernus, 27k, 28k Warden and Holiday. So yeah, the stat differential is pretty rough, especially for a Calico. And it feels like you don't have time to catch up to go and farm. And right now, another reason why you can't catch up is because VP, again, are forcing you to respond. They picked up the urn. They are threatening the pickup. And here is the reaction from OneWid in their positioning, is to try to intercept.
I mean, they do have the Rejuvenator still on 3 players, so their lanes will shove. Virtus.pro will eventually have to respond to this as Listic just comes in from downtown with the power slash, the flying strike on top of that, looking for the chase and the finish on the Empty Dreams. And when Listic can pull things off like that, you just know this game is looking extremely one-sided. Oh
yeah, the crazy damage output. Might get a catch onto Sharik, looking pretty weak here. Yeah, there we go. Sharik will go down. And 40k difference in souls. We have seen a, what was it, 50k comeback, 52k comeback. We've seen it once, at least.
Yeah, but once out of 23 weeks.
Yeah, and I guess, you're up against the Holiday Paradox. That really is a big problem. I think if you had like a Bebop on OneWin's team where you can have that opportunity to get those super clean isolations and picks off of the hook, I mean, that I feel like you're always in the game if you have a Bebop like in that world. But that's the issue here. If VP don't allow you to isolate them and get opening picks, then winning a team fight feels impossible at this point.
I mean, I figured out what OneWin's missing. Where's the well-played spend? Oh, they're going for a chase. Trying to catch up on the KLS here. Immediately going to back off. I mean, you can see how deep they got in the enemy jungle. And as we see on the minimap, a lot of blue looking to circle in around them. I mean, I still think there technically is a world where OneWin can come back just because they have a Shiv. And that reset on the ultimate, as we saw for, was it Calc in their match up against Hydronation, where Llama Lords are able to take them down, albeit that result was reversed due to certain PayPal issues.
Let's go blue.
There's always the option for that to actually turn to make a play happen and make a comeback happen, but also being down 40 50k souls, it makes it hard to really think it could and will happen.
Yeah, certainly. Somewhat of a chase. I mean, obviously, if you're Infernus, you want to kite, but Infernus is getting absolutely mobbed here. Oh my god, but look at the life leech coming in. Somehow still up, but for how long? How many players are going to be beating on the Infernus? Oh my god, Zergy takes down the Kelvin. Oh, that is not a good result there when we needed that to be somewhat clean after that catch, but that's the problem with the stat differential that we're seeing.
You brought this on yourself.
And off of that, I mean, rejuve or no? Well, there is no rejuve. So no.
They had to throw everything and the kitchen sink to take down Zergy. Like, obviously, flex stocks is a big factor to this. So you can see Virtus.pro have everything unlocked, and OneWin are still sitting on only one flex slot opened up, making it harder to itemize, making this gap even more effective for Virtus.pro. That's gonna be the stage 1 patron taken. Mid boss in 1 minute. I mean, Virtus.pro is a world where you could finish it now, but I think they want to play things a little bit safe with having Zergy on the respawn. With buffs in 25 seconds, I would imagine it's like buffs into Urn, into mid boss, into Urn turn-in, into finish for VP.
Yeah, I would expect so too. And they have the option to play it super safe if they want to. There is a lot of farm on the map that they could collect at any given point. So there's definitely a lot of options for them. And right now, Empty Dream's just sprinting out onto the map by himself. Here, obviously Traveler's online, but you know, you could get locked down if you're not careful. Confidence. With that said, and up on the left side, OneWin make their way across, as do VP.
Okay. Warpstone combo coming through. They're still missing a lot of players on OneWin's side. Eventually they're able to join the fight. Navil's just being focused right away here. Looking for the reset, but he will be finished off. And with a clean take here for Virtus.pro. 3 kills and probably more coming. This is for sure going to be the finish out of Virtus.pro unless somehow Zanya, Overseas, and Flamble are able to take a 3-on-6, which realistically should not be happening here. So we're dead. We're going to be going to a map 3 between VP and OneWin. And it's definitely looking more possible for OneWin to finally overcome the team who has defeated them 4 weeks in a row, going on potentially a 5th. Good signs for Virtus.pro, and I think a good sign of maturity of the team as well, finally figuring out what didn't work out for them. But they've done it before. They did it last week when they took a map. Taking 2 seems to be the trouble.
Yes, absolutely, and indeed, it's the victory there in map 2 for VP to tie us up 1-1 in this grand finals. And like you say, it's a game of adaptation, and we'll see whether the adaptations for VP will remain solid as they did in this game, or whether OneWin's adjustments, maybe following some of ZP's feedback that we heard from him, his analysis, his insights, does seem to be on track with some of the adjustments that we should expect to see from OneWin. And then I really wonder how the game is going to look, because they definitely don't look... It doesn't look like there's a big difference in terms of skill. It really does come down a lot to some of these drafts.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just bring ZP in now to talk about it. I'm thinking maybe there's a world where we see OneWin go for an earlier Yamato pick to deny that away from Virtus.pro.
Well, I think the number one thing they need to do is do an earlier pick onto either Holiday or Paradox. I think what we need here, we just need like the graphical edit of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And at the very top of your Deadlock needs right now is you need a playmaker. You have to have one of the two, because it's a double penalty. If you don't get either Holiday or Paradox, you then have to deal with the other team having both. And it's pretty difficult.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. Just like turning things on for yourself to get back into this game, because lights, camera, action. Virtus.pro strike back, and in the hands of Listic with 11 kills, 1 death, and 26 assists coming through. Is that the highest player damage? I want to ask you though, maybe ZP, because we did obviously bash on Infernus in general as kind of like a hero, not necessarily Zergy. What was your overall take of how he did in this game?
Overall in Zergy, I mean, about as well as you can expect Infernus to do. I mean, got well farmed, was still tanky and survivable. You had that moment in the subway where, yeah, they're still up a whole lot of econ at that point, but you know, it kind of shows, you know, flashes the old Infernus of being able to, you know, live in tough situations. And, you know, again, I feel like part of the impact of Infernus right now, look at the total amount of deaths that you see here. Only 2 deaths, despite being one of the more focused on characters in the game. And, you know, I think when you're looking at your Infernus player right now is not so much the ultimate giga carry, but more so just you are consistent. You're going to be really difficult to actually die, and if the other team goes after you, you're going to lead them on a merry chase. And I think right now for where you pick it first and what you're trying to fill roles on in the team, yeah, it's going to be towards the very end of a draft, but you still get some decent value. I think it's just about like reshifting your expectations of what an Infernus is bringing to the table and kind of, you know, using the Men in Black Neuralizer to remove the, you know, the Letha days where Letha would come in on Infernus, get 20k ahead of the game and, you know, be an unstoppable god.
It's also fun to see that Listic had the highest kills, lowest deaths, and highest assists for the team. 26 assists, despite having 11 of the kills as well. Is pretty epic, but just a testament. I mean, I think that's also to be expected because of the comp you're up against is a heavy frontline comp. So when we're getting those power shots, the power slashes, it's going to be connecting with a lot of different players. So yeah, big performance from VP. And the interesting thing is that, you know, Yamato is such a good hero for one win as well. I wonder if Yamato might come into more contention, if that's something that could be one of the changes that we could see, in addition to maybe a priority on ensuring that you get either Holiday or Paradox. And given the way the drafts have been going, you know, maybe it could be a Paradox Yamato opening.
I think also when you look at all this here, you know, there's a lot to be said about the Shiv Kelvin lane and it being good. I think even as good as that lane can be at points, what it's giving you in the early to mid game is completely Z'd out. If you don't have at least Paradox or Holiday and you're stuck at a spot where you're going against the two of them. I also think you see in this game like some limitations of Mo, where when Mo is your only means of initiation, you can play around the Mo. There are points in this game where VP was going out of their way to just look for Mo specifically, you know, bait him into engaging and then hard focus fire thereafter. Mo's room to make plays is so much different when you have to be on the lookout not just for a Mo going in, but also for a swap or a lasso at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, to me, this game actually kind of really puts in the laser focus what is important in the draft in this particular meta of Deadlock after most recent patch. And, you know, to me, I bring it again all the way back to the very beginning of the draft where one win decides we'll give up the Paradox. Big mistake.
Well, mistakes had been had, but let's see if they can revert those mistakes as we go into our third map in a short amount of time. We have to head to a break here to get things ready. Give, obviously, the players a chance for a quick breather to figure out what they're going to do because $1,000 is on the line. One map separates it between one win and VP. We're going to find out who's taking that home on the other side of this break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at the Deadlock Fight Night number 23, presented by Intel. And our winners match has gone the full distance here into our third and final match of the series between OneWin and Virtus.pro. Still Jason Kaplan, still Dan. I just have to ask Dan, how's your Doug impression going now? Have you had time to,
I forgot about that.
to suss it out?
I forgot to work on that. You know,
Well, it's fine. You have time to work on it because we have to bring in our third person here on the desk. It's Josh, OW.
How are you gonna keep this up, Jason? You gotta talk in the silly voice if you want me to, man. I gotta.
I mean, no one called out
compensation.
Justin today, to be fair. So yeah, I mean, we had Alex come in for ZP, but you know what? We'll hop back to that a little bit later on. Is you know, Jake, you get to talk about that last match since you were on the sidelines for it. I mean, a very quick turnaround and a very one-sided game for VP. It felt.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting choice for OneWin to change the draft from game one. Despite winning it and looking pretty solid, they end up like prioing the Mirage Geist instead of the Paradox, and that ends up looking like it really cost them in the game. I don't know if the draft is 100% the reason why they lost, but it is surprising to me that you would pick up a win, very solid win at that, like pretty comfortable one, and then you would make a change in the draft. I'm not sure why they felt that way. I mean, it's hard to criticize the picks of Geist and Mirage, but I think it's fair to say VP punished them for it. That being said, OneWin now has the opportunity to kind of go back to the game one draft if that's what you want, if that's the way you want to play the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That was something I was saying at the beginning of the draft when we were talking about it. It's like, well, if you usually the winning team shouldn't change anything because you introduce the possibility that you'll make a mistake, and you can always adapt as you see what the other team is doing, and it's more about you know, forcing errors from them. But if you change stuff, you might be forcing an error from yourself, and that's like not necessarily the best thing to do. But hey, it's game 3, so it's now or never.
It's game 3, and it is into the draft once again. And once again, we see Virtus.pro going to be coming out with the first pick every single time in this series. So looking towards OneWin, it's going to come down to like what's the first 2 things they're going to pick, as you kind of discussed before, Jake.
Yeah, and I wonder now, you know, do you double down on your game 2 draft? Do you still have confidence in it? I have to think the way that game went was pretty painful, and you probably wanted a little bit more playmaking and single target catch from either the Paradox or the Holiday. And for VP, I can't imagine anything changing. I mean, Dimov has had, honestly, even game 1 was looking good on the Holiday. I feel like the first pick Holiday is a very solid choice, nothing to criticize, unless OneWin want to ban it and limit that and approach that game differently. Looks like a nice little cute good boy in the background.
Yeah, it was for the dog, Dan. I don't know if you caught that much,
honestly, I was like, oh, he's just
at first I thought that was like a blanket on the couch, and then it moved. I was like, okay.
He's making his debut here on DFN, my boy Oliver, which is why I say dogs are better than cats for sure. We do see Sinclair ban though, so the band's sticking true to what we've seen every single time so far in the series, and we can assume Virtus.pro probably picking the Holiday and keeping things true to what we've had for, well, potentially 3 games in a row.
It makes no sense to change it, which is why they should change.
That's why they're gonna change it. Go with the Paradox
for so long.
Yeah. Damn it. We set it up too. It would have been so cool. Okay, so OneWin, this is the question. What do they do for their 2 picks? Obviously, what we've learned, and hopefully they've learned too, is we should see a Paradox here. And in addition to the Paradox, the first game they went with Paradox Geist, right? They picked up the Geist in the second pick. I'm curious if that stays for them, or if they prioritize something else. Like, you know, prioritizing the Bebop even, you know, could be like a way to like overcompensate almost into we had no pickoff in the previous game. Let's just shove it in there in 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think the scary thing about picking the Bebop now is you open yourself up to giving a lot of that super high prio picks over to VP, where like that silencer was really annoying for your Yamato Calico, but you could kind of go a different direction with that type of Bebop pick. You can play the Geist. So they're going to get it here, which probably now gives it the Mirage to VP. And then I would be very surprised if they don't take a Mirage, but I am curious to see if they go with the second as a Mo. I think that was the game 1 draft. And so this might be the spot, I think, for VP to take a different tack. Like, I think Mirage is just super likely, and then I'm just very curious to see what the second pick is. I think this is where
Yamato
VP should
again?
deviate from game 1. Oh yeah, maybe it was Mirage Yamato.
Yeah, it was always Yamato as the 3rd pick coming through, but this time it'd be coming through as number 2, and VP very heavily valuing Yamato, and I think that's perfectly fair considering, you know, again, E-Shift has been nerfed.
Yeah, the native E-Shift like users like Calico and Yamato maybe benefit a little bit from sort of having the skill on an ability cooldown. I wonder here if it will be in the Mirage as well to follow this, as it's still in the draft. I think the split pushing is a big threat. Wow, but they're going to prio the Mokrill, so really wanting the follow-up for the lassos, denying that pick away from one win team. I like this, but it does give up Mirage Geist to one win team, which is such a potent late game potential. Your carry potential is like, I mean, one we're gonna have amazing late game scaling if they can get that duo online.
And all the split pushing that you get from the Mirage, and just yeah, I feel like
You're under my
it's
protection now.
pretty nice, and that's what you want to see out of one win, having a better opening here, and also we're not having to like worry about the whole like initiation situation now.
He's a little lonely right now because it's not often I'm up this late, and he wants a little bit of attention.
He's very cute. He should get some attention. He seems like a very good boy. For the bans though, here for one win team, what do you want to take away here? It's gonna be the Ivy. Wow, that is super interesting. I mean, Ivy's been being played more, but to be hit with a ban is still surprising to me.
I think Obakim's been on it the last 2 games. Was he on it both games? Actually, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's licking me. Sorry, not you
So
guys.
they went to Kelvin ban, I think, last in the first round of bans, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that sounds right.
With Kelvin and then okay,
I like this. I like this. It was such a problem for you in game 1. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Especially with Mokrill, where I think Mokrill doesn't really love playing against Bebop, but you're kind of like a free hook when you go for a combo. Can shut down the Holiday or the Yamato, and I think Overseas has just shown he's just too good. He's just too good at the Bebop. You just don't want to give this to him. It's going to make your early game so scary, and late game, I mean, there's all these pick-off threats. Just such an X-Factor hero. Probably one of our most banned heroes all time in EFN, just with how many teams don't want to play against the Bebop.
Interesting. I forgot the Vindicta. So Kelvin's potentially in contestation here. I don't know how much VP value it, but obviously one win has valued Kelvin so far, and Kelvin was a ban for VP, like you're saying, in place of the Bebop. So you'd imagine VP might be expecting it. I'm really curious how this 4th pick is going to determine the rest of the draft potentially for VP. Okay, so now
Shiv Kelvin still looks really good to me. Like,
there you go.
I think they have like the Yamato Shiv, double aggressive frontliner. Mo can kind of be in that group too. Holiday's grabbing people and setting them up for you, and you have crazy burst. Like I think the Kelvin actually could be super nice here, and it sort of zones out Vindicta in a lot of these fights. Paradox, Mirage, these are all heroes who want to have a bit of range when they're dealing their damage, and you could just isolate a single target going for this heavy front line, and they're going to snap it up. I think this is a nice draft so far from VP. Curious to see what one win team go for as a response here. Maybe some individual pick-off threat, but there's not much left in the pool.
Yeah, like I'm thinking Abrams Calico right now might be, because your front line kind of sucks.
Yeah, he's just got history.
and also like in terms of playmaking, you don't have a lot. I mean, not a lot. No, like frontline bruisers basically. So there's the Abrams.
And the Vindicta Abrams is a great lane, like kind of just lane in a box there. No need to worry too much about placements for the other heroes. I mean, in general, I think one team do have pretty great laners overall. They should have no problem last hitting and playing that early game setup.
Okay.
However, the Shiv Kelvin lane could be a problem.
I really want to see that pocket, Dan, don't you?
Pockets.
It kind of works here, but
pocket would be sick here.
Okay. This makes Infernus's life a little bit worse. It can be annoying here. The thing I'm worried about for Infernus though is all the hard lockdown for VP, whether it's Mokrill, whether it's Holiday, or just Kelvin doming you. Infernus needs to kind of like get out of those scenarios and run away. And there is a point at like the ultra late game. We saw that last game where Zergy was just so farmed on the Infernus that like he could just lifesteal through the entire enemy team and just be ridiculously powerful. But I'm a little pessimistic about that with the amount of catch VP have. I think that was more of a case of one win team not having the catch to get Infernus last game. However, one win team, I mean, the scaling is ridiculous. Like their late game ceiling is out of control. VP are going to be on some kind of a clock this game, but if they can get ahead in the mid game, I don't think that's really going to matter. If you're controlling the map, if you're getting the Walker tempo and taking these mid bosses, Seven and Yamato are going to have no problem getting deep into the late game, even Shiv as well. So honestly, I like this VP draft. I think it's a really nice change up from game 1. At the same time, I think one win team, if they do pretty well out of the early game, if they have a lead in the early game, this is looking rough for one. For
I think we're also going to see Mikhail S on the Shiv in this lineup
could
too
be
for Virtus.pro. And that, I don't know. I mean, we haven't really seen, I know we had it happen like a week or two ago for him. I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't the most impressive things from off the top of my head. But I obviously could be wrong on this one. Yeah, it will be Michaelis back on that, which means Listic will be over on the... Maybe I just lagged out there. Dimov over on the Holiday. And then more importantly, like, how is Zanya going to do on the Abrams? I feel like it's very rough to be on Abrams when you have a Kelvin who could just dome you in. If you're not tanky enough to survive in that dome, you're going to fall. Obviously, you're not necessarily the highest priority pick to go for that, but at the end of the day, I think Virtus.pro, or sorry, OneWin will be more than, or sorry, Virtus.pro will be more than happy to take any kill they can get.
Yeah, that's that Vindicta Abrams lane. What do you like about these lanes? What are the points of interest for you, Jake?
Well, I think it looks like the strong lanes have gotten a mismatch here with the Abrams and Vindicta going up against the Mo, and then on the other side of the map, the Shiv Calvin. So I think either of these lanes could be expected to be strong, but if Sharik can sustain through this Abrams damage and can be just like an immovable object, even in the face of the tethers and the Abrams pins, then this lane could be pretty nice for VP as well. The biggest thing I feel like I'm looking at the draft overall, and OneWin team just have such a stat check draft, you know, like if you are farmed and like statistically relevant, doing big damage, okay, like these heroes can be super powerful, but the team synergy, the comboing, I mean, there's a couple in there, right? Like there's a swap into an Abrams pin and a tether into Abrams pin, but for the most part, you just have a lot of like big damage dealers that can be huge threats with farm. And what that means though is you're going to be a little bit dependent on having that farm. I think if you find yourself in a tough spot, like making comebacks, if VP don't make mistakes and don't feed you team fights, it could be really hard.
Okay, well, getting back into this game here after the pause, which of course, every time we have OneWin and Virtus.pro play, we're always going to have a pause, at least guaranteed, 100% of the time. As his interesting position to actually find Abrams in with a shoulder charge down, not to mention his drain down. He's actually going to be killable, and Zergy picks up an early double kill. Not what you want to see if you're a OneWin fan.
Wow.
Zergy, we know how farms you can get later on, but if you give him the initial start, it's going to be pain for you.
Yeah, and you would expect this lane to be a bit better for the Vindicta Abrams too, so that's definitely not a good start. They're going to come quickly off of the rope, so they are losing good like 20% there of the Guardian's life, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I actually do think the Infernus Mirage matchup against Shiv Kelvin is super interesting because the damage output there is pretty nice and from the right ranges, so that they should be able to effectively delay the Guardian from going down. Even though I don't think with the Infernus Mirage you're going to be able to get out on your lane very well, I think they'll be able to defend it super well. And so this Abrams and Vindicta lane feels to me like to be super important in that sense, that you would expect this one to certainly be more favorable for OneWin, and we want them, as far as if you want to see their strategy really get going, it works obviously best if they get that first tower down more quickly. So we'll see if they're able to do that.
One note I do want to bring up here, and how valuable I think is maybe something you can actually weigh in on here, Dan, is the fact that like Virtus.pro, they've had a very long day. They had to play at 11 a.m. CET or CEST I guess now for a OneWin Bombshell. They played 2 matches back to back. They had a break, and then they come back into this having to play a best of 1 and into a best of with the full 3. Like, this is going to be a very tough day and a real true test to their mental fortitude. As Listic, he's pretty much been tested here, able to take down Overseas and AV on the lane. Eventually will be finished off by the Guardian, but they get again another good start in the mid lane. But I do kind of worry and wonder for Virtus.pro, like, are they going to have the mental fortitude to hold on throughout this series? Because it's been a tough one. So
it's a really interesting one. I think there's obviously a lot of variables, but what can often happen is the team that is playing a lot, the fatigue that you acquire can actually sometimes be somewhat of a benefit. It comes at a cost, a trade-off where, man, am I talking through this action right now? I guess I am. So the trade-off is you're a little bit fatigued, so you might be more prone to maybe making some mistakes, maybe not being quite as sharp in some respects, but you're also a bit more desensitized to some of the pressures because you're just grinding out the games. And so it doesn't feel as like as much of a big deal as if when you come into a game fresh, it's like, oh, this is like, you know, really feels a lot more real. But they've been going at it again and again and again constantly today, so they're a bit more desensitized in that respect. So I think there's like kind of an even trade-off that happens for most teams, and some teams even get better the more tired they are, because some of the nerves and everything else kind of goes away a bit more, and they're able to just kind of like just go for it. So we'll see how it actually turns out for them. And they're also a team, a bunch of players that are used to grinding very long hours, and they're all doing it from the bedrooms as well. So I think, you know, it's a lot easier to do that than in a LAN environment.
Yeah, to be fair, you're comparing the early start out of Virtus.pro today to OneWin, who's been playing a ton of matches in a row here, because they did have to play out, I believe, 2 best of 2s. And actually, no, they only played at 1 best of 2 in the OneWin bombshell tournament today, if I'm not mistaken, where they lost against Thanos. So kind of a little bit of a difference between the two teams in terms of like fatigue, but either way, I mean, it has broken down into quite an exciting series for Virtus.pro with a fantastic bounce back in the second match. And as we go in towards the paradoxical swap coming through, Listic's just able to back away. There's really no confirmation of a kill, no real damage being done to him off that ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see now if OneWin can start to recover a bit, because they are down 5k souls at this point. That's a pretty big deficit this early in the game, and maybe part of it is because of how this lane on the right side has been going. You see 3.2k there for Zanya on the Abrams, 3.7 for Flammable, so not having a great time. And to be honest, if you look across the other lanes too, in general, VP have the edge. So this is perhaps the best start by far that we've seen for VP. And in fact, 5k souls ahead. I think Jake was saying, you know, the scaling will be wild for OneWin. So it's not super alarming that they're a bit behind, but you don't want to be so far behind that you are just going to lose the game.
A big dive again out of Listic, rotating very early on. Maybe it's that shout transformation, and Empty Dream should be following the combustion. Combustion won't stun up Listings. They pick up the initial kill. Gonna go for the dive yet again on a Xenon. He's gonna fall, and Virtus.pro come out the gate swinging. That 5k gonna turn into more. They're looking for their second Guardian of the game. They're gonna keep this pressure going, as even Zergy now in the mid lane flips down a Storm Cloud, but he'll be finished off for his face. That doesn't really make sense, but showing up in that lane. Not for, yeah,
wait,
really weird.
I thought you were gonna say like for his troubles or something, presence. But he just like threw face in that. I like it. I respect it. It's novel. It's unique.
I know Metro would be sad to chat his boyfriend getting killed, but either way, you can still see Zanya going back in on the charge here. Listic's able to pick up another kill. This is honestly just starting to be a big snowball here. Like Virtus.pro taking an early advantage, and they are rolling with it.
Yeah, it's this thing where it's totally fine, I think, for OneWin to be behind, but there is difference from being behind and I think maybe being this far behind, where the other team can just start steamrolling you and consistently create initiative, and where you have to react, so you don't ever like find the breathing room to recover. That's the place you don't want to get to.
Jeez, this is going from bad to worse now. I mean, Virtus.pro, we've seen him in positions like this. It's not been very often we've seen him in this position in the recent weeks, in recent times. The only way I can think of is against Parivision maybe 1 or 2 weeks back. But with the rate they're going, obviously a lot of the solely they have of 10k being 7-8 minutes in comes from a lot of his objectives. But to be fair, with the mid objective, the mid guardian potentially going down here on this next push, like OneWin are starting to fall to a very difficult point of being behind.
Jake, this is bad for OneWin.
Yeah, this game is actually on the brink of being out of control. I would say a 10k lead this early into the game is extremely dangerous territory. It's like Lasso was missed though, a little moment of reprieve for OneWin team, and this mid guardian is like kind of the last thing standing in the way of VP in complete domination, and now it comes down, fight breaking out in the mid.
Yeah, result here for OneWin is super important, but under the frozen shelter, that's obviously going to favor VP for the time being, and the pursuit coming in from Listic has been unrelenting. His Yamato play today has been incredibly good, and maybe if VP are winning, it's a shoe-in for the MVP. But looks like OneWin didn't really lose players there, but of course they lost the Guardian, and they are 3 Guardians down at the moment.
They're going to be jungle down too. You can see VP already starting to go for the invade, really limiting OneWin's ability to get back in the game. When that first urn comes up as well, I do wonder, will Virtus.pro use it or pick it up? Because it's going to be an enemy side turn-in or they're just going to focus on still taking as much around the map as possible. If I was in their shoes, I would guess you leave the urn. You need to make sure Win don't pick it up, though, because that could be an easy turn for them and an easy way back into the game with the recent change in the latest patch. Well, Zanya's actually being very brave for taking away the Sinner Sacrifice. He's going to be noticed now on the minimap as long as they were keeping their eye on it. At least he does have backup of 2 other players in the vicinity.
I love that they're doing that, though, because you do have... It is very scary when you're in this situation, just like Jake was saying, because if you just allow VP just play out this advantage, it will just grow. It will accelerate. It will be something that compounds. And so you have to take risks. And that is definitely a risk from Zanya, but it doesn't look like he's being punished for it just yet. Able to get out of there with some of those the gambas and potentially some of those enemies jungle creeps as well. So really, really well done to get out of there alive.
Sergi, I don't know how he's actually able to dodge away from so much of this damage with Vindicta out of Flambo looking to actually attack him from the skies, but the storm does move in swiftly. Flambo's down to about lower than half HP. The urn, you can see Zanya headed into that direction and maybe go for the pickup, but he's been comboed and finished off here by Listic. And Virtus.pro are the ones to actually secure it, but you can see, look what that turn-in's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult to actually secure this, even with the 11k lead.
So it actually might end up being kind of awesome timing there, because the lead has gone down to 9k, and so I think that was right on the margins there for the turn-in spot. So it does make it rather challenging for VP to secure it, and VP have to be careful not to waste their time. If it's something that they truly cannot do, they don't want to waste their time trying to collect this. However, they are going for it, and Win are going to respond.
And they're wasting multiple players' time, to be fair, as well on the Win side. That's the last one coming through. The Frozen Shelter can be used to try to confirm the soul or the Urn turn-in, but it hasn't been locked in just yet. Seismic's planning to come through just to help them escape, but Listic's going to be there to clean up that kill. Maybe he was able to get down Obi Kim. The Urn's still trying to be deposited. Looks like it will go last second. The parry came in from D-Mob to save it. And Shark's able to confirm the Urn and 2 more kills on top of this. It's all going the way of Virtus.pro, 11k lead, and looking to grow even further, leaving Michaelis to farm on this left lane side. Virtus.pro, I think we might be saying within the next 15 minutes here, Dan, that they have taken their title back. They got the championship belt for themselves once again to be crowned as the best team in EU.
See, we have somewhat of a lull here. Jake, you were talking about like it's very close to being out of control. Do you think we've reached that threshold just yet?
Yeah, I think the first mid boss is where we're likely to see the lead explode into something much bigger. And I think until VP really blow up in a huge fight, we probably won't see that, as they don't want to necessarily risk throwing the game and forcing mid boss too early against an Abrams or an Infernus and the threats that they pose. But honestly, that fight is a pretty scary one. That starts decently well for Win team. It's like theoretically should be a good trade for them, but in the end, I mean, the parry from D-Mob is really clutch right there.
All right, well, we'll see if there's a recovery possible here for Win. Okay, Empty Dreams with some decent initial fight onto Shiv, but hey, there's more than just Shiv in there. There's actually not just one more. There was actually 4 players there. So 1v4, not really good if you are familiar with how math works. And okay, another catch with the lasso, forcing the tornado out, and just the damage is so outrageous right now that that's going to end up being a kill as well off the flying strike. What a follow-up coming through from Listic. And there's that mid boss. They're going for it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you're going to force the fight. Your lanes are far enough shoved up too. I think Win kind of realizes this is happening. They're going to be sending Zanya down the staircase to maybe help out. I don't really feel like there's a world they could contest this. Even actually Overseas throws in a time bomb to like, here, let me help you out. Let me get you some damage done. Trying to push them away. We do see Win trying to go for the steal here. The Shadow Transformation comes through. As long as you hit the timing on this, it's going to be perfect. Overseas steals it away. Virtus.pro. You better sure as hell get the kills off the backlist, or you just threw away a massive lead.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. Is there a way for any conversions here on kills? There's one. 2 more players low. Sharik and Michaelis are very low. Is there enough damage here? Are there enough players here to finish this one off? And I love this, the way that we're able to escape here for Win all together. At the very least, they're going to come away with 4 rejues still present, and obviously all the push that comes from the reju. I got to bring you in again, Jake, here, because it feels like that could be the steal of all steals.
Yeah, it's a very big steal. I think it keeps one win in contention. I mean, if they had failed that steal, that probably the game is done right there. But I will say Zergy was not in that fight. He was taking a walker on the side lane at the same time. So Virtus.pro hedged their bets there. Even though they don't get the rejuve, they get a decent fight in the end. And unless these rejuves can be converted into kills or a lot of farm, then in the end, the advantage won't mean much for one win. And that walker isn't coming back here. So still, we'll have to see how the next few minutes play out.
Damn. You saw ABR running around for a very long time on low HP with the soul exchange up, but not able to steal enough health from KLS to survive with Listic there. As we saw the right lane walker go down, maybe we're going to see the mid lane walker go down for Virtus.pro as they have kind of grouped up here in the middle lane. They still have to worry about, obviously, the rejuved up minions pushing through. And ABL has respawned another time. But yeah, as Jake said, keeping one win in the game, but they're still going to be down 21,000 souls. And a rejuve is really not going to save you from that kind of soul deficit. It's just going to make you respawning quicker if VP do get the kill. As we're about to hit the 15-minute mark, Dan, I think that's where the action is going to be taking place. It's going to be about that Urn, and it's going to be about that turn-in on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough. Send him with a vitality buff there on the Mirage. And we get a ping there. I'm not sure whether that was a VP ping or on the map or a one win, but yeah, 21k soul advantage. That is a third of all the souls that one win has.
Good map.
Well. All right, well, here we go. There's a catch here. This is nice. The jump pad just setting into the ceiling. Okay, a pick-off. That's what we like to see there for one win, and their chances to get back into this one. And again, it does seem like this Urn drop-off point is a problem. I mean, I don't know what VP will be able to do about this right now. It doesn't really seem like they're super interested in trying to go for this. But all the jungle is cleaned up though on the on one win side of the map, so there's not a lot of things for them to do.
No, I mean, but still, that last fight was kind of important for them because they take down another Guardian and they get their flex slot. And that needed for their side, considering Virtus.pro already have 2 unlocked for them.
I see the detective.
I think my Italian internet is striking again, unfortunately.
Oh, it's getting me too.
Sure.
Our green walker is under attack.
Or maybe it's not me. Okay, so maybe it's not Italian internet. Maybe it's the British internet.
Ooh. Well,
I'm so
okay.
used to it being me though, so I always think it's on my side.
Well, it's, one win finding themselves under fire here on the right side. VP going very aggressive, getting that opening kill onto Xenon. We did get some healing of the disparity in souls for a moment for one win, but with these 2 kills going to VP, good finds. That's going to be a problem for one win's attempt to come back into this one. In the meantime, Mo picking up the Urn once again and threatening the drop-off. And with the rejuve out now, VP can finally push these lanes and they can finally give it a go.
Kind of ridiculous as well how much damage Zergy just did to like Xenon. That, I mean, he has an 8,000 soul lead, but he shredded him. And the thing is, there's still 4 other players around that kind of same soul threshold. It's only Empty Dreams at 17k. Like Zergy's gonna put on a clinic here as we're seeing Seismic Slam used for defensive purposes out of one win. Frozen Shelter being used to secure in the Urn and lengthen that lead even further. But we still might see a fight off the back of this. The Fit Off the Swap had come in onto the KLS, but he's just gonna dash away and be safe.
Yeah, and I like the disengage here from VP. One of the reasons too is because they just got a lot of souls off of the Urn. Some of the soul advantage they have is not realized at this point. It's kind of like stocks, you know. So they're gonna fall off, and they're gonna force one win into a spot where one win are gonna start pushing the map. We got that pressure here. Oh, this Walker will take down will be really nice. He's gonna commit to this, but surely. Oh no, the stun is going to come in. Okay, well, we got the tornado, and he's going to be able to get it, but I don't know if escaping Listic is ever on the cards in this position. So much damage, unreasonable amounts of spirit damage, and Listic will indeed take down Xenon, but for a Walker, probably worth at this point.
I thought he was just going to travel away, to be honest. I think he had enough HP to actually pull that one off. But yeah, gets the Walker, gets another flex slot for one win, so a pretty decent turnaround, but they're still going to be down 20,000 souls. It's not like that one Walker is necessarily going to get you back in the game, but it obviously does help quite a bit. Let's keep it within arm's reach. Look at this. You can see Dimov with the Veil Walker just waiting to pop into that Veil. and then go in for a push. Maybe just go for the push outright with the lasso. Catches out onto Flamble. That's a Vindicta going to be blown up here. Another man advantage for Virtus.pro again.
Yeah, big pickoff, but actually still maintaining a somewhat of a like a deficit, like 20k, right? Roughly 20. Well, now it's 24k, but you know, a 20k difference 30 minutes into the game is not a big deal, like a massive deal. So if OneWin can keep holding on like this, it might be all right. I think one of the biggest issues right now is that mid Guardian still being up. That creates a lot of difficulty in terms of map control, in terms of information, and how you want to move around the map. It makes it awkward for OneWin.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like the 20-30k difference does not mean as much if we hit the 30-minute mark, but Virtus.pro are a team. Get the crab walk over here looking for a catch. Virtus.pro are the kind of team that if they have an advantage like this, like they're going to push it to the limit and they're going to look to close out the game. I don't see a world where they just let it stay at 30,000 souls. They're going to at least push the left lane walker. They're going to force the next reju when it spawns in 2 seconds. Not to mention getting these buffs and the urn. Like this is a Virtus.pro who's going to look for this win. Pretty much better than I'd say almost any team out there when it comes to like closing out games and knowing when they're in the lead and how to use that lead effectively.
Well, the mid boss is up, and VP probably feel confident, especially after a pick like that, to maybe just go for the mid boss. We will see. They do have aggression on that left side walker at the moment, so keeping pressure on OneWin at the moment. Might try to secure another pick before thinking about that mid boss at this point. Really trying to force this walker down potentially. This is a big fight now breaking out here. This could be pretty important. It might be an opportunity for OneWin, but they are getting actually destroyed. Xenon going down very low, very quickly. The pick-off potential, the damage output is crazy from VP right now, and they still have everybody up. They've got their big heals from Kelvin coming in from Oberkim. There's the healing Nova going down, Walker going down, and potentially more OneWin players to follow suit.
You can't really afford to lose out on too many players here. The Urn's going to be, you know, ferried over on towards the right hand side at some point, because the mid boss is what's on the menu here for Virtus.pro. And with Rejuve, if they're going to lock it in this time and not have it get stolen away, is exactly what they're going to need to actually go for the final plays. I think the only like rough part is they can't depend on D-Mob with his like lassos when they have to enter the base with the base guardians to be as the initial like indicator to a good fight for them. He's been doing that mostly off of catching OneWin pushed outside of their own base. Wait, they're actually going to go for the contest here. I can see a couple players in the vicinity up. Okay, so they're above them actually, instead trying to push out the lane to look for the walker. I mean, it's do or die time for OneWin. At some point, they're going to have to commit to a big fight, because if they keep letting Virtus.pro get away with what they're doing, they're going to have no jungle left, they're going to have no souls left, and this lead is just continue to expand.
And just, you look at how aggressive we see Zergy being here. Oh, going down pretty low. Okay, oh, there we go. Might get taken out here. There gets burned alive by the afterburn. And I mean, it cost a lot though. The life damage done by Zergy was crazy. So the trades off of that are pretty huge. 2 players going down in Xenon and Empty Dreams. And now with the Urn making its way across, might finally see a turn in there for VP again. They've gotten every single Urn this game so far.
Not so in 30 seconds. Not going to be up in time for Flamble. Frozen Shelter going to be used again to commit into the Urn. And a little bit of a heal up on top of that. 3.8 thousand health Mo and Krill. Plus 280 from his combos. That is a beefy Mo. And I don't think OneWin... Yeah, very chunky. I don't think OneWin have like the toxic bullets online to even deal with him. But at least they're able to finish off Ballistic. But again, the Rejuve's going to be there. He's going to respawn back in momentarily. And Virtus.pro, they're going to get the catch. You're on to Lady Geist.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, it really is. Oh, just the chunkiest. It's like it's Kit Kat to like a Kit Kat chunky. It's like that kind of like glow up. In terms of constitution.
To me.
Okay, well this looks like VP just having fun now, just getting picks left and right around the base and looking to really crack open said base, getting those base guardians down and now giving themselves access to these shrines, which they'll start working on. And with impunity, relative impunity, it looks like 4 players up here for OneWin, but they've got to be really cautious and not staggering the deaths at this point, but still trying to in some way slow this down. I don't know if it's possible. Look at the aggression flying in off the flying strike. Ballistic takes down another one, and the base is getting dismantled.
Well, there will be at least one more respawn in with the page. but you have to imagine that it's not looking like one we're going to be able to bounce back. You talked about a 30k deficit, 30 or 30 minutes in, or 20k deficit 30 minutes in. It's a 40k deficit right now, and we're still only 24 minutes into this match as Virtus.pro has backed off. They have a lot of jungle on the left-hand side to take away at least the Sitter sacrifice to continue to power up here. And one win. I'm imagining it's going to come down to them contesting this next Urn turn-in. And then that's going to do it if they can't win the fight.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. It's felt like in this whole match, I don't know, or this whole game, I'm not sure if I've seen like a good fight for one win. Like a fight that, because they've just been so far behind in terms of souls. They are 40k behind right now. That's not a good place to be. Frozen Shelter is used for the defense. We've seen it used for defense or Urn secures only so far.
As we said before, one win they're going to be committing for a fight here for this Urn. At least getting Obikin low here. You can see him just burning away. The Tux bullets coming out of Empty Dreams. Combustion off the back of this. We can see the Stormcloud on top of this, just able to create so much zone control for the side of Virtus.pro. But Michaelis, he's going to fall. At least one win able to get one initial kill, but the rest of the team so low on HP as ABL's going to go down overseas. He's probably going to be finished off here momentarily unless he's able to escape back towards his base, but he's heading over towards the VP side of this map. And Listic, well, he's unhinged. 29,000 souls, and he wants to close out these kills. He wants to close out the series as well. Only 3 players left alive for one win. And Virtus.pro might have finally broken the curse with the win against one win here.
Yeah, it felt like Empty Dreams was the only one outputting crazy damage in this fight, but just the output from Listic is godlike. And Empty Dreams is dead. He's gone. Very, very dead. Man, it's rough. 35k behind. It's so bad right now for one win
too for Listic.
Oh no,
going to be turned in. Listic's sit on 3,000 souls to spend. He's got like more spirit items than you ever possibly can hold. Pretty much bought the entire shop of spirit items.
It's rough. It's really rough. It's so, wow, the damage output is crazy. Well, if we look at the map here, the right lane is pushed for one win, so that's something, I suppose. But at the same time, they've obviously lost everything in their base, so one bad fight will convert to a victory at this point for VP. They'll take the belt again after, or how many weeks have they, like 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
This is week number 5.
It's going to take some real heroics from one win to find their way back in, and they might get caught here off the rope.
I see Holiday.
Ooh, just barely escaping, actually.
We talked earlier about, we've only seen it really one time, a team come back from a 50k soul deficit. I think that was a melee creep match back in like DFN 8 or 7 or something like that. Something ridiculous up against Llama Lords. And one win, I don't think Virtus.pro are going to let that happen here in DFN 23.
Wait,
I mean, credit to Xenon to keep that lane shoved out, at least keeping one lane shoved out. But to be honest, Virtus.pro don't really need to worry too much about that. But I think they're waiting up the mid boss as it's respawning here now.
Damn, look at that timing, Jason. Jason with the timing.
Our producer's in my ear and he's counting me down. He's like, okay, 5, 4.
Well, we had one steal from one win, so they might as well try to attempt another one. Okay, well, they'll actually find some isolated players here. There'll be more along the way, but will that first few seconds of engaged in their favor count here in this fight? It's looking pretty difficult here for Empty Dreams, getting chunked down real fast here. So much spirit damage. Oh my god, it is a death ball to be sure. A tornado of Virtus.pro players, and they're going to consume everyone in one win. And I mean, they don't even have to do mid boss. They can just run in and win now at this point. Oh, I think this is it, Jason.
This is it indeed. The final member of One Win goes down, and Virtus.pro, after 4 weeks in a row of losing out against One Win, they get the well-played, good game spam that they had to deal with every single week as One Win continued to be the best team in EU. But that championship belt, it's got to be handed off to Virtus.pro as they finally take themselves DFN 23 in the rightful place of being the best team in EU.
Yes, very well done by VP. I mean, showing the typical kind of VP, just resiliency throughout the entire series. I think Listic, obviously, with incredible performances on the Yamato. And the Yamato, it was interesting. I felt like going to the game 3, I was curious, might we even see a ban or something, or a second pick there? And because it just seemed to be so important for VP, but hey, that didn't come through. VP were able to leverage that Yamato play out of Listic, and it worked super well. And I do feel like this is a much better patch for VP overall.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I don't think it's necessarily like a better patch in terms of they got massive buffs. I think they got some buffs in there, but I think it's more of OneWin got hurt a lot in the patch because of the changes to Pocket and Calico. So it kind of indirectly made Virtus.pro a little bit stronger as well. I mean, they did struggle quite a bit when it came to that first map. OneWin made it look, relatively easy. But to bounce back after being down 1-0 to take the next 2 is not easy to do whatsoever for Virtus.pro. But we still have Jake here on the sidelines to break down this last match. There's a lot to talk about, honestly. I think it's Virtus.pro. It was a very one-sided game, even though it did drag out to about 25 minutes of time.
Yeah, no, I feel OneWin got caught into an awkward spot in the draft where they were just missing a lot of the playmakers that they have typically been able to use. And think about like what OneWin rose to prominence on in DFN was these really fast-paced drafts with a lot of catch and playmaking and, going in for early jungle ganks and snowballing the game from there, being willing to fight super early into the game. And then here they end up with a very like super greedy late game oriented draft and falling behind early by, I think they were down by 10K before 8 minutes. And that's just almost insurmountable. I mean, they made it interesting. They forced some rejuve steals. Good on OneWin for like still fighting for their outs in an incredibly difficult scenario. But I don't think there's anyone really better than VP when they have an advantage at just dotting the T's, crossing the I's, getting it done, and securing that victory.
When it comes to that victory here for Virtus.pro, Jake, who would you give your Intel player of the match over to?
Thinking about the Intel player of the match, it was close. I felt like I wanted to lean towards Dimov, but in the end, we can reveal it if it's ready. I did go with Listic. I just thought, the Yamato play was too consistent. They gave him super high draft prio this series to get him on the Yamato, and for very good reason. The performance was rock solid, able to carry the game deep into the late game. I feel like it was close between him and D-Mob with the Veil Walker throughout this series. It was such an annoyance for OneWin, such a challenge for them. But on top of that, Listic was able to win some of these lanes and create some early advantages that the team was able to capitalize on. And I think that kind of put him over the edge here for the player of the match.
Yeah, I think it's really crazy how well we saw this Listic Yamato work. Incredible stuff. In so many kills and so many assists, so much damage. The chase downs were immaculate, always connecting the power slashes and just chunking down opponents consistently and always getting good timing off the dive. Like anytime a teammate would set something up, even in the moment, Listic's immediately on top of the opportunity to find the finishing blows. And we saw a lot of like maxing as well, getting like a couple kills where maybe you should just got like one. So yeah, really solid performance from Listic. And I don't know, man, if Valve are watching this, the Flying Strike, it seems pretty broken. I don't know, what do you guys think?
It's got to respect some rules of our reality. Maybe not this universe, but maybe some other ones it currently has its iteration from.
I'm kind of here for the Attack on Titan cosplay. And in the end, this is the reality of Yamato. You won't be running away from this hero. It's very unlikely. You need to be able to stand and fight her. You need to be able to silence her and nuke her down, or be able to just out-damage her through the ulti resistance. And, when this hero is ahead of you, when she's snowballing the game, of course, she's an absolute menace. And that is a pretty ridiculous stat line. 18, 3, and 15 for Listic in this final game. That is monstrous.
Also, what's a problem too is you're going to have your best 7 performances when your team is going to be winning the early game and you're putting the pressure on the opponents. And so Zergy gets to kind of just actually farm up to his own leisure and isn't forced to have to make those decisions between having to participate with the team in a lot of these spots. And so it just really enabled Zergy to get powered up real quick. And we saw, as we can see here, the damage output and objective damage from Zergy was huge because of all the pressure that the rest of the team was able to afford him.
Well, don't forget for Zergy, also got a double kill in lane very, very early on. Him and Shark were able to put on a clinic in their lane to really help propel him forward. But gentlemen, that's going to wrap up our EU portion of their broadcast. However, Willistic, he gets our Intel Player of the Match, but he also gets a special edition into our show. We are going to be heading to a break, but in this break, we have something we like to call Deadlock Pictionary. Listic, oh man, chat's got me on that one. Listic with the Chinese inner Bob Ross here, along with Pop and AVG from Melee Creeps to see how well they can draw and guess what each other have drawn in Deadlock Pictionary. We'll see you soon. And welcome back to Locked In, as we have another very special surprise for y'all at home who hopefully enjoyed Name That Thing, where we got to pretty much shit on Average Jonas. This time there's gonna be no shitting on anyone unless their drawing skills are very subpar, as we have Deadlock Pictionary coming your way, and I have 3 handsome gentlemen to join me here who are hopefully all Picassos in their own right. We have Pop, AVG, and Listic. So we got 2 players from Melee Creeps, the newly crowned champions in DFN, and Listic, the best Abrams player in the world. So what's going to happen is each of these 3 awesome players here have been given images of what they're going to be drawing over the course of, well, this video. We have 3 different rounds coming your way. We have heroes, we have hero weapons, which that one's going to be extremely difficult, and then we do have items as well. And whoever is drawn cannot accumulate points, but whoever is participating in the guessing, every time you guess correctly, you do get yourself a point. We'll see how things tally up at the very end of the show. So going into our very first round, we have heroes, and we're kicking things off with no other than Pop.
How much time do I got? Did I just go?
As much as you need,
Okay,
man.
all right.
Hopefully, you know, not too long, because this has to be a video that I can upload in less than 1 day.
So we got the face.
Okay.
Oh, also as a reminder, you cannot use words.
Can I
You can't
guess?
draw
Can I guess?
words.
It's Dynamo.
No, it's not Dynamo.
What?
No, I'm not Dynamo.
In fairness,
Yeah, it's in fairness. Wait, you guys don't even
damn,
get
okay.
Oh, there could only be one or the other, bro. I'm killed. I'm killed.
I didn't think you would get it that quickly, to be honest.
I think it's because the glasses.
Okay, well,
those guys with glasses, man.
Yeah, exactly.
that's true.
I'm killed.
It looked kind of like a Ninja Turtle, to be fair, at some point there. Okay, so that is Pop getting a correct drawing, but Listic getting the correct answer. And now it is AVG's turn, so let's see what he's got.
Okay, so I got my reference image.
The best part is I can see all these reference images, and I know what you're trying
Warden.
to draw.
Is it Yamato?
Wait, he just got it
Wait,
right off the
What
rip.
did Listic say?
He said
Warden,
Warden.
right?
Yeah, you got it.
God
What
damn,
Listic is
okay.
him, bro.
It's the hat.
It's the
man.
hat, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I wasn't even done. I was gonna draw the mustache, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the hat, I thought you were gonna draw a penis.
Okay.
I'm perfectly honest with you. Okay, so Pashi and AVG currently on 0 points, but Listic on 2. We're gonna move over to Listic's turn to draw,
The Europeans just
and let's
don't
see what
lose,
he's got.
bro.
Nice. Okay.
Holiday.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, maybe I should have given more rules. Maybe it should have been like no hats, no glasses,
No hats,
because
no glasses,
goddamn.
no facial
No,
hair.
I mean, no.
Wow.
That would make it like too hard. Like you can't even tell then.
Okay.
Maybe we're just smart,
so,
bro. Maybe that's what it
Yeah,
is.
maybe. I didn't think you guys would be so smart, but you know what? When you have over 1,000 hours in the game, at least, you're obviously going to be. So that rounds out our first round with Listic at 2, AVG at 1, and Pop at 0. But you know what, Pop? I believe you can come back.
I can come back. I got
But that
this.
means we're also going into heroes' weapons in the next round. We have to draw out the hero's weapon, and they have to guess what hero it is, I guess, technically. And if they can guess the weapon name, then they get an extra point on top of that. So let's head over to Pop to kick off round 2.
It's gonna be a second. Hold on. I'm really bad at drawing guns, so
Just.
this is
you got
horrible.
this.
Hold on.
I mean,
hold on.
To be fair, you're Canadian, not
It's definitely
American.
Holiday's gun. Or Geist, maybe.
Yeah, it's Geist. You got it.
Oh.
Okay. So
Okay.
he knew it was Geist. Do you know what the name of it is, though?
Oathkeeper.
Nope.
It has to be.
It's not
It has to
Oathkeeper.
be.
It's not Oathkeeper.
Fuck,
It's not
bro.
Oathkeeper.
What is it then?
Do I say it or do we get more
Joan's
time?
gift.
Oh, Joan's
No,
gift.
no, no.
I mean, Listic hasn't even
Joan's
guessed.
gift.
Oh wait. You
Oh,
should have given
no,
him
I
a guess.
Wait, what's your guess, Listic?
Yeah, I don't know.
You could have just said Joan's gift, and I would be like, "Hey, Listic!"
Wow.
Oh yeah, I could have just said that. Yeah, I could have just bet it with that.
It's okay. It's okay. All right. So we got AVG at 2, we got Listic at 2, and Pop at 0. But you know what? I can feel it. This is gonna be Pashi's first correct guess,
My
right?
time. Yeah, it's my time right
Right?
here. I got it.
Really.
Okay. So AVG, you're gonna be drawing this time.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I I don't even know where to begin. So this is gonna be okay.
To be fair, the images I gave you were it's very difficult to see the weapon properly, I guess.
What is that?
What is that?
Don't worry about it, guys. It's just give me some time. Hold on.
Is that a Teletubby?
It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like.
Dynamo?
Okay, yeah, you got it.
Oh,
okay.
fuck!
How was that
how-
Dynamo?
How did he get that? Okay, guess the name of the gun though.
I don't know, like quantum interpreter or something. I don't know.
Okay, can I guess, or is it just Listic that can
Yeah,
guess?
There's no way. There's no way. It's
You can
not.
guess.
Is it the Quantum Blaster?
It is not. Those are all really good guesses. To be fair, it's the Vonnegut.
You guys were never getting that,
Yeah,
bro.
we're not getting that.
You were never getting that, bro.
Okay. Well, again, I got a little bit scared when you drew the phallus-shaped part of the the weapon, but you know what? You came in clutch.
You got it, dude.
And
And
that
you got it
means-
so
actually,
fast.
to be fair, that was a very unfair, I guess, thing to draw for Listic, the original impregnator himself.
True.
I don't know.
Alright, so-
The little end of his gun. It just looks like weird, like a barnacle or something. I
A
don't know.
barnacle.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is Listic at 3, AVG at 2, and Pachi.
I'm so poor. I got
I
nothing.
believe, man. I believe that's 0. It's not golf, man. You got to get high scores to win in this one. So let's send on over to Listic to draw.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like you have one of the easier weapons to draw, technically.
Kinda, yeah.
What is
Yeah,
that?
What
like a little
the fuck
chain.
is that, bro?
Okay, no, I can see it. This is good.
It's
This
definitely-
actually turned out really good.
It's definitely not a gun. It's got to be some like. Wait.
It looks like one of those guns you use to like shoot at things on your TV on those like old
It's like a water gun.
entertainment systems.
This is actually a really good drawing. I can't even lie.
We're gonna guess.
Is it Holiday?
No, like,
I like how you're asking them to guess just so you don't have to draw any more of it.
I
Yeah, I
got
don't know.
I'm blanking out. I got
I don't know
nothing.
where else. I don't know where
Well,
else to go with this thing, man.
I guess mine, Sob. Now you go.
Yeah,
Not
I
Holiday.
mean,
Oh, wait.
Abrams?
Mm,
Oh, there's
no.
What?
there's
Is
no
it
way.
Hayes?
No.
Oh, it does look like one of the
Hayes?
Hayes guns. No, that was a good guess. Dude,
Coloring it in doesn't help.
wait,
Listic.
can we Wraith?
Is that...
No.
Is it 7?
No.
What?
Huh?
Dude.
Wait.
Okay.
And this is
pistol.
it's just a weird gun. It's like the weirdest gun in the game. Like, I don't know.
Okay, you know what we'll do?
Oh.
We'll do sudden death here. Oh, wait.
Is it McGinnis?
No.
Yo, what?
Oh.
That is the worst
All
guess
right.
ever, bro.
Guess anymore.
All right. No. This is this
Okay.
is such a good drawing. Okay.
Okay.
I think we do sudden death here, and Listic, you start drawing the hero as well.
What?
What?
Oh,
That's the hero.
it's Viscous. It's Viscous.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh wow,
There
yeah,
you
he's
go.
actually right. Oh my
It
god,
is
I can see the
indeed
gun now. Though.
Viscous.
This is actually a great drawing. I just don't play Viscous, bro.
It is a super good draw. I sent the image for you guys to see as well. It is very accurate.
That is hard. That was hard, actually.
That was an
Yeah.
ugly gun.
What about the gun name? Can I guess it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is it called the Goo Gun?
Okay. AVG, do you have a guess?
Hell no.
Okay. It's called the Deep Sea Interpreter.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
get
my
that.
God.
I was gonna get that, bro.
That's so close.
It was on the tip of your tongue, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, we're going to move into round 3, which is our final round, and it is going to be about items, which I think is going to be really interesting here. We're going to throw it back to Pashu Pop to continue his artistic spree here.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait. Like this?
Just remember, you cannot write any text.
Yeah. Like this, and then like... And then, wait, hold on.
Keep the sound effects. I like it.
And then like this. And then like, hold on.
Improve cooldown.
Yep. Oh,
What?
No, that's
No,
not
no,
it.
That's
not it.
Okay. I was like, what? That's impossible. Fleetfoot.
Superior cooldown.
yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
Okay, I mean, I'm so dumb. He literally said yeah to improve cooldown. I literally could have got that. Okay. I'm fried.
Yeah.
Now I'm fried.
It's okay.
Unlucky.
It's okay.
Good.
All right, so that's gonna be a Pashu Pop all done drawing, and it's gonna go over to AVG one more time here for items.
Watch this. I'm about to cook a fucking movie.
That's definitely Fleetfoot for sure. That is a foot right there.
Enduring speed.
Not enduring speed.
Uh,
What is that?
I'm knowledge checking everybody.
Oh,
what? Wait, this is the item?
I don't know. He's going a different route with it. He's not going for drawing the actual like image. He's drawing something else.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's glass cannon.
It's glass cannon. You got it.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get glass cannon from that?
Because the edges on the right. Or whatever,
Okay,
like
so the
the spikes.
boot thing didn't help at all, right?
The boot didn't help.
You
I
guys
thought
are
for sure that
noobs.
was gonna be like melee charge.
No,
like, I
this
thought you were
is-
going for like
Okay, hold on.
secret cats or
The
something.
boot is slowing bullets, and the arrow is you build glass cannon
Oh.
from slowing bullets.
Okay, I see it now. I see it.
Yeah.
My bad.
That's like a
I-
400 IQ
I was
way
cooking,
of
bro. I was
going
cooking.
into
That's
this.
right.
Yeah.
You were cooking, yeah.
All right. Well, now that means we have Pashi on 2, Listic on 4, and AVG on 2. So it's a battle for second place right now between Pashi Pop and AVG. Let's send it on over to Listic to get the final drawing underway.
All right.
That's a penis.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Might be.
A mystic shot.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
All right.
Wow, he actually got
Got
it.
that.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I got no idea. I'm not good at this at all. I got no idea.
I'm impressed Pashi came back. He was on 0 points like into the second
He
round,
locked in,
or
bro.
like even like halfway through the second round. He really locked in. He got everything towards the
Ooh.
final bits.
Couldn't be last.
That's crazy. You got it that early, actually.
He
'Cause
builds
the
that
little
item like
spikes-
every game. He builds that item
Yeah.
every game.
Exactly.
So you know
I just build a lot.
he's a master.
All right. Well,
Beautiful.
gentlemen, it comes out with Listic taking the title with 4 points, Pashi in second with 3rd, and AVG coming in last place with 2. But to be fair, I think you're all winners in my eyes.
Thanks, man.
Because he definitely drew better,
you.
a lot more than I expected. And hopefully for you guys watching as well here on the stream over on YouTube, we got some of these right before some of the players. That's
good,
going
all
to do it
good.
here for our Deadlock edition of Pictionary. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In, and we'll see you next time.
We are back here with Deadlock Fight Night number 23, presented by Intel. Rolling along into the North American side of the broadcast. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, EU kind of showing us a really defined meta. We'll see if it is going to be the same in NA, where it's been an interesting week in NA. We got some teams a little bit thrown together, all still top players, but it's going to be the Revengers taking on the Crayon Eaters. But you're going to see a lot of familiar names on these teams, Jake.
I mean, I actually think this is a pretty cool opportunity to see teams playing in a more casual style, because as you mentioned, like, they're still super strong players, but when you put teams in this pugging environment, people are willing to try things a little bit more, crazy in terms of the way they're going to play or the way they're going to draft. And I think with the players all still being super strong, it may be an opportunity for innovation or for new styles of play to emerge, which I think will be particularly interesting, particularly when one of these teams goes on to face melee creeps.
So if you're just tuning in here, this is the format of the day. We're going to be kicking things off with our challenging match. 2 teams playing against each other for the right to go up against the champion, which is Melee Creeps. They dethroned Hydra Nation a few weeks ago and have maintained the crown ever since. Of course, we just finished up with EU, where it was a VP 1-win final once again. But this time around, VP gets over the hump, figures things out, and reclaims the throne of Europe. And always cool, Jake, to see that title pass back and forth in EU. No team has held it for too long.
Yeah, 1-1 was dominating for quite a while, and VP came and snatched it back, which I think is exciting for Europe, keeps the things in contention with those 2 teams clearly rising to the top. For NA, though, I mean, I wonder if Melee Creeps will be able to roll over the challenger. I mean, you'd think that they would in theory, because they're a team that's played together, but also, I think there's something to be said for these teams with no expectations on them, that are willing to just go out there and play their best and, not put pressure on themselves. Sometimes that gives you that competitive edge, ZP.
All right. And, before we get a little bit too further in the show, if you did enjoy the Pictionary segment that we had going on in the break, Jason, who, of course, one of our DFN casters, produces that on his YouTube channel over at Locked In. Check it out. Give it a follow. He's always making cool content that, we like to showcase here and now. But you know what, Jake? The other thing we like to showcase here in Deadlock Fight Night? Some sick merch. We got new items being added here and there, legally distinct enough. But you like things that are vaguely Deadlock related and want to put it on a mug, give it a go. Some cool stuff.
I mean, the custom art is actually pretty solid on these. There's a lot of different items in the merch too. Like these are just like the new stuff, but there's so many different art styles and different items you can get. I got a couple of the mugs myself, a couple t-shirts.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of a mug enjoyer is what I've heard. You know, just really collect it.
I am a mug enjoyer. I like to have no two mugs are the same in my household.
That's right. You know, go in there and, you know, it chronicles your journeys across the world and just hobbies you like. You know, put it on a mug, go from there. But the merch stuff is over. We're getting into the teams. We got some interesting logos here. An interesting logo. I think it's part default DFN logo for the Avengers, but then the Crayon Eaters. They got 3 members of Hibernation.
Do we have a close up of the Crayon Eaters for the people at home?
Yeah. This is what we've gotten into here this week, where I believe it is Flick, Rocane, and Letha. They're playing over there. Oh, and you know, an older Hibernation standout where we got Vegas playing back in, and Jake Buds making another appearance. For last time Buds came in and subbed in, it was the 2000 week where Buds just like slides into his first Deadlock Fight Night, wins $2,000, leaves, doesn't elaborate.
I mean, Buzz is that designated sub. I mean, he's been a top player streaming his performance for quite a while in Deadlock, so it's cool to see him compete. For Avengers, though, it's going to be some fan favorites as well. We got Deathy and Goober, Blurance, Sip, Tikpa, CIKP. How do we say that, ZP? What's the ruling on that? League and Salty. Sick P, League and Salty. So it'll be interesting to see the pickup games. I guess I'd probably give the edge to Crayon Eaters, given that this is kind of that Hibernation core, along with quite a few players that they've played with previously. Crayon, of course, as well, making the debut on the eponymous roster. Definitely, I'd favor them here, but I feel like this is anybody's game to win, given that it's a bit more of a pickup scenario.
There's one caveat to anyone's game to win. I know there's kind of a love affair historically between one player known as Deathy and one hero known as Lash. Deathy, I would like to implore you, don't do it. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, all right, you know, this might be the Lash meta. No, I don't think you're gonna. I know it's NA, but no, do not. I will lose my mind in a delirious way, Jake, should they go down. But now that I've laid out the stakes of just being like, Deathy, please don't pick Lash.
He's gonna pick Lash.
For the draft. Or actually,
he's gonna pick Lash. Is what I'm sure about.
Inviting people onto the show here, Jason. I have no idea why I've not introed you back in here. I'm just like, if I just, you know, he'll go away if I don't bring Jason on the show. But we're actually going to be bringing Jason, or it's Dan actually.
It's Dan, yeah.
I appreciate
you have me in your mind though.
Yeah. So Dan, I apologize for that. I got along the run of show and I just skipped the intro Dan part.
Explain yourself. This is unacceptable. I've been sitting here waiting. It's like I got stood up for a date. I was just sitting there. I was like, anyone care about me? No.
It's actually personal, Dan. You know, you commit some slight, but I'm gonna be very passive aggressive about it. And this is just one of the microaggressions, Dan. It's like, I gotta hold you off like 2 meters on the run of show. But you know, Dan, are you excited for Crayon Eaters versus the Revengers?
I mean, honestly, it's kind of nostalgic back to my own crayon eating days where. No, I don't have anywhere else to go with this. You know, nothing coming to me. All right, so yeah, pretty exciting. I mean, you'd expect them to still be pretty sick, given the fact that the players are pretty good. You know, mostly Hibernation players, as Jake pointed out. But going with the Mirage ban, well, that's interesting. Mirage definitely high pro, but I don't think I feel like I don't know. Something feels off. We used to see Mirage banned all the time. But often Mirage has been up for grabs of late because you're getting that GT ban in first. Sinclair's come back as a first ban as well. But
I wonder if Revengers will ban the GT here because I think the prior's been so, and they're going to go with the Holiday instead, which should give Crayon Eaters the great talent if they value the hero as highly as Europe, which honestly I think they should. I do kind of agree. The great talent is just so potent with the power shot damage is ridiculous. The early game global presence as soon as your ultimate is online. It's so flexible, right? Whether you're clearing waves or actually setting up a gank or finishing a kill, there's so many different ways to deploy that ultimate. You kind of just rip it on cooldown, and there's going to be something for you to do. Is yours.
The interesting thing, though, is that, okay, you pick the GT as GT has been the highest value. Just don't let anyone get it whatsoever across both regions. But I also think with how important initiation has been here, Revengers, they should, by all rights, immediately respond here at the Paradox. And I think for Crayon Eaters, you kind of have to get Mo in the next 2 picks. And if you don't get the Mo, I don't care that you got the GT. I think the Paradox Mo and Krill setup would put them in a bind. So, okay.
What if they get both GP?
Yeah, they could just pick both right now, which would be problematic for Crayon Eaters.
It's wild, but I kind of like it. I mean, I think you can get these super high prios in the draft. I guess the optional response is something like a Bebop to have a bit of a pick hero that Crayon Eaters could still grab. But let's see what Revengers actually do. I wouldn't be crazy to see a Geist or the Sinclair. Yeah, these are also super high prio picks. And do you really want to pick the Mo right now for Crayon Eaters? Maybe you should. It's the best of one after all, right? It's like a scary, we know it's such a powerful hero, gives so much pick off and comeback potential.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'm curious if NA is going to value Geist as highly as we saw EU valuing Geist here, because that was like a big value shift. But I don't expect to see that here. There's like so many good options available. Yamato, that makes a lot of sense. We're seeing that be like the highest value carry right now, which is kind of awesome to see the return of Yamato as a high-end carry.
Yeah, I think Yamato, this is something that both regions are going to value. And I think the fact that E-Shift going away just means that you're way more likely to get higher value with Yamato ult. Now, honestly, we were asking the question, should they go Mo? Yes, I actually think you 100% go Mo. And they do! So Crayon Eaters, paying attention to what we've seen in EU meta-wise or just going to Collusion themselves, to me, Jake, I feel like that was absolutely the pick here because we've just seen what happens or the matches if you give up that much initiation and gank power.
And this is the BO1, right? You don't want to mess around in the BO1, give like some Paradox Mo pick off combo that can be really obnoxious to play against. I mean, Revengers still have a good start, but I wonder if they'll go Geist here. No, Abrams, okay. Interesting choice. I mean, I think Abrams is a little bit, for me at least, a soft counter to Mo and Krill as like a way to you can break the combo really, really quick, like one of the quickest to arrive stuns in the game. And then, you don't mind putting your body on the line later in the game. Phantom Strike could even catch Yamato off guard, but definitely could be a way to target down great talent.
Well, in terms of bans here for Avengers, to see what they go the Infernus. That's super interesting because Infernus is not already like high price. It's like fine, definitely a little bit better this patch, but I mean, are they like targeting like somebody? I don't know. Like so many people on Crayon Eaters can play Infernus, so they're not targeting anyone. I don't know why you wouldn't even want to play against an Infernus. I don't know, man. I'm scratching my head.
Also, if Crayon Eaters has first pick out of the bans here, which I think they do, maybe I'm wrong, but assuming they do and they go Geist. No, it's Revengers. Okay, if you're Revengers, I think you have to pick Geist here. In fact, I would pick the Geist before the Abrams. I think the Abrams before the Geist was probably a little bit of a misplay, but you have your opportunity to turn it back around and grab a Geist for yourself. I think the meta right now is very, very straightforward in terms of value, and we've just seen how important that is. And I think if you give up Geist, Mo, Krill, Yamato as a frontline to their team, I don't like it. In fact, Jake, I think I hate it that they pick 7 here.
Yeah, especially into the GT, which I think is a very natural counter to 7. That when he ulties, you just free cast all your power shots on him, and he should just never dodge them and should just die to that. Super scary. The bird is a consistent way to knock down the 7 ulti. So I agree with you. I think this is a risky choice to take the 7. Really relies on GT having like a super weak game and not being a big threat. And Crayon Eaters are going to grab the Calico, who has dropped in priority a little bit, but is still fantastic at last-hitting souls in the lane.
So already like a nasty combo, like the Yamato, Calico, Mo, and Krill. You've already got kind of like a nice front line secured there. They could even go more with it, or they could start finding a bit more like mid-range to long-range damage or support. There's like so many options out of this, which they're in such a good spot in the draft here.
I think Bebop is insane for Avengers. I wonder if you just take it on Crayon Eaters. They're going to grab the Viscous instead as like blocking the counter to Mo Krill. But honestly, I think Bebop could have a great game here. Natural Silence Glyph Builder can be sort of an answer to Great Talon.
Jake, they can just go Kelvin Shiv. They have the 2 picks back-to-back for Avengers. To me, when you're looking at lane power and what is still available, especially with the Viscous being out in terms of something that can help save people from the Mo and Krill, you got to go Shiv Kelvin here.
Let's have fun.
And maybe, I mean,
I guess you still have Geist available, but
I think the problem for Shiv Kelvin this game is just that like you're never going to dome in Great Talon, or very unlikely. And then Yamato and Calico are heroes that can kind of deal with being domed. Like I don't know doming aggressively, I think is really important for Shiv or rather for Kelvin to be a strong hero. And I'm not seeing the vulnerability on Crayon Eaters for a hero that like can't deal with it. Like, you know, if you dome and the Yamato just ulties and starts fighting you, I like that they end with the Bebop, but I think the Silence Glyph is going to be really potent this game. Or they're going to need it to be, I guess, because I think otherwise somebody else would have to build it. I mean, Calico and Yamato, these heroes just need to be CC'd. They need to be locked down. Even Curse in the late game could be pretty strong.
I also like with the Geist Bebop that they get more like mid-range, long-range potential on the damage, because with other potential configurations, they're kind of missing that. So I feel like their lineup's a lot more rounded. Oh, there it is. You know what? Oh, this is... I think they did this for you, ZP. I think there's a strong chance.
I want to clarify to everyone that Crayon Eaters is not the team that Deathy is on. It was not Deathy picking the Lash here. And
yeah, I mean... Lash is interesting. I can see the theory, I guess, because there's not really a response to it. But then Bebop, I feel like Bebop's just really quick on the hook. You can kind of beat that Lash ult to the punch. So I'm very interested to see how the Lash is played. We've seen it picked a lot. We've seen it lose a lot. So teams are still valuing it. They haven't fully given up on it yet. But I'm kind of with UZP. I'm a little worried about this 12th pick.
I think the idea for Crayon Eaters is that they probably didn't really like where their initiation was at, because we've already seen earlier in the day what can happen when your main source of getting picks and trying to get back in the game, especially if you get a little bit behind, is only the Mo and Krill. I'm just not convinced that the Lash is the option. I just feel like we live in a world where if you don't get a Paradox or a Holiday, you're kind of just permanently a bit behind, because nothing else can really compensate for having those characters. I mean, Crayon Eaters clearly made the value decision of, we just think GT is so strong, it's okay, like we'll deal with it without, because I mean, Owl is sort of initiation on top of the overall power that GT brings, but I don't know. I don't know if Lash is the thing you go in here. It's like, you know, what's a brand like way below as a replacement? Because, you know, Kirkland brand is pretty good. You can't say like, oh, it's Kirkland, Paradox, and Holiday for Lash. It's just like, what's the thing you get where it's just like,
it's great value, great value, great value, Paradox and Holiday.
I was liking Crayon Eaters draft until the end. And now I'm kind of...
Is Lash bad enough to tank a good draft, though? That's the question.
I think
the draft is good.
I think it also comes down to like the competence on the Bebop play, I feel like, because I feel like Bebop is, if people play, it's played well, obviously, it's really amazing. It's super a huge X factor for a team. And I like the synergies that exist for Avengers. You know, you got Sinclair with the hexes. I mean, just early to late game is incredible. I don't think he got really touched, right? In terms of his early game strength, still really good. Abrams obviously synergizes super well, I think, off of pretty much everything there. You've got like a nice kind of like tanky front line between him and Geist. You've got 7 for like the mid-range damage, Paradox for like the pickoffs, Bebop for pickoffs, and like also versatile on the damage. I feel like it's good synergies for Avengers to kind of deal with everything. And Crayon Eaters, I think they're a little bit squishy, and they're going to be definitely quite reliant on the Mo and Krill to secure those pickoffs. So I think it's a bit more tricky.
You know, it's funny. I'm just looking at reactions right now, and the Lash and Deathy association is so strong that you have, even though Deathy is not the one on Crayon Eaters, you have a comment in chat saying, picking Lash in the Bebop and Paradox, good luck, Deathy. It's like, no. Deathy's not the one actually running that gauntlet, just to be clear.
Did you see ZP earlier? I called Saf Deathy because he was playing the Lash, and I didn't even realize. It's like this is next level Deadlock war right now.
I was the arbiter. Remember, Jason was like, "Did you just say that?" I was like, "Yes."
Oh yeah.
He did just say that. You know,
Deathy needs to attend his first LAN in full cosplay of Lash.
One thing I will say about this draft is I think this is actually a pretty fantastic Viscous game. I think if Viscous can have like a strong start, I feel like the ball is going to go pretty crazy this game, and like running through the main group of Revengers, whether it's Sinclair, Abrams, Geist, 7. I mean, even Bebop. Like these are potentially tough heroes to, you know, that don't have the best tools at dealing with Viscous. However, I do think the Silence Glyph is going to be a major timing to watch out for the Bebop. So Yamato, Calico, I think these heroes both need debuff removers. And I think, honestly, that's going to be the linchpin for Avengers is, can this Paradox and Bebop find the initiations? Because the follow-up is there, right? You got Sinclair and Abrams to follow up stun, Seven as well to like set things up, and Geist and Seven for the big damage. But can you find the catches? Can you especially catch and kill Calico and Yamato before they get their ult off, or find the great talent in the backline, which is kind of the dream scenario?
I think when this game develops, you talk about leading indicators for a team doing well or not. And I think one of the key leading indicators would have to be, what is the farm for both Yamato and GT? Because all the power from Crayon Eaters that they're going to be employing versus Revengers is really going to be like through the funnel of Yamato and GT. If they're doing well, if they're even to ahead of the game, I think it's going to be pretty good for Crayon Eaters overall. If either one of them gets behind, the ability to get anything done is going to be really difficult, because you're not going to have the power to like easily follow up your combos, especially if Abrams is there to interrupt. You're going to be reliant on like big death slams from Lash. You don't like the scenarios that Crayon Eaters has to play through if either the Yamato fails or the Great Talent.
We'll see, ZP. Revengers versus the Crayon Eaters, two pickup teams looking to take a shot at melee creeps. You know, both teams, I think, with not much to lose, willing to put it all on the line here and take some gambles. And we've got some pretty wild drafts. I'm actually kind of glad. And this is sort of what I maybe expected to see, is like a little bit less of a default draft. Both teams pushing the envelope in different respects. Especially curious to see how the Sinclair does in the laning phase. Going to be a crucial element for the Revengers. As Crayon Eaters, you know, if they get off to a hot start, there's a lot of explosive, you know, playmaking, snowballing heroes, and the great talent. You know, if you're getting like that quick owl online, it's such a potent tool to have in the draft.
You know, here's one question: did Buds actually come in and name himself Buds in game, or is it going to be the weird like it's Buds but it's car battery? It's looking like Buds from afar. Not long enough name to be car battery. But Dan, any thoughts before we let you go for a little bit on the lane matchup that we're seeing? There's a few things that kind of strike out to me.
I mean, first thing, I just want to let you guys know that, you know, habitually eating crayons could displace proper nutrition, leading to deficiencies over time. So that's the first thing I want to mention.
Watch out, Crayon Eaters. You could be in real trouble. Your nutrition is not up to par.
Gastrointestinal distress, choking hazards, toxicity concerns. Guys, I asked Grok this question and I have this list that I'm just repeating to you now. So there you go. In all seriousness, I think for me, obviously the early games are always really crucial, and I think unlocking Bebop and really seeing how kind of good the Bebop play actually is going to be interesting, because with these types of mixed teams as well, we don't know how the hero pools actually look. And so for me, that's going to be an assessment that I'm going to be making over the first like 10 minutes.
Meanwhile,
That's a good start.
Sick P run afoul of things early. Crayon Eaters with first pick off onto Revengers. The thing that's interesting to me, Jake, is that you got Bebop off in the left-hand lane. A lot of times when teams run Bebop, they will put Bebop in middle, just because of the option it gives and the importance of winning middle is kind of one of your stronger lanes. So the fact that they decided actually we're going to put Bebop over into the left-hand side and also give us the lore accurate matchup of Bebop v Lash in lane, you know, a little unexpected to me.
Yeah, and I think, especially with the lane freeze here by Crayon Eaters, it's well played for now. Catch onto the Mo Krill. Is this enough for they dodge the parry and get the finish off? Okay. So even Mo can't take the hook. I was about to ask that. I wonder whether Mo could escape even if he does get hooked, but with that Abrams follow-up, it's just too much damage.
You know, this isn't a lane we've actually seen too often in terms of Bebop combos, a Bebop Abrams lane, but you think about the interactions, I mean, clearly it's not a good time to get hit by the hook, you know, on top of it, just because you're going to get the full Abrams follow-through immediately thereafter. So, yeah, I mean, so far, left lane looking formidable so far for the Revengers.
And Lefa's extremely low in the mid lane, so it's a kind of a scary spot for those mid laners. Bud's, of course, not going to be able to really tank the world on his own on great talent. So Lefa sticking on in the lane, though, trying to get some regen, get a few items up, and stabilize that position.
I will say, Jake, one thing I would like to see teams do more. I realize it's a cost, and maybe the cost is too severe to really enable it, but I do wonder about how often you can make a lane swap work where if you could get the Viscous into the Bebop Abrams lane, all the kill potential just immediately goes out the window. It's like, oh, you've gotten hooked. Well, here's a cube. And things, like, I mean, maybe you could time a charge thereafter depending on the situation, but it's not great.
It's true. I mean, you could look for the defensive setup. I do like the Vegas and Rokane lane, though, because there's just so much damage pressure from Yamato and Viscus are two of the strongest nukers at the laning phase, I think, really in all of Deadlock. And so that range pressure is going to be pretty immense. So rather than defending against a side lane, you know, you just play aggressive in the other side and hope that your guys can hold it down. I mean, for Crayon, dying once on Mokrill, not really going to be the end of the world. As long as he can stabilize and get a decent timing on his ulti, that's all that really matters.
It is interesting, though, seeing Flick back on the Lash. I mean, you go far enough back in time, and Flick was known for not just Paradox, but also really good Lash play. You know, a character that kind of goes back to his roots. So, you know, if anyone's going to find a way to make Lash work right now, it would be him. Meanwhile, off on the right-hand side, the Amato Viscus lane continuing to be a threat. Charging, though, in here from Blue Rinse. All through as Salty, able to take down Rokane. So things getting real spicy over on the right-hand side and a little bit testy on the left.
I mean, that was incredibly close for the guy's super low HP, but now has the ulti online. Vegas, got to be careful. Threat of that health swap, very real here in the side lane as Revengers now are starting to bring the attack on that left side lane. Owl comes in, mostly harassment, but is there follow-up? Yes, it is. Lefa has waited a long time to be back to full HP. Now has the ulti to get out of trouble.
Carbine coming out in turn, still not going to be enough to punish either Lefa or Buds here in the middle lane. And I mean, you do love the fact of like what you could do with the Owl, where you get someone low enough that Calco is there to just immediately fall through on a dive. Owl just gives you so much setup either in your own lane or on other lanes early on, and I feel like it's one of those abilities, Jake, that teams have gotten way better at playing around as the game has evolved.
Yeah, definitely. You know, people really getting the most out of their stamina, being harder and harder to hit. The movement skill cap is so high in this game. As now you see the combo on the side lane, it's an easy kill. Bebop just totally undefensible there. Great targeting there. I think Abrams could have been a really difficult kill as he dives the tower, spam parrying everything there on the Abrams. And Florence proving to be a bit of an issue as they kill his lane mate. Still, they're quite low here, so pretty much everyone on Crayon Eaters is low. Real opportunities across the map.
Meanwhile, Bebop coming back into the left-hand side, already looking for a hook. We're looking at left 50 HP. The double parry! Still not going to be enough to survive, but is going to make it a little bit more of a fight. It sets up Buds to at least get one on the Deathy. Now can Buds get two? Buds, a little bit of going back and forth, breaking the ankles. Now back in hot pursuit, has the edge or the Paradox. Diving over, in, gets it at the very end. Buds, the ultimate mercenary here, Jake.
Those are some sick parries from Lefa to make that possible. And lucky save there from Lash, being unable to get hooked around the corner. But the fact that Bud's, a nice prediction by him as well there through the veil, that last shot, just had the right read on where Goober would run away on the Paradox, gets the follow-up finish. And that's turned the mid lane into a pretty explosive start, as now the laser's going to come down, just trying to open up the tower here in the side lane. Seems like it will be going down momentarily.
The quick little turn is like, onto the tower, a little bit to you. Onto the tower, onto you. Oh, here comes Buds, the Owl. Onto the lane.
Too scary to commit, though, with Abrams right there. Bebop, happy to take this lane down. Wonder if he's going to look to start getting active with the roam here. And he's going to go with the Quicksilver reload there. Pretty interesting buy on the Bebop. Seems like he will be playing to scale maybe a little bit more into the game, which, I mean, the gun bop builds can get pretty crazy right there. That attack speed, something you got to be worried about sometimes. Here in the mid lane, Calico continuing to put the pressure on, dive under the tower, be able to grab Deathy. So some rotations there coming in clutch for the Crayon Eaters. See if things stabilize at all here. Not even for a little bit. Bud swapped under tower, now under pressure, trying to escape. See if Goober can return the favor on that last second catch. Seems like he can. But the trades went back and forth both ways. The tower dive, somewhat successful with the Crayon Eaters. Here's the copied Mo Krill, although comboing under the tower. Beautifully executed there by Deathy.
Well, ZP has had one too many crayons and he's out for the moment. We'll see though if there's much action to be had here. Like, looking for the dive potentially there for that kill, and the follow-up will happen. Blur goes down. So right now, I love how active both teams are getting at this point.
This game is full chaos, Dan. This absolute craziness on the deathmatch. Both teams brawling it out. You love to see it. And that mid lane Guardian is something that I think the Crayon Eaters would really love to get down, but it's being prioritized for the defense from Revengers. I think we'll continue to see fights break out there, especially with the mid Guardian being so healthy.
Ooh, got the European cosplay with the pause. All right, so what's the feeling so far? I feel like I've really enjoyed seeing how League has been playing on the Bebop as well. I think that's been really good so far. We haven't yet seen that roam really come into effect. Something that you mentioned already in the cast. But it feels like right now Revengers are in a pretty decent position to actually maybe take the advantage here. Obviously, they have the tower advantage, couple Guardians to the good, so they're in a really good spot right now to take initiative further, Jake.
Yeah, I think it's still anybody's game here. As we see Dive Tower being pressured, but the Lash punished. Not quite out of the ult, though. Still got it off. See, Dive continues in here. Onto Geist, falling back as well as the Bebop. No shields, not much health to speak of here. Revengers considering whether they want to fight this, but with Abrams showing up, maybe they do. Trying to dive in, trying to get a catch under that tower, and they're able to get it done. Rocane goes down. Abrams now getting really active with that overfire pressure from the Bebop laser.
All right, I take it back. Last I saw, I was looking at the back of Bebop's head. My modem, was doing a quick little reset, but thankfully, emphasis on the word quick, as we hear the owl coming on in for blue runs.
Classic modem, loves to just reset for no reason. We've all been there.
Well, catching back up in the game, still pretty even across the board. Income allocation-wise, also, no huge storylines here just yet. Aside from the fact that, Buds is kind of at the launching phase where you might start getting ahead on the GT, because I think he's closer to the 10K than not. So we'll see how that one develops. Where, we haven't seen too much of a farm Grey Talon in today's games here, Jake, just because teams don't want to play against it. It's been banned pretty much all day long.
Yeah, we'll see if that'll come back to bite the Revengers, that they let that one through. Especially these owls have been pretty impactful, setting up kills or securing lanes. I think Revengers have been the team that's more interested in these early rotations, making plays happen. Health swap comes in, but I think Grey Talon could be in trouble here.
Geist right now, after the swap, main lifeline gone, now just backing out where, once you use the swap as Geist, it's a signal to go. However, Leffa, again, pushed on back, full team effort coming in from the Revengers to save Salty in the moment. Urn right now is trying to be moved over by Blue Runs on the left-hand side. There's a big contest, though, just for rights to move the Urn.
But the fact that Crayon Eaters win that and at the same time are pressuring the mid is a great sign for them here. Grey Talon happily farming away, I think, is going to grab that mid Guardian. That's massive. I mean, I call that a bit of a mistake from the Revengers. They let that full tower go down from pretty much full HP to 0 from just one player.
Yeah, and also you look at where Crayon Eaters are. Right now, they're just jockeying for lane control over to the right, pushing up the lane, clearing the path for a clean Urn turn-in. As you look here, Yamato walking over. No one in place to interrupt it here just yet. This is going to be as clean as they want. They're going on in. The Urn is turned in. Rocane able to get it. The interrupt from League, not there in time. In fact, League just going to fall and turn. Rocane gets the Urn turned in. A little bit of fresh Bebop on the side. Still, the clone combo coming on in, sets up Blue Runs. Seismic Slam, looking for enemies here on the other side, able to slam on in, gets the Mo, and not the worst response here, Jake, from Revengers, kind of Z'ing out a lot of the benefit Crayon Eaters got from the Urn.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Vegas wasn't able to be in that fight was pretty huge. Didn't have the role online, so maybe a little bit difficult to participate in the engagement, but Revengers brought everybody. So despite the first kill going against them, they just quadrupled down, bring the entire squad, and I think that ends up paying dividends. They're able to equalize with a nice team fight.
Looking here at things developing, got Buds at 12K. And, next few fights feel very, very crucial to me, Jake, where, things are relatively even. This is where one team or another can get ahead in the early mid-game. League right now, though, looking for a hook. Got to think Buds is going to be the main target here. 3 members of the Revengers all swarming around Buds' location. But Buds, I think, is on the high ground right now. It's still relatively safe.
Yeah, GT gets the info, gets away. And Revengers are very grouped up on the map, though, ZP. This really does mean that they kind of need to get something done pretty quick, or else the farm is going to slowly start slipping away from them. See if Buds can sniff this one out. Look at all those hiding players close to location. Yeah, even pinging. Looks like they have some semblance. Yeah, they saw some players far away. And that's really big info for Crayon Eaters to find. They are actually going to bring more players, though. They kind of want to fight this. They're going to start rotating in, and now it's Crayon Eaters' turn to make a grouping play.
Still need to be careful about the approach here, where, you know, the ideal opening for Avengers would be the swap or the hook, especially in the GT. Like, if you get GT, wait, did he get hit? Did that hook hit? That was just the jump scare.
That was the jump scare hook. I think he just barely missed. Perfect time to cut away. It's actually a horror movie.
Yeah, it's just like, did he survive? You know, dramatic break, you know, and music on top. But, you know, given the fact that we didn't see Great Talon just get ripped across the mini-map, safe to assume he was not, in fact, hit by the hook.
Allow me to open your third eye.
Teams farming up. Still, a lot of players close to this mid lane. Paradox and Bebop alternating, looking for opportunities. I mean, Buds is the dream target, but the more he's able to stay in this mid lane and just continue to stay alive and evade those initiations, the more farmed he's going to get, and the bigger a threat this Great Talon's going to be. I mean, already some pretty powerful spirit items here. I mean, the nuking threat is not to be underestimated from Great Talon at this point in the game.
Also, I mean, E-Shift might not be viable, but you still got the Secret Service and the Viscous staying by. But you got the clone Moan Krill combo. Looking to take down the real Moan Krill. Crayon getting pummeled in turn. He's going to get away. Meanwhile, the swap, they're looking for Buds. Buds, real vulnerable here and in the moment. Can they get the GT? GT down to half. The chase down in play. And they give up the 1 for 2. But if you get down the GT, it's still maybe worth it here, as Crayon was still wounded from the initial opening.
These players are very low, though, continuing to fight for Revengers. Now, Abrams thinks better of it. Yamato here on the case. Rokane chasing this one down, looking for the finish. The Rabbit Hex comes in, but they're not scared. They're walking in on these bunnies. Full aggression. Rokane now in the ulti, but nuked down by Goober. In the end, it's a pretty even fight.
Chasing down into the Rabbit Hex may not have been the absolute best idea. You know, you give up your Yamato for that. Meanwhile, take a look at what's going on the right-hand side. Just a little bit of objective focus coming on in. Flick taking down the Guardian. Meanwhile, Viscous versus Sinclair here. No parries out here just yet. Just good, clean melees. Cube gonna come in, and Sinclair probably wins these. Goes for the copied goo ball. Okay.
I mean, just goo balling away. Happy to grab that spirit buff. Last hit better, and hey, even coming to participate with the goo ball, getting into this XP range, not really doing anything, but farming a little bit of souls by being nearby.
Not things you expect when the Viscous is on your team. Meanwhile, pressure in onto Sick P. I mean, why? I mean, I get it. You think Stormcloud, you know, can buy a little bit of survivability, but you're so far down in the hole at that point. It's just like, well, also the instant expenditure of the bag. Pick up the bag right there at the shop, insta buy.
Yeah, nice value there. Roll is around here on this point. Nice hook onto the Mo Krill, though. Maybe didn't want to get pulled that deep. Now the turnaround here from Revengers.
Oh, Buds is set up for such cleanup here. Has the Owl good to go. Coming in late to the fight, where Great Talon can really clean up. And the fight, though, breaks apart. Doesn't go into a longer element. And I think part is that Crayon Eaters are still a little bit spread out on the map, whereas practically a death ball from the Revengers. As you see Bebop now splitting back off over to the left side. Going to be looking for Talon, but if it's just Talon and Bebop in the lane, if you don't land a hook, you're actually going to get shredded by the Talon.
Deathty's been a huge problem for Crayon, right? Just constantly copying this Mo Krill and comboing him before he can get the combo off. I mean, this has been working out really well for them as a sort of response to the Mo Krill, and then you have that Rabbit Hex on top of it if you need to, you know, get some kind of a setup play. I like this look from Revengers, still showing like one more way to approach this Sinclair.
You know what I'd want for the game-winning play if Revengers win? Deathy to copy the Lash and win with the Death Slam. You know, it could go, you take the Deathy off the Lash, but you can't get the Lash out of Deathy. In that case, yeah, life finds a way.
It would be the dream. It would be the dream. Pretty hard to do, I think, on Sinclair, because you don't really have the movement skill to like get up in the skybox where you want to be casting that Lash ult. But if he can do that, that would be certainly the stuff of a legend.
Sometimes you can. What you'd have to do is you'd have to audience participation the Lash, and then Spectral Assistant like to the rooftop from afar, and then use that to blink up and then drop the ult right after. It's definitely a lot more setup than just press button to go into the sky, but hey, you know. Sometimes the greatest magic requires a little bit of preparation.
Magic carpet for Vegas. Okay. This game is definitely getting wild with the uncatchable Viscous. And once again...
You know, my headcanon for that is that's Mo just fighting his inner demons. Like, it's Spirit Mo, just, you know, it's actually like an analogy for like, or an analog to like mental health awareness type of deals. You know, what I'm seeing from Mo.
I mean, they're getting kind of dominated by this play at a Deathy, and the cooldown is so short. with the audience participation, the Sinclair is looking great right now.
Yeah, I mean, Sinclair, it's kind of interesting too, because Sinclair did just get hit with a round of nerfs, but the overall power of the kit is still quite strong when you're talking about just great escapes and the ability to just like completely change the landscape of fights with audience participation, where again, I feel like Revenger's gotten way more combo value than Crayon Eaters have so far in this game.
It's really interesting to see that, you know, despite the fact that I feel like Revengers is getting the better of a lot of these trades and team fights, the fact that they're grouping up so much, Crayon Eaters is still slightly out farming just in the neutral.
Interesting though, you look at the income allocation here. There's still no storyline that's where things have really gone out of whack. I mean, you got frontline for Avengers at 18k, frontline for Crayon Eaters also at about 18k. It's about as even as it gets. I think maybe the worrying part for Crayon Eaters is that, you know, Crayon's actual farm, in part because of just getting comboed every fight by Deathy, is kind of minimal. And you start hitting a point as Mo where if you're this far behind the game, you don't live even when you do get your combo off. Like, you just kind of get bursted down.
Yeah, it feels like you also pretty much have to copy Sinclair, or else he's just going to come combo you in the middle of the team fight. So I'm curious to see how Crayon is going to try to adapt to this counterplay.
We do appreciate Crayon, though, coming into play. Usually Crayon is one of our most regular co-streamers, always streaming the games, looking for ways to be involved. In this case, you know, had the opportunity to get involved and, you know, a little bit late notice because some players are missing. But, you know, being in the midst of battle, sometimes more difficult than expected.
Well, we'll see. I think they can adapt, but I still think Mo can be strong this game. I just think there's so many setup skills, right? Like, this is the challenge of playing against Bebop and Paradox, is that more often than not on Crayon Eaters' game, and we talked about this in the draft, like the challenge of getting the lash makes this setup awkward.
Quick damage here on the Vegas. Bebop, though, getting real low and chased down. Leffa, not going to let this one slide. Chases down the Bebop. However, while this is going on, see on top, Crayon down here once more. May have actually been another copied ult. Not quite sure. Brocane, though, down. Revengers right now 1 for 2. Decent trades here thus far. Goober and Salty kind of low in the moment, but we'll see how this fight escalates. Crayon Eaters does have the ability to go in, land a good death slam. You know, to me, I'm kind of looking at Flick if this continues being a fight. Goes up over the top, gets health swapped. Okay, now if you're Flick, you might not want this fight anymore, Jake.
You're a little deep on Geist, though, for Salty. But it seems like the rest of the Crayon Eaters players are just a bit too low. They're going to go for the fallback instead, although not Leffa. He's chasing, looking for a finish kill here. Oh, but the opponent is so quick. Slipping away, but Ava is even faster. The follow-up from Buds is there.
You know, I love the commentary from chat earlier today. When Buena is like, you know, someone at Valve got paid a lot of money to animate Ava just climbing that rope. The full cat animation.
You're going to need it. You don't have to have the players in this game. We're just staying in the cat 24/7.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Also, good mobility, not the mini-mat. And, you know, whatever aura you gain from just being way cuter in that period of time. But here we go. On the rooftops is Flick. Still has Death Slam in reserve, but not a lot of HP to use it. For now, looking to full-on Spider-Man his way out of danger. Meanwhile, the dive incoming. Crayon with the combo. Paradox, real danger here. Goober right now trying to stay alive. Still somehow alive, way longer than expected. Gets the decay off, but that is where it's going to end. However, will there be any follow-through coming in for the Revengers off? The full rotation is coming on in. Bebop in from the right-hand side, going to be looking for a hook. Meanwhile, Vegas, goo balling around, rolling back over and into the fight. Re-engage, perhaps, in play by Crayon Eaters here so far, but, you know, Flick can't go in for the Death Slam. Far too low.
Just one kill, but everyone on Crayon Eaters is low. They got to fall back. They got to get a bit of a regroup here, and Revengers know it. Despite being down a player, they're putting the pressure here on the Walker. Maybe the Owl will dissuade them. And Rocane does not have ulti here on the Yamato. Struggling to fight the Abrams, who's just tanking through everything here. But maybe being baited a little bit deep. Oh, he's turning around. Yamato is in trouble, scared. And they just barely dance away from the Abrams. Got kited and baited into oblivion by that Yamato.
I mean, that was a save, but that also, I feel like if Yamato didn't make more distance, I could have actually worked really bad against where, I mean, the Abrams somewhat died, but we've had a chance to get the Yamato. But clearance was had. Meanwhile, swap on to Flick. Flick not going to be getting out of this one alive, so the trades do continue. Crayon Eaters, though, the result of some of the last skirmishes here, Jake, both teams even on objectives, but Crayon Eaters now, you know, a good 15k ahead. And in particular, some threats starting to really develop here where it's been a while, but Leffa getting some of his signature clearance from the rest of the game.
Yeah, Leffa and Buds, I think, are going to be those key damage dealers. I will say, Revengers, the Bebop is going the scaling build this game, so it's going to be a pretty serious threat when it comes to that gun damage into the late game. So I wonder if that's something that the Crayon Eaters have considered and thinking about. But you're right, I think to say, you know, 10k lead, still pretty comfortable for them. Not quite enough to force key objectives, but I think like the next Urn comes online, or if the teams catch each other in a big team fight, we could see the mid boss go and either stabilize the game for the Revengers or really open it up for Crayon.
23 minutes in, a moment of reprieve right now. Both teams focusing on their own jungles. Still plenty of outs for both sides to make it competitive. You know, it's good to see here, Jake. Sometimes you get this deep into the game and things will be rough. But once in a while, we haven't called in Dan for a bit. And, you know, Dan, what are you seeing right now in this game and the multitude of ways some of these fights have developed?
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. The thing that's interesting is it feels like the game's been really close, and that the disparity of souls kind of comes down to Crayon Eaters just being better in terms of farming efficiency, just like in their own jungles and so on, in between all the moments. Because I don't think necessarily, you know, obviously the objectives are pretty even, the fights are pretty even, so you're only left with just the farming. That's really the difference maker, and so it feels like if Revengers can hold on long enough, given how well Deafy's been playing on the Sinclair especially, and the impact that that's had, and just the synergies we're seeing from Revengers, I'm actually pretty confident that we could see something, a very competitive end game here from Revengers. So I'm pretty excited to be honest to like keep watching. This is really awesome.
There's no way Leffa gets out, right? I mean, it's Ava. Got enough clearance to go Ava for him, and yeah, okay, Leffa, unless gets caught by the 7, Leffa I think got out of there, and we'll see though. If you're Avengers, you may be okay with this if you turn this into a walker. Although it may be more of a walker trade when you take a look at what's going on the left. So
I mean, Flick is there to defend with Lash Ult, though. This could get ugly if the Crayon Eaters players can come back and follow this one up. This could be a good moment for Lash. Seems like maybe they won't be there in time, and Lash can't just go 1v4.
There's kind of a need for flex slots. You know, you're getting around 150k for Avengers, and you're over it for Crayon Eaters. There comes a point where you expand your living space for your items. But a little bit of action here on the top side. Deathy perhaps getting caught out. The pain is coming, and you know, for Crayon, he's going like, please, I need my combo up. I need to give him a taste of his own medicine. Buds, though, just chunking Deathy from afar.
Dude, this magic carpet for Vegas is hilarious. I mean, if you do want to try to focus down the Viscous in order to prevent his saves, though, the magic carpet makes that incredibly difficult to do. It also allows Viscous to show up at a lot more team fights than he might otherwise be able to, and save the goo ball for the fight itself. 7 though, looking to get on the contest. Sick P could ulti over the top here.
They have to Death Slam in response to that, because they're going to get high value Stormcloud otherwise. Here we go. Stormcloud is out. Death Slam is used in it. It's not the 7. The 7 is getting enormous value from the start. Finally, the Mokrill comes in, but so much damage was done. This is going to set up Salty. Buds trying to make something happen here. One of the few people that wasn't just getting nuked down by the Stormcloud. Crayon Eaters coming out ahead in the end, but that was nearly deadly. Still losing 3-4 here thus far.
Pure chaos of a fight, and in the end, I think that Paradox death is going to be pretty costly and make this into a more decisive victory for the Crayon Eaters, especially with the fact that these deaths for them are rejuve deaths. They're going to be able to respawn and maybe even take the mid walker. They have quite a bit of time to go with this power play.
I think not just mid walker. I think by the time this rejuve is over, especially with the Death Start in play, it should be Crayon Eaters getting the remainder of the flex slots from the walker contribution here. But as I say that, Deathy wanting a little bit of a fight, ends up getting parried, and look at the single-minded focus onto the walker. There's no desire to skirmish Deathy there for Leffa. Leffa's just saying, you know what, it's cool that you exist, but I'm just here for the walker. It's nothing but business.
Yeah, I like the focus on objectives. Seems like Yamato should be able to get the second walker as well. And that fully opens the map up now for the Crayon Eaters. They still have the rejuve online, that kill onto League. I mean, the game's kind of falling apart here for the Revengers. They're stumbling at this hurdle. Vegas rolling in. And the shrines are starting to go down. ZP, Crayon Eaters has no interest in backing down or slowing this game.
Yeah, and never say you never saw a flying carpet of Viscous get some work done here. Brocane, though, getting caught. Still have to be a little bit cautious here on the push-in if you're Crayon Eaters. It's knocked back quite away, and it's like, you're a goo ball, but you've now been run over by a different goo ball. Courtesy of Deathy. However, that is going to fade. And
two goo balls clash in the night. Do they make a sound? Who gets stunned?
It'd be more of a, I don't know, I can't make a good goo sound, but like just kind
More
of
of
a
like a
sickening,
slurp.
like glurp sound, kind of. I don't know. We'll have to workshop that.
Whoa.
Bit. Or maybe it's better we don't. I don't think we have that sound, but...
You workshop your glurps and get back to me. We need fresh glurps. Management says we need fresh glurps by 6 p.m. tonight.
I mean, we've said the word glurp like 4 times. Justin's probably already put it on his shirt. And I'm not talking about Jason's alter ego.
All right. Gamba's being taken down. Abrams, though, hold on. They know he's here. Maybe combo for Crayon. Thinking about getting in on this. Don't know if the follow-up is there. They're going to fall off for the moment.
Well, look at the overall course of play here. I think the problem that gets the Revengers is a little bit on the stat side, where 20k difference and Leffa and Bud's going to be problems moving forward. Rocane a little bit behind. I mean, they have some outs in terms of their farm. I mean, 7 at 30k, Geist 30k. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility, but Leffa is farmed up enough that there's going to be pretty high levels of aggression unless you could just set up a full-on mega gank on the Leffa when he's not expecting it, which did happen once earlier in the game.
Crayon looking for something, instead finds an angry Geist. Is just going to be full running out of there, but so much mobility on this Mo. Don't have the stuns in position to lock him down, and Crayon Eaters happy to sit back, wait for the mid-boss to spawn. They got 3 minutes for that. There's a lot of jungle to do on their side of the map. And Crayon is still getting scouting info, still making sure that anybody who does leave the base is on the radar for Crayon Eaters so that they don't get caught off guard.
And speaking again, caught off guard, I mean, that's where you'd be looking to league to maybe land a hook. Meanwhile, Yamato, okay, getting a little bit under pressure here. Able to take some solace here onto the top of the rooftop. Deathy has already used audience participation. Not quite sure what he copied, but the overall impact perhaps a little bit low. Revenge is already down pretty heavily in HP. Salty, though, finding Buds into the back line. Meanwhile, though, Rocane in, chewing Blurrence apart, moving on forward. This is where Yamato can get some deep cleanup, deeper into the fight with players down. Only 3 up remaining here for the Rangers. The rest of the Crayon Eaters looking relatively healthy here, Jake. And this could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's EP. Mid-boss not up yet. That's the only real hopeful sign here for the Revengers, as they're wiped. Only 1 kill to show for it onto Buds. I mean, that's one of those things. It's like you can dive the great talent in the back line. You could kill him. But in the end, if the rest of the team fight goes against you, it's just not worth it. And there's so many more threats on Crayon Eater's side right now. You can't just tunnel the one of them. And now lane's pushing against them. Could easily see first layer patron going down right now for Crayon Eaters.
All right. Crayon Eaters now just looking to secure their way into the money match versus melee creeps. They're pretty close here. Revengers will have one more opportunity to defend, but you know, again, now they're just kind of in the realm of hoping for either a big swap to kick things off, or for Crayon Eaters to, you know, do some combination of plays that give Sick P a massive storm cloud. Like we have seen throws versus 7, especially in and around the pit, but you know, one of the upsides of running Lash is that you can just pop the Death Slam, at least until Unstoppable comes into play, but Unstoppable has not been ultra favored.
It's such an expensive item, right? And your teammates could just get targeted by the stuns that don't go on you. So, you know, on the one hand, I can understand sometimes needing it, but I think the less you can build it, the better. Meanwhile, Leffa has just been consuming the jungle, has almost 7,000 unspent souls. I mean, Leffa is really getting out of control in kind of a big way. I mean, the gun scaling was nerfed a bit on this Calco hero, but with this kind of a soul lead, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you can nerf the scaling, but there is kind of a point where it's like, well, I will just compensate for the nerf scaling
E-shift.
by acquiring even more things. Oh, wow.
Return of the E-shift, the expensive E-shift.
It's back. Flex your wealth, baby. Let's go.
I mean, it makes sense. It's like super good on Calico. It gives you a lot of things that you do actually want on the character, almost like a second mini ult now. And with this kind of a lead, you are liable to get focus. Here's Magic Carpet Vegas. Impossible kill. Just Magic Carpets away. Good ball is copied. Deathy trying to get something done, but taking a lot of gun damage here. Got to be careful.
Deathy just wanted to be a goo ball this entire time. Here we go. Leffa. Raid boss mode may be activated. 4,200 HP on the way forward. And boy, are they surprised when they try and go for him. The shift is up, and Abrams caught the closet, but gets the parry. Still way behind in HP. Having to try and run, drop the seismic slam. Still in danger. Buds with the big burst to finish it off. And this should be game coming on up. Will be Crayon Eaters moving on to take on Melee Creeps in our money match here today. But, you know, Jake, not entirely a one-sided game. Gave us some interesting storylines across the board. And, you know, we'll see how the draft works. I'm not sure if this vindicates Lash, but at the very least, it didn't, you know, cost them the game or anything like that. And if anyone can play a Lash decent, it'd be Flick.
Yeah, I mean, they executed on it pretty well. They played to their draft, and like even though Revengers had some nice early game roams that put them in a decent spot in the game, in the end, Crayon Eaters, this is the core of Hydra Nation. This is a team that's so good at getting farmed, at getting that soul lead, and just leveraging you into a position where you're forced to make desperation moves, and then they can shut you down. It's a clinical performance from them, and a nice, solid victory that they can feel confident about going into the money match.
Just looking at production here, where it's just like, production, they asked Dan, who's going to be your player of the match? And it's like, oh yeah, I do got one that's in here. I'm not actually sure. I assume production had my camera after my modem messed up, but I guess we'll find out soon. But we're good. And I'm going to take the vote to bring him back in Dan immediately and not leave Dan out in the cold, just, you know, sad, wondering about why he has been abandoned. But, you know, Dan, this game had some interesting looks, but, you know, perhaps one of them kind of got a taste of why Grey Talon isn't necessarily allowed to be played by teams.
Yeah, it's pretty rough to play against for many reasons, as you guys kind of covered in the match. It's interesting though, because despite all of that, I feel like the early to mid game was kind of okay. It was okay for the Revengers. They gave themselves opportunities. There's actually an inflection point before the mid boss fight where you had that really good storm cloud that did a lot of damage and kind of made it kind of close, where we had this moment where Deathy actually got caught out of position. Like his teammates on the right side of the map would take like focus firing the walker, and there wasn't a response. And Deathy was alone around the mid walker, and Deathy just stuck around as opposed to kind of fully disengaging, and then died. And then that's what kind of triggered the mid boss attempt. And I wonder if the mid boss would have been attempted without Deathy's death, or if they would have attempted it even if Deathy was up. But I just, you know, I just wonder. I don't want to like throw Deathy under the bus here, but that was like the inflection point. That was like the moment where Crayon Eaters were actually able to completely fully take over the game. Was kind of after that pick. So I just wanted, I wonder what would have happened had they been able to find somewhat of a recovery, or if the farm would have been a bit better. Because yeah, it was kind of cool to see the comp in play, and I think Revengers did a decent job. But I think obviously the quality on Crayon Eaters is pretty high, and obviously the draft as well. There's some pretty strong points there. And when Leffa gets going, he gets going.
I gotta put some respect on Vegas this game. Top damage on the Viscous. So like playing the carry build, you know, using that magic carpet to be a little bit greedier and maybe just farm the map more efficiently, and it pays off big time. I mean, he's in a pretty sick spot from the souls, the damage. I mean, really impressive performance. Kind of a new way to play Viscous that I haven't really seen in the pro level.
I think what I'm excited to see going on forward here is, can Crayon Eaters take down Melee Creeps? I actually think with the level of skill that they have on the team, that it is not inconceivable, especially coming off the back of a new patch into a new meta. We have seen, you know, pickup teams, you know, in special circumstances come in and have that power. And, you know, it's a testament to where, like, team synergy is important in these games, Shake, but also individual skill. And, you know, I almost think to an extent, like, the pressure being off, I think it definitely helps, because you're going in here as Crayon Eaters. You're not under the normal expectations as if you were on your main team. But by comparison for Melee Creeps, you know, just kind of looking ahead, all the pressure is on, because you're in a no-win situation. If you win, people are just like, oh yeah, you know, you won, you're the champion. They had some subs, but if you lose, it's like, ha, you lost to a team with a sub. So a little bit tough mentally.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely you got to give like the mental comfort edge to Crayon Eaters, but in the end, right, Melee Creeps were able to win against the full roster of Hydra Nation. So I feel like there's no reason they shouldn't be the favorite in this match. I think Crayon Eaters are looking to throw a spanner in the works here and just like make this game more chaotic and break like kind of the way this first game was, where a lot of death matching, a lot of individual fights, maybe some innovative builds coming out, and you're hoping, I think, that you can throw the Melee Creeps for a loop. But this is a team that has now had quite a bit of success in DFN NA, and I think you can't be disrespecting them or thinking they're going to be an easy win, especially for a pug team. So I still think Melee Creeps got the edge in this next match.
Yeah, and I'm curious how they're going to adapt as well to the new patch, because there's a lot to adapt to. We already saw it in EU, and you guys have been, well, ZP, you've been seeing it all day with in the Deadlock scene. So I'm super curious, because Melee Creeps, they managed to harness that more one-win-esque style of play, and that's a bit different now.
Also, we don't have a full highlight package because we were really spreading around the clips in the last game, but our MVP for the last game was Flick, so we'll give Flick give Flick the flowers there. I guess
I feel like Vegas got robbed, man. The Magic Carpet Viscous build was too crazy for me. I was like, what is he doing? But he's actually farming with it.
Yeah,
and again,
I had to weigh it up between Flick for winning a game on Lash.
That is true. Has it been done before?
Has it been done before? The first ever. I mean, look, you just have to go hard mode like One Win did yesterday and go, it's not enough to pick Lash. We need to go further. And then they paired it with the McGinnis. And I'd love to tell you that they won a glorious victory at that, but no, they in fact lost quite poorly with that team comp. To very little surprise. But that is the end of our money match. Crayon Eaters has won the right to take Melee Creeps to battle right after this. And, Jake, any final thoughts before we hop on in to our money match here in NA?
No, just shout out to both of those teams, for putting together a squad and showing us some fun stuff there in the Challenger match. I am curious to see if they have a hope against Melee Creeps. I'm kind of hoping that Melee Creeps can kind of put a resounding defeat on them to build a little bit more momentum for themselves in DFN. But at the same time, I mean, like you guys mentioned, the individual strength of these players on Crayon Eaters is not to be underestimated. And I think there's always the chance they can come out hot from the lanes and make something happen.
All right. Well, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, I was just saying, my final thought is it's really cool seeing these two teams play and just having a reminder of the kind of community that we have with in Deadlock, and that comes out on the Deadlock Fight Night broadcast by getting to see a lot of these names, resurfacing and participating and joining in on the show. So just like shout outs to the community because it's like an awesome place where we're at right now.
All right, well, the stage is set. The final series of the night is going to be coming on at you. $1,000 on the line. This is Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, number 23, and we'll be right back.
We're the first team to do it back in DFN number 13. Flash forward 9 more DFN cents, and Melee Creeps are back once again to potentially take down the top dogs of NA of Hydra Nation, with, of course, the newest edition of Quig. 17. The early game isn't too kind for Hydra Nation, with Melee Creeps picking up quite a few kills early on.
Pressure on them to get some of these early Guardians first.
Oh, gets slapped under the Guardian there. I think a misplay out of Rokane as Quig stomps him down as well. A really good response here out of Melee Creeps and Quig in particular. But then looking at, the lashes you were talking about, what I kind of worry about for Melee Creeps is like, what do they have to stop his ultimate? And in my eyes, it's really only Saya. With AVG having a little bit of a rough time early on, he rotates to the left lane to grab 2 kills and the Guardian. I see Calico, I think, Lefa. And the dive's going to continue to happen on this left-hand side with the man advantage that they now have. John and Saya able to tech team for another kill yet again, looking for a kill on the left who gets the soul exchange. And he's able to get some good damage down. AVG, I don't know how he's still alive here on 1 HP. The parry's coming through and Lefa wasn't able to secure it. And with that Guardian being down, AVG stays in the left lane to continue to catch up on farm. With the first turn making its way over, the Death Slam onto only one person means Melee Creeps are ready to grab a lead in the match. If they get the Death Slam, they don't get a single kill off of that. It actually did almost negative damage to Saya. Now the push going to come in through out of Posh Pop, who gets the Affliction down, I believe, onto 1. The Stolen Affliction going to come through, but Posh is able to at least secure the kill onto Rokane, as the Urn is going to be looked to turn in here as Quig gets a kill on the Calc. And it's all going the way of Melee Creeps here with the initial 2 kills to come through. Aaron's still in the vicinity, but has yet to be locked in as John's going to approach, looking for the damage to come through. That Jin Smart really going to start to pop off once he's able to connect quite a few of these shots. The Rocker got to give respect to his position off the right-hand side, able to get that siege support. But I think they've just lost out on too many players. I'm not sure if they can continue to contest. So as a parry comes through on the left, but he gets stunned up. Posh Pop gets the turn in. And they're going to kill off Lefa. The Urn continues to be the major meeting point for both teams, but with a 12k lead 15 minutes in out of melee creeps, the fight becomes just too easy. The man advantage much longer, especially with Lefa still lingering towards middle. That's going to be the stolen seismic slam to come through. We used to escape though. And then the real one's going to come through to lock him down. Rokane's going to fall to Quig. And now with the man advantage for melee creeps and the 2-man advantage, this is definitely going to be an Urn picked up for them, but can they actually turn it in time? Are they going to get enough pressure around the map? You can see Calc trying to respond with the pressure being pushed on by melee creeps and low man in particular on the left-hand side looking for that walker. That last Urn fight leads into a mid-boss attempt out of MC, getting rejuve and 4 kills. That's the attempt going to be coming through. It's going to be Calp. He's into the shadows, but I think he mistimed it. No one's there to actually secure it except Saya on the side of melee creep. So at least Calc's able to take down the kill on the Pashi pop, and still the damage. It's been done. It's been secured for the side of melee creeps. AVG looking for some extra damage here, just doing fisticuffs up against Hydration. And they're going to lose a couple more players off the back of this to continue to push through the HMC as well. The double charge. Calc gets caught out. And AVG secures himself, I believe, 3 kills in that fight. And melee creeps with rejuve and the kills. They're sporting 8. I don't know why you go for that ultimate there. After losing the first stage patron, Hydration has to contest the next Urn to have a chance back in the game.
I remember like Hydration was like a Yamato that was like 5k behind the average of the game, which normally doesn't happen. Like Hydration was really bad at the beginning of 3 maps, and then eventually they learned how to play. But you have to go back to that.
Well, another fight is breaking out, and I mean the stat check at this point is insurmountable. Seismic slam from Sinclair once again, and now he's going to get tossed up. He's going to get juggled in the air, and that's going to be that. So just clearing everybody up. I mean, we know where this is going. We all know where this is going.
Well played. Won't forget that anytime soon.
It's going into a well played. Yeah. Good game already called out for Hydration, and you can see they're already pushed in towards the base. No backdoor protection coming in for the patron. And honestly, melee creeps with a 40k plus lead look phenomenal in this match. Obviously, you got some questions around, was it the draft that allowed them to be successful? Was it just the whole laning phase in general? But either way, Hydration have been served up their first loss in this series. After having a dominant performance in Abrams in match 1, AVG continues his rampage in lane. They have a huge lead already in this lane. Yeah. Nothing they can do. They don't have the heal yet from Flick because it's too early in the game, and Flick's he's gonna die. He's dead for sure.
Wow.
A phenomenal dive coming through. I mean, melee creep set up a counter gank on the right lane, but end up being baited into a frozen shelter.
Okay, well, there's the frozen shelter, and again, that's going to be a kill onto AVG. Again, dangerous combo with the Shiv in tow as well. Lomain, I think that's an assassinate, getting a lot of damage up here from the heavens. And a lot of players there coming in from Hydronation, and Lomain might be in a little bit of trouble here because it could continue to pursue.
With the Hydras extending their lead to 7k from the last fight, they're forced to turn in the Urn in the creep side of the map. This results in a fight in mid, allowing MC to close the gap.
In some of these spots, but nevertheless, here's another fight in a frozen shelter.
Strat transformation comes through, gonna get a reset on the power slash. It'll do some really good damage. The Stoneform comes in, and they're able to get the 2 initial kills. Calc's able to respawn the kill onto Pashi Pops. The Trappers are coming out of John looking to assist his team and back him up. AVG joins the party as well. This could be actually the potential for a mid-boss take if they continue to pick up kills left, right, and center. The next man is divulged into melee creeps losing a fight in the left lane trying to push the walker, and then Hydronation securing an Urn turn-in. One saving grace for melee creeps, though, is that John suicides, taking the walker in the left lane, giving that additional flex slot to his team. At even Stevens and Souls at this point in the game, a fight that would set in motion the rest of the match occurs. Height to use it, trying to go for a catch, but the charge isn't going to land onto Rocker, who's going to escape. The seismic slam is going to be used now, but he's not able to catch on the left or anyone. And now melee creeps are going to be forced to retreat away.
Yeah, still fighting in the mix here. Oh, John's going to take down Calc, and here we go, pushing it further in. The Yamato off the shadow transformation is just ripping players apart.
Melee creeps turned that last fight into a mid-boss, even taking down the last 2 members of Hydronation trying to contest it. The lead for melee creeps extended to 30k at the 28-minute mark, and Hydronation come out with a decent response, pushing the right lane walker to get their second flex slot, but even after getting the initial kill, they still lose the 5 players. With Hydronation securing an Urn while melee creeps get rejuve, it wasn't enough souls to stop AVG from leading the charge to take the title of DFN. The teammates, as the dive has come through, Hydration was looking for a kill on towards someone in the back line, but if anything, he's going to be the one to fall, and melee creeps, they're going to get the 2 kills they need. They're going to take down the shrines off of this, And this should be the first stage patron at least being converted.
Okay, this looks utterly desperate right now for Hydro Nation. They're not insanely behind. They are definitely solidly behind on the souls, but at this point, with everything that's going on in the base, it is not looking good. They're staggered. They're up against Rejuve respawns. There's not much of a way to find a positive here for Hydro Nation in the last, what could be the dying moments of this game.
I'm still not 100% convinced they can close this one out. They have to get the finish onto Lefa. Flick's gonna respawn back in, but again, he has no ultimate, he has no frozen shelter, so anything. They're just gonna go straight for the patron here, Dan. They want to finish it right here, right now, in melee creeps with the addition of Quig. Is gonna allow them to take down his former team of Hydro Nation, now become the new kings of NA. Well, if you guys missed out on the interview after the whole shebang finished off out of low main, saying they went into this game just playing to have fun, not playing to overtake the best team, and they made it look damn easy. I'm really worried for other teams out there in North America in the coming weeks. And we've seen alone just the impact Quig has had in the roster of melee creeps just in about 1 week's time. But that's going to wrap up DFN number 22. Make sure you check out DFN number 23 kicking off on Wednesday of next week. And we'll see you all then.
The time has come for the last set of the night. That's right, it's the money match here on Deadlock Fight Night number 23, North America, presented by Intel. I am ZP here with Jake, and Jake, melee creeps now has to hold serve against the best of the best when you put them all together in a mixed team, including the mercenary, he who is undefeated in Fight Night. That's right, I'm talking about Buds.
Yeah, Buds, Crayon, and Vegas coming in together, all looking pretty solid. I mean, Vegas put up a huge game on Viscous that last game, and this is all off the back of a new patch here. So a real test of the melee creeps. Do they have what it takes to weather the storm that is coming? Because you can bet Crayon Eaters are going to be fighting on all fronts, especially if you look at how that last game went.
Yeah, and look, I think anything could happen, and we got differences of opinion here that we had in broadcast, which I'm just gonna bring them in here and not repeat the mistakes I made with Dan, where I just left Dan freezing out of the cold. Jason, welcome back to the program, and Jason, you were pretty clear. You think melee creeps, they're gonna run away with this one.
I know we're talking about new patch and change things up, especially when it comes to like E-Shift and some heroes being played, but don't forget, melee creeps wiped the floor with Hydro Nation last week. Like, Quig put on a clinic within the team. He already, within less than a week's time, was able to put them at the point that they could beat Hydro Nation 2-0. Now he's got an extra week under his belt with the team. And obviously, it's not a full Hydro Nation lineup. It's still a majority of players who have played within that roster. I feel like it should almost be too easy for them. I don't want to count, obviously, the Crayon Eaters out, but how can you go against melee creeps in this match?
Jason right now is really greasing the skids, Jake, for it to be a case of like, you know what? Bet the house on melee creeps, get all your channel points in, and then we're going to get to the draft, and it'll come out.
It's a pump and dump. Don't believe him. It's a pump and dump.
Let me get my
Jake right now just stopping the schemes right where it stands. Someone who's deeply invested into the market, but also
buy the shorts, Chad. Short the melee creep stock.
Take Jake's advice or don't. But you know what you should take us up on? The new merch promo in the run of show. I don't know if it's actually new, and you know what? We showed it earlier today, but it's still new-ish. Good enough for me.
Can you please show up to the first land, ZP, in a group hug sweater or t-shirt?
That would go crazy. I want ZP in the Dynamo group hug sweater.
Just full Dynamo gear. I don't know why I'm getting such a Dynamo. I feel like we've already established.
He's got the hat. He's got the ssunglasses. He's got the underwear. He's got it all.
Just nothing but group hug. But I do feel like I've been more associated with Abrams, just because you wear glasses and have a face shape even remotely nearby. Like just paint me blue and I'm good to go.
You should do an Abrams cosplay at the first Deadlock land. Get the full blue like avatar body paint. I'm just saying that would go crazy.
Just
for
walk
the
around
people.
with
We got to do a sub goal for that.
I was gonna say, if we're gonna get me to shave my head at 1K, which I'm gonna repeat, as it's already passed, it's not gonna happen anymore. Maybe the new goal is at 1K, we get the full Abrams cosplay at a ZP with the body paint and everything. That you know what? I would probably gift some stuff.
Wait,
for that.
Jason, would you rather it be like he hires somebody like a professional to like properly paint him blue, or he just does it himself. The most scuffed, like terrible.
I got a better
costume.
plan. He flies to LA and he makes hexagrams paint him.
Oh,
yes,
God.
I love that plan. Love that plan. It's the best of both worlds.
And this is how I lost my vision, because he didn't take care around the eyes and actually blinded me with blue paint. I don't know if you can do a blind Abrams, but you know, maybe the book he carries around can do a little bit of healing there. But we are gonna go right into the draft here and see what is going on between Melee Creeps and Crayon Eaters, and if it will follow the script that we've been seeing here. I mean, we did see a GT get through, which we weren't really expecting. I don't know if he'll come through again this time here, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it'd be up to Melee Creeps, right, to be taking that ban out of the pool, given Crayon Eaters have first pick. I see no reason they wouldn't snap it up again. I see no reason for them to really change much, unless there's something they really are worried about from Melee Creeps. But I think this early in the pick phase, I don't think we're going to see any kind of big changes.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think one advantage that Crayon Eaters do have is that at least a couple of their players, well, I guess Left in particular, has a lot more prep when it comes to this new patch, playing over with Thanos in the one-win bombshell currently, where they did beat 1-win 2-0. So he's going to have definitely a really good insight into it. But obviously, Melee Creeps, they've been screaming on this. They have the mastermind of Quig behind it. John not going to have a chance to play Bebop, but he did show last week he has a deeper pool than Warden or Bebop. But considering how good he's on Warden and how kind of Warden got an indirect buff here, ZP, is there a rumor we see him actually get to play it here in this match?
I think it's pretty likely. Also, again, we have this situation where only one team is going to get a key playmaker. I think what we saw from Crayon Eaters, though, they like Buds on the GT. GT is real strong. But it's going to be the interesting case where, okay, Melee Creeps will take Holiday in response to Crayon Eaters coming in with the GT pick. I do wonder for Melee Creeps how you do the appropriate priority here, and if you do something like you open just Holiday, Mo straight off, or you open Holiday and then a more standard power pick like the Mirage or Geist. If it was EU, it'd probably be a Holiday into Geist, but I think you can make a case for any like Holiday plus frontline combo here, Jake.
I like the idea of Holiday Mo. I think the two of them together, it not only blocks from what, from my opinion, is one of the best counter picks to Holiday in the Mo, but also it's a really nice combo with her. So locking those down in a back-to-back pick is really ideal. The Holiday going is almost an inevitability given that Paradox, Bebop are banned. I mean, this hero's first pick, even if those heroes are in the pool, and of course, with them out, you know, she's just totally unique in what she offers.
It's a pain, man, for Crayon Eaters, like not having that initiator like a Holiday, like a Paradox, like a Bebop. You kind of put yourself on the back foot, right, pretty much off the get-go. But the advantage is you do have obviously the grade talent, and the amount of damage you can do from range if you can stay safe is going to be damn nutty. But are you going to be able to do it, you know, 1v6 if your team has fallen by the wayside, or at least I guess 5v6, because you would assume Melee Creeps will be able to burst down one player within that lasso alone.
Well, interestingly enough, the Mirage comes on in. I do think like the raw Mo without an extra initiator is like kind of mad, but on the same note, I think if you're Crayon Eaters, going Geist Mo would not be the worst idea here, because you get the Mo out of Holiday's hands and you secure a really good front line. Like you get two strong front lines here between the two of them, and Melee Creeps is kind of behind the 8-ball a little bit, Jake, in terms of how they're setting up their front line from here on out, because there is kind of a hierarchy, and to me, from what we've seen in this patch, Mo and Geist are like pretty significantly above other frontline options you have.
I think Yamato is probably the other reasonable choice for Crayon Eaters between Geist and Yamato. And they're going to go with it again. I think they did go for it in the last series as well. So, I mean, you know, I think there is a bit of flexibility here. You know, I think Yamato does have that explosive potential. You've already got the most, so you don't have to worry about being comboed on Yamato, and then being able to pop that shadow form to get out of something like Tornado is a nice matchup. Also purging those debuffs from Mirage. So I think, you know, it's not game breaking, but it's just a nice little matchup for Yamato.
Today isn't the day for mercy.
That's a surprising pick for me, actually. With GT on the other side, with Yamato on the other side, I'm surprised to see Yamato go this early. Or not Yamato, Vindicta, sorry, going this early.
Yeah. I mean, but below main, he's also been grinding the games within this Thanos roster over in one-win bombshell. He's played Vindicta last time these two teams did meet each other. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick it up yet again. I'm also just kind of curious, what's AVG going to play? A big Abrams player in their last week's success. Is Abrams still going to be around here, considering HMC's been nerfed quite heavily, and he was one of the big proponents of it, the big users of it when it came to that matchup?
Well, given the fact that they picked Vindicta, I think yes. I think also if you're Crayon Eaters here, if you're planning on going Geist off the bans here, I think you ban the Abrams. But instead you get rid of the Calico. So, okay, that's where we're at. In turn, I figure melee creeps. It's kind of interesting. I don't think they get both Abrams and Geist here. I think ideally though, if there was any chance of them getting both, you open with the Geist, and then there's a few worlds where Crayon Eaters doesn't go the Abrams. But if you don't pick Geist in this next pick, it is going to go off to Crayon Eaters, I think 100%.
I think I'll like the surface.
Interesting. They power the Viscous even higher. I mean, Vegas was doing some crazy things on the Viscous last game. Actually had the top damage stat, which I was very surprised to see in the stat screen. They also have a nice counter now to the Mo Krill, and I mean, all the initiators are banned or have been taken. Like, it's Crayon Eaters are really struggling for some kind of initiation. It's just the Mo warp stoning in and comboing somebody. There's no displacement. There's no catch. It's just grabbing somebody where they stand. And honestly, I think with Viscous on the board, it's going to be really hard for those types of initiations to actually work out well for Crayon Eaters.
Ivy here. I mean, taking it out of Quig's hands, I'm kind of like looking towards what's Quig going to play. Obviously, Kelvin was one of the big heroes that he liked to rock when he was back with the Hydra Nation roster. And I wonder what kind of like adaptations the team's been able to do with him on the team. And well, Kelvin's been taken away. So are we going to have a gun Ivy coming through out of Crayon Eaters?
Is this too crazy from Crayon Eaters? I feel like they're trying to like steal all the picks from Quig, but like these, I don't really see the Kelvin fitting in their draft. I mean, I guess you could heal the Yamato. Maybe you can finish with the Shiv and feel pretty okay about the front line you have.
I think that here's what it is. If you're going gun Ivy and going the VP, idea from it, it makes sense because then you have only Kelvin as your support, and now you can pick up Shiv as the last lane. The fact that we may have an undrafted Geist though is blowing my mind. There's no way.
Melee creeps taking it here would be so good though, right? It makes so much sense for them to grab it here. It's crazy that they got this deep in the draft and can still grab it, but I agree. I'd be very surprised to see anything other than Geist come out right now, well, especially against Kelvin.
And they also need the front line. Okay, they go Warden for John, but my God. Okay. I actually think here, as good as the Shiv Kelvin lane is, I think Geist has so much power. I would still rather see Geist get picked up by Crayon Eaters here. We'll see if that's the case or not, but it just, I don't know. Between the two heroes, Geist is way stronger than Shiv, even if you have that,
you're
really
not as reliant on the combo, right? Like you're not desperate for Kelvin, and it still helps you on Geist. I mean, you still use the heals. And Geist is going to go untouched this game. That is wild, ZP. Really, I am also really, truly surprised. I thought this would be picked, within the first 3 on either side, and instead it goes untouched in the draft. Okay, let's see how this Warden does. Overall, I do like the melee creeps draft. I think like stepping back, looking at it as a whole, okay, maybe I would have taken Geist over the Warden, but not the end of the world. I still think they have a nice, well-rounded draft. And honestly, I think that they've picked really nice counter matchups and denied Crayon Eaters some important tools.
I'm looking at melee creeps and Quig. He's played Dynamo, Ivy, Kelvin, McGinnis, Mo, and Krill in his time. And guess what? He's not going to have any of those open to him to be picked up on this roster. So for me, I think he's going to be going Sinclair. I want to kind of lean towards for some reason. Even though I believe was it Saya for melee creeps, I want to say was the player before. I'm just quickly checking on my
could be Viscous just being played as a support here, and
I want to.
But Viscous is a little specialist heavy. Like you want to be experienced on it. But so is Sinclair. I mean, I don't think there's that many like easy straightforward. Maybe Holiday. Is that too crazy?
I feel like it's a little bit crazy for what we've seen Quig play, because Quig is not necessarily an Obakim style player that is more like half support, half playmaker. You see that flex come out of VP. I don't think it's gonna happen for Quig. I think between the two, I think even though Viscous does have more specialist tech, I think Sinclair. Running through all the combinations, permutations, I think Quig on the Sinclair makes the most sense. And a lot of times you have seen your more Kelvin Ivy oriented player like be the one to play Sinclair. It's not a one-to-one rule, but it does happen more often than not.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if we've seen the skill he's had on Kelvin and on Ivy in particular, like the stone forms out of him last week were ridiculous in what he was able to shut down and punish with. I feel like Sinclair would kind of fit up his alley, though we do have a little bit of a cheat sheet here. If you're curious, Jake, we do kind of know who's playing what at the moment. Then again, I'm not 100% sure those are correct, considering Poshy Pop and John and who they're sitting on here.
Yeah, you know, I am curious to see how the playmaking comes out here for Melee Creeps, but in the end, I really just like the draft overall. I think this is a fantastic Sinclair game. You have Kelvin ult to steal, Seven ult, Mo and Krill ult in a pinch. The Yamato ult is going to be nice. So there's so many flexible steals that I think are all going to be super powerful this game. I think John has really impressed me on Warden, and there's a real lack of catch for Crayon Eaters. It is just Mo Krill and whatever items he builds to get on top of you. I mean, maybe Kelvin can dome you. That's another sort of kind of catch there. But I think Melee Creeps have a much more straightforward and dominant draft. I think when people do get caught, Vicious is going to have a lot of impact saving them. And then, I mean, I just don't see how you're ever going to get this Vindicta or Holiday as they kind of like dance around the fight with their mobility.
Well, Jason, we got the insight from production. We took a screenshot lobby, so we were correct that it is going to be Quig onto Sinclair, but AVG, seeing that Warden is new and improved and better, said, step aside, John. It's my time to shine.
I mean, to be fair for AVG, he drew Warden pretty damn well with the hat in the face. Like, he had that hat nailed down pat in Deadlock Pictionary. As we do hop into this, I know I'm still kind of with Jake as well. Like, Melee Creeps, I mean, just based off of how dominant they were last week, I expect them to take this. I think Crayon Eaters might throw a spanner in the works just because of how crazy and wild they might play and how kind of carefree they could be. I've seen that work definitely in a lot of in other games where you don't have that like pressure of performing.
We'll have to see Crayon Eaters with a very wild draft. Definitely not disappointing fans who just want to see something different and new in this DFN. Leffa this time is going to be the one piloting the great talent. See what he can get done.
Meanwhile, Buds is going to do quite a bit of farming this game. Off onto the 7, catch Buds off in the jungle. Kind of goes back to, Buds' days where Buds used to play tons of Infernus at one point, so not too dissimilar, but it is interesting how some of these decisions get made because there was also a world where Leffa was Mr. Farm, but Leffa at some point is just like, no, I'm repossessing the great talent. It is mine. That's what we're going to do here.
Last hitting off the rip, though, looks decent for Melee Creeps. And Quig kills on the side lane there. Very dominant side lane so far. Poshy Pop and Quig. And that's a wave crashing on your tower, too, for Crayon Eaters. It's a very painful time to die in the opening minutes of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you end up losing additional farm on top of it. I mean, you take a look at Crayon. Crayon's at 300 souls at the moment. Same with Rocane. You're not just behind from giving up Death Snare. You're real behind. And you look at the health equation in there too. Jake, you're the one that made the point a while back about how, if you trade on lane, it's one thing if, the other side is wounded and you can get momentum. That's not really the case.
Yeah, they're able to heal up and buy some key items on that side lane, see how they continue to apply the pressure from there. I'm also curious to see how Warden does in the lane. I think this is should in theory be the weak point for Warden, but he has been buffed, right? That improved regen and just a little bit more health and tankiness potentially could help mitigate that weakness and get Warden active a little bit sooner. I think he's a hero that you really want to start that snowball as early as possible. And already, big attack here onto Leffa takes a lot of damage, and Holiday could very much play behind the tower and become a real problem. Oh man, what a time for a boss.
AVG's power is so great on the Warden, his PC couldn't contain it. He just crashed before our very eyes. But I feel like I've seen Holidays take the angle that we're looking at here a lot today. Like, it's usually been Holiday in middle, and always Holiday getting a little bit of damage, throwing the barrel, and then going around the left-hand side, and, a little bit of doom, perhaps, coming the way of Leffa at the moment.
She's so good at getting you low and nuking the wave that she's just naturally a hero who wants to peek you behind tower, put some more damage on you. And Mirage can help set that up, too, providing the reveal with that passive. Flick, though, being that bodyguard, clearing off the side lane, not something that you want to fight, even as Holiday.
No, certainly not. And I mean, Holiday, while slippery, still a little bit squishy at this point in game. Rocane, though, in real danger. Quig diving on in. Crayon, though, with the
full charge.
Somehow still alive!
Oh,
Rocane!
Sick body block.
Crayon with HP. Get down, Mr. President, says Crayon.
Yeah, he actually body blocks just with the Calvin, staying alive. And now this is big for Rocane. He has the souls if he wants to buy like a healing ride and wants to stabilize and stay in the lane here. So Crayon Eaters fighting back. What looked like a potentially explosive early game has now been, for the most part, equalized.
Also, I mean, you can't underrate how important that is for that lane. I mean, dying again there and falling even further behind, that's usually part of the recipe of your Yamato just being support Yamato, which usually means game loss rather than, you know, the actual scary Yamato that you rely on to carry the game. So, meanwhile, take a look back at middle. You got Holiday flipping around the outside once more, and Lefa is just getting zoned so far back, Jake. Actually, a little bit wild the way middle is taking place at the moment.
Yeah, and then Flick coming to mark that, but also low under pressure. This mid lane started to turn really dominant here for the melee creeps, and they're still healthy across the map. Meanwhile, Crayon dies in the side lane, and although they got that one counter kill, it doesn't seem to really matter. Yamato very far from the ulti, could be getting chased down right now. Snipes available for Vindicta.
Yeah, we are taking a look left-hand side, but I'm curious about the mid lane, especially when you just see Holiday go that far over and onto the left. I mean, the pressure that they're enduring in middle right now, actually a little bit ridiculous. Melee creeps, you know, the pressure between the lanes is starting to already bear some fruit here. 3K overall aggregate lead, and, you know, Rocane still a bit away from getting ultimate up here on the left-hand side.
Vindicta baiting out some of these Kelvin's kills, staying alive. Opportunity for a counter tempo here for melee creeps if they want to. Kelvin has no skills, and their cooldowns are quite long. If you want to get in and start some kind of a fight, Rocane, though, very close to the ultimate, though, so it could be a threshold that you got to be worried about.
Speaking of ultimates, Lemaine dropped the goo ball here, trying to run down 7, not quite have the angle, and Buds goes for the Storm Cloud, but you just don't have the HP to sustain it, or as much lifesteal as you'd like, just immediately gunned down by AVG. Meanwhile, though, the Owl coming on over, special delivery of the AVG. Is AVG going to be able to get out? Feel like the answer may be yes, but you see the Ivy chase down. Cube, though, coming on in. Ivy now switching targets, going, all right, you don't have Cube, I'm going to go for you, but the Puddle Punch actually just kind of gets Ivy out of the way, Jake.
Yeah, nice jukes by low main. AVG, they get the kill, they get out, they pull some attention to the side lane. Still going well for them, and we have evolved into a 4K lead here, and quite a few extremely low players on Crayon Eaters. As I say that, Rocane sniped behind the tower. A well-placed bolt from Quig.
Yeah, also, momentum shifting a little bit in middle. We're starting to see Mo and Lefa get a little bit more room off the middle lane, and, you know, just power spikes there. You have to respect the combo and, you know, the threat of Owl when it's available. I think Lefa just let one fly, but AVG pretty low here on the right-hand side. It's Buds and Vegas making a little bit more room. In fact, it's going to be AVG full-on retreat back to base, and take a look at left lane. Mo has made the rotation.
See if we can get something done. I think Crayon Eaters are going to be happy to defend this tower. Kelvin's low, but he has that ulti, so it could be deceptive. Could be looking to turn things around on the Warden. Is going to come in here, pop the dome. But Warden has a nice little corner to slip into. It's pretty hard to swing that position, and Kelvin's got to fall off this.
They still have a window to fight, but okay, we got the clone Frozen Shelter here going like, no, I like it Frosty. Stay a while and listen. Down goes Crayon. How does this keep happening, by the way? Like, the last map, we saw Crayon was getting comboed repeatedly, and now Crayon's on Kelvin. It just dies in his own freezer.
Quig has such powerful ultis to copy this game. I really think he can have an explosive carry performance here. Mirage also, John getting farmed up in the mid lane. Happy to just play this one a little bit slow. And you dove in here with the Flying Strike. Yamato ulti's ending soon. This could get troublesome. They go for the combo, and the follow-up is here. Big rotation from Crayon Eaters secures the kill.
And Crayon Eaters bringing the kitchen sink over here to the left lane, feeding Lefa. That's never a good sign. Here comes the Owl. Special delivery. Back over here. Just
defending mid. I like this choice. You would probably be losing that tower if you don't do that. So I actually think that's the perfect choice. You could nuke Quig in the side lane, but I don't think it's going to really change the game. And saving that tower from John buys you quite a bit more time to return and defend that Guardian, and maybe hold on to it for quite a bit longer, as there's only one player attacking it in mid.
So take a look. Kelvin right now eating a little bit of the jungle. Left lane wide open after, you know, it going down. Interestingly enough here, so Crayon Eaters down one Guardian. But we'll see how Melee Creeps decides to rotate around, add on to it. Mid Guardian actually pretty low for Crayon Eaters. So you think, you're looking where Melee Creeps is positionally on the map. Probably going to be a convergence on the middle sooner rather than later, especially if they can find Kelvin here in the jungle, which may be the goal.
Sneaking up, they hear the Kelvin, but the real target is Yamato. Doesn't have ulti online, in real trouble. Rabbit X, but the follow-up kind of awkward. Copied Yamato, not sure that's really going to make the difference. They do get the extra CDs from it, but Yamato's escaped, and now you got to fall off this play. Well done by Kelvin stabilizing that.
Jake, I'm issuing a grade 1 Leffa alert right now. The last few fights have been very good. The Owl's coming on in, on top of it. Trying to get a little bit more pressure over and in. Down goes Quig after the Owl, after the Yamato diving on in. Crayon helping pursue the Vindicta here. Nowhere for Pop to go, and the Frozen Shelter, just to make sure.
Yeah, committing everything here, but that's a very healthy Holiday. Could prove to be a difficult dive. Game is equalized for the most part. Crayon going down is good. Yamato in very deep under the tower, but has just the amount of power maybe to get a throw aside. The barrier is just in time at the last millisecond to save him. Holiday tipped the teammate there.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous save coming on in, but just go back to what I was saying beforehand. Leffa has chained multiple kills back to back to back now, is starting to get significant separation from his team and the game as a whole. On Great Talon, one of the few characters of the game that can just be an enormous difference maker should they get ahead. So, you know, Crayon Eaters, you know, thrown together may not have the most in terms of like raw team coordination, but keeping options open, Jake, for, you know, individual hero play to potentially rip this game wide open.
Here's the combo. Do they have the power shot follow-up? They're trying to pump the damage in, but yeah, Mirage is tanky, and it seems like Leffa maybe didn't have the cooldowns after missing that first power shot to actually follow up, and so the combo ends up being a fail. Jon's going to be able to heal up. I don't even think this is necessarily going to force him back to base. It's a contentious moment on the map, though, with so much jungle online, with the Urn now spawning. Melee creeps look like they're going to be the ones to lean that way to pick it up, see if they go for the run.
Well, we'll see right now. Still looking the threat in middle. Vindicta in the sights. Pop holding back in turn. Everything getting a little bit aggro here in middle as we see the Urn being run in turn here by Quig. Pop, though, able to take down Leffa. The biggest pick you could get there in the moment, Jake.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, the power of GT is that the damage is such a huge threat, but you really don't have any tankiness on this hero, and so there's something to be said for just having that target on your back when you're this farmed, and you know, the ability for somebody like Saya to just hard focus you, go for you every single fight on the Holiday. Leffa is going to have to be very cautious to not die first in these opening engagements. Really can't be caught out with a net worth like that.
So they're actually giving GT a lot of farm. They made the conscious decision, Leffa, go get big. We will fight this with Shelter and just go for the Urn. Or it seems to be the case. It might have changed the other way around. It looks like Leffa gonna take the TP. They're actually gonna full commit, but while they do this, down Crayon, the fight has already taken place. So this is gonna be GT getting to fight a little bit late. Opportunity right now for melee creeps. Ricane getting forced back, not getting a ton of value off the Shadow transformation. See him drop on back. The Urn turned in here by Quig, and you know, I think their initial plan was better. I would have rather have just had Leffa go to left and get farm.
Yeah, I mean, giving up the Urn is pretty painful at the same time. So Leffa wants to get into the fight. They know how easy it is for a lead like this to get out of control. 6K lead now for melee creeps. They look to expand it, look to maybe open that right side Guardian soon. And Vindicta rotating that way. Seems like she's on the same page. This is a scary moment, especially for somebody like Seven. Bud's also pretty farmed, also in a pretty decent spot. If he gets caught off here, the tower is most certainly going to go down.
Melee creeps right now, trying to turn the 7K lead into something even more definitive. As you take a look at Quig. Quig is kind of deep behind enemy lines, doing a little bit of vault diving. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, he's a hard hero to catch, right? Sinclair has a lot of escape options, a lot of trickery you can pull if you do get ganked, and stealing a few of those enemy camps away is a nice small objective you're able to grab and start to expand that lead, right? These are the type of things that a more coordinated team might be a little bit tighter on the timings for, but it's something that melee creeps can press their advantage here in this match.
I think Quig is keen to steal a Stormcloud here, potentially. Both Stormcloud, Frozen Shelter, incredible ult copies for Quig if that turned into a bigger engagement, but for now, is not quite exploded. Melee creeps, you know, taking their jungle. Crayon Eaters also just trying to stabilize. Again, still at the point in the game where fights are relatively winnable for both teams. Next fight, though, it's kind of the case where melee creeps can lose a fight and it's going to be even. But if Crayon Eaters lose one more fight, they're getting very, very close to it being over.
Yeah, I still think there's probably a few fights to work with, but I think you're right. Melee Creeps, you know, if you give them a pretty significant advantage, this is the real value you get as a team that's a little bit more practiced, is just how good you are at closing out with a lead, how consistent you are at turning a small advantage into a big one. And that's what Melee Creeps have done in the past to win some of these games. And they're not really forcing anything. They're just content to play the map, content to try to farm just a little bit more efficiently than their counterparts. Historically, that was the team Hydranation's advantage, right? They were just better on the macro play, but Melee Creeps has really caught up.
And I will shut up. I love us doing loop-de-loops. Meanwhile, AVG getting the combo, going for last stand. Is he gonna be able to turn it here as Warden? Getting the life drain back the other way is AVG. AVG though getting punished from behind. Still somehow staying alive. Just barely stays alive long enough for Saya to come in for the save. And that's the advantage when you're a bit ahead of the game as Warden. What would have been certain death turns into a win.
Yeah, AVG on this Warden. So much power. Now low main rolling around, putting some pressure down. And this Guardian is extremely low, only being protected by the shelter. And with no shelter, yeah, there's the dive coming in. Stormcloud's over the top. Maybe this is enough to zone away some of these players, but yeah, it just can't last forever. And Melee Creeps taking a massive edge in this game.
Yeah, and now for Melee Creeps, you know, for Crayon Eaters, you're now down, getting close to 20k. It's closer to 15. You're out of chances here. You really need to get a pick sooner rather than later. And, you know, realistically, you're looking to Leffa, you're looking to Flick, and okay, that's a start. Rokane able to isolate Sai into the jungle. Another Owl out and on the way. Runs into low main, nearly killed low main, actually.
Yeah, just not quite enough damage at this phase in the game. Great talent. 3k souls, see what they'll buy. I mean, Melee Creeps are so on point with these timings. Like they're on the right side of the map. They're in control of this urn, and it looks like they're going to be able to turn this into an Ivy kill. Maybe she flies away, but yeah, the follow up is there. John has that cleanup damage.
Well, as we step through and fight, this is a good time to bring in Dan. You know, Dan, what have you seen here as the lead? Or sorry, Jason. Bring in Jason. You know, what have you seen here as the lead is again high, and we got the clone to Ivy doing the urn.
Yeah, again, like we were talking about, what are we going to see Quig on, and you're kind of seeing the power of him, not only in the early game with what he was able to do, get initial like double kill for him and Poshy Pop, but the fact is he's very mechanically gifted as a player, and it's really cool to see him flex out to other things other than Kelvin. But what I'm seeing, man, is that AVG, he's able to hold his own in a 1v2 at 17,000 souls. He is leading the lobby by quite a bit. I know we talked about Leffa as being the player to get the souls intentionally fed over to him, but honestly, he's just on par, if just barely ahead of a couple of the other players. Like John's still farming up extremely well. The 16k of John can, you know, fend up well against Leffa at 15k. But then you have Crayon at 9,000 souls. He's fallen drastically behind. Obviously, it's Frozen Shelter is what it's really going to be about. But with the lead that, you know, Melee Creeps have, 12k and growing, it's very difficult for Crayon Eaters to come back, especially with all these big ultimates that Quig could steal.
They're just going to Warden ulti, rip it to zone away some of these defenders. Jumps come in.
Interrupt into the shelter, but your Kelvin hits at 9k. You don't have much in the way of survivability. Flick, though, taking the fight. The AVGs thought they're going to be there. No, instead, instantly interrupted by low main. Just running the mole right over. Should have stayed in the ground. As Melee Creeps make all sorts of room. They get the urn turn in. And Jake, I feel like we've passed the event horizon now. Even with the 2 kills towards the end, Melee Creeps really starting to get a very definitive advantage. But okay, if you're going to feed kills at the end, you don't want to do it to the Amato and the Talon. That's how the game stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players are extremely low on Melee Creeps. I don't think they can really stay in this fight. A couple nice exits there, stabilize things a bit. But in the end, the fact that the Melee Creeps, they get that urn turn in, makes it all worth it in the end. A little bit of a momentary power play on the map for the Crayon Eaters. Let's see what they try to do with it. Maybe they want to accomplish something. Seems like just farming the jungle is going to be good enough for the moment. But I agree with you, ZP. I think the game is slipping away from them. Because we scale a little bit deeper into the late game, the objective play advantage for Melee Creeps is really starting to pay dividends.
Also, I think at some point you do need some farm on your Kelvin. Like, yes, you don't need as much farm as your high heroes, but Crayon is long past the point of dropping shelters and just being the first one to instantly die. Like, no matter who he gets in the shelter, they could look at Crayon and just go, Because goodbye.
He's also at that soul total. I mean, you're also just, your skills aren't that powerful. You're not getting into that many tier 3s, and you know, it just adds up, right? You're not doing as much healing. You know, in the end, even the supports want to get a decent amount of farm, especially in Deadlock with the amount of splitting there is. But so far, melee creeps have just completely dominated their side of the map, and the opponents, I mean, the jungle's empty. There's not much to do on the Crayon Eater side of the map. And you see, look at the melee creeps position. They're not interested in doing their own jungle. They're staying aggressive and trying to contest always these challenging middle camps.
I also think for Crayon Eaters, you know, you kind of, it brings back the idea of, okay, GT doesn't get banned. You go GT. And GT is quite powerful, but when you're in these situations and you're down a bit souls-wise, you know, you do wonder if there's part of you that just yearns for the ability to have a Paradox or a Holiday to set up kills. I mean, you got the Mo, but the ranged ability to just see people and go in is huge. But okay, speaking of that, see people, go in, punch here. Over and into AVG. AVG, though, combo's over. The last stand is in. It's like, uh-oh, time to go back. However, power shots coming on in. Holiday getting crunched. You're going to see Buds dropping the Storm Cloud. Has to be some decent value for how it's set up. And now, here comes the Owl. Doom approaching in and over. Is it going to find Saya? Is the question. AVG, meanwhile, able to punish Flick. The Owl still chasing around. It's actually looking for Saya, but he's going to find it in time. Frozen Shelter going to be dropped here in by Crayon. Crayon are still thinking they have an advantage here to look for. Pashibop getting really low. Opportunity here. Pashibop down into the sewer. Kelvin in the pursuit here. Needs it. Can't finish it off. Oh boy, Jake. So close yet so far.
Pashibop with a lot of unsecured souls here. Wants to get out scouting the Ivy, trying to TP out. Just playing this room to perfection. I think Ivy tanky enough to make it out through that teleporter. And I mean, Leffa just dropped every power shot in that fight. It just wasn't enough. He ran out of cooldowns. And somebody like Warden, right, with that Spirit Shield ability actually stands a fair chance at tanking through some of that. This is a huge, decisive fight in the game. Melee creeps, everyone living on low HP. They trade the pressure immaculately. And now they're really in position. They have a lot of time to clear their own jungle and just solidify this lead.
Urn picked up by Quig. Crayon Eaters will be back up in a moment, but now things get even worse. And I think part of the area where things get really bad here is that you talk about soul allocation, who you don't want to be ahead of the game. AVG is now firmly at a point where there's no great answers on the other side. I mean, the best case scenario for melee creeps would be you land with a combo and then have both Buds and Leffa ready to pour damage in the AVG, but short of that, Jake, he's not going down. He's going to be able to use Last Stand and just run down Crayon Eaters in the front line.
Yeah, and I like that the improved Spirit Armor, too, knows that how much of the damage in this game is coming from Leffa and Rokane and Buds, too. I mean, like, they're very heavy on a Spirit damage emphasis, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of improved Spirit Armors for melee creeps, as I think that's going to offer massive dividends in their tankiness. Aggressive Urn turn-in might be a bridge too far, though. I mean, even though you are quite strong in this spot, I'm not sure that it's going to feel good trying to turn in on the Crayon Eater side of the map.
Just look at Leffa hanging on to the power shot, surveying the terrain, being like, surely I could send this at someone. Meanwhile, more income acquisition coming on in from AVG over to the left-hand side. However, pressure comes on in, and Rokane just dies. They're not able to take that fight off. I mean, seemed ill-advised to try and contest that. The Walker ends up going down. Another Walker the way of melee creeps. And now, another skirmish here on the right-hand side. Clone combo coming on in. Quig, though, may have bit off more than a chew. Get a rescue beam back. One down for
nice save from low main. They're trying to bring the Urn back into their territory, but melee creeps are hot on the chase here. Trying to turn this into a team fight, feeling like they can press an advantage.
Well, they're looking for it. The Frozen Shelter goes down, but the Urn has yet to be turned in. It is still available. It's going to be picked up by Sai here. They not only get the Kelvin, they get the Urn turned in after. And Jake, you talk about definitive moments. This one, pretty much about done. With now, it's at the point where you need just ridiculousness to happen, because, you know, before you can have a world where Leffa lands power shots into an Owl and gets a pick off just by the raw power of GT. Not going to happen with the difference in economy here, especially as it looks like the mid-boss should be secured.
Another improved Spirit Armor on Saya. I'm actually just curious to see who doesn't have an improved Spirit Armor on melee creeps. I mean, now that I see this, there's so much Spirit damage on Crayon Eaters. It's really hard for them to get through those armors. So we're seeing big value. Fight going down, though, around the pit now. Let's see Big parries from both sides. Oh my god, for the Reju. Okay, it still goes the way of melee creeps. That one was scary.
Yeah, I mean, Rokan, decent attempt at trying to get a steal, but still outgunned as AVG says, I shook, OMG. Come on, man, what are you shaking for? Even if Crayon Eaters gets the Rejuvenator, it's almost a curse. Like, I was talking about this with Lightbringer a little bit before. It's like, if you're the losing team and you get Rejuvenator and you need economy, on one hand, you get the Rejuvenator so you're not facing it. On the other hand, all your waves are going to push up so you can't safely farm when you need farm the most. So, you know, I think melee creeps would have been fine even if the steal went down.
Yeah, I mean, their lead is such that they could tolerate it. I still think a Rejuve helps, you know, in the end, still just gets you on the map, allows you to farm some jungle. And here, Warden now diving in. Huge connection, though, from the ultimate. Everybody, and Kelvin just says, you stay, I go.
The honorable sacrifice, keeping the Warden involved as Kelvin dies once more in his own Arctic wasteland. But at 164k, the 117k, not much left on here. And Jason is back in the fray. So Jason, you got any words here? I'm not even gonna do the standards. Like, tell me about how Crayon Eaters gets back into this game, because I don't think you can weave the impossible.
I think all I really can say is I told you so. When it came to this matchup, you didn't believe. I know we were on opposite ends of the spectrum of how we thought this game would play out. And to be fair, you want to give some hope to Crayon Eaters. And there definitely was a world at some point where like Lefa could pop off. But I think that the big problem is you're going up against a full team. And their lane matchups are going to be so strong because of the synergy they're going to have of all playing together before. Obviously, you do have like Lefa, Rokain, Flick currently on the iteration right now of Hydronation. Vegas previously on it, and Buzz had subbed in before. But you're never going to have that same level of synergy. So at some point, there's going to be a crack in the defense. And it came into that like left-hand lane. It came into AVG being fed over farm at 35,000 souls. I almost want to say he could like 1v3, 1v4 with his last stand-up.
I wonder if what he goes there, he had 9k souls actually. It's such a big buy for Warden as he comes out on the map. Surely a lot stronger. As now the Urn run being attempted, and this is one I think melee creeps are almost definitely going to go for on the Crayon Eater side of the map. Combo comes in, but just no follow-up.
It's hitting Warden, and Warden is, you know, just in the realm of that tickles. Frozen Shelter gonna be dropped here by Crayon, where Krez had a huge ramp, just died within the Frozen Shelter. Last stand though, in from AVG, in turn, totally okay with the cold. Still chasing on down, finishes off Vegas. And, you know, here, you can just run into the base at this point. You've killed 3, you just keep on pushing, and you put an end to the first map of our money match.
Yeah, that should be all she wrote here. Melee creeps still have to knock the patron, but I mean, they have so much damage. They're so ridiculously far ahead. I don't even know that the Crayon Eater players are going to spawn. I think they might just be coming up. But when you get wiped that quick, that fast in succession, even the patron respawn buff isn't usually enough.
Second stage patron coming on in, and you know, sometimes you take it easy here. You wouldn't take risks. You're up a dramatic amount of souls right now. You have the edge in every conceivable way. Maybe you wait a second for Warren to get last stand, but I don't think you need to do even that. The patron getting whittled on down. It's going to be melee creeps taking the first map in the money match here in North America. Deadlock Fight Night number 23 presented by Intel. And we'll see if Crayon Eaters have any adjustments going on forward. But, you know, to me, Jake, even as good as GT is, I don't love compositions where you don't have a Paradox or Holiday and the other team has it. Though from what we've seen here today, it usually doesn't end up well.
I was really impressed by the way melee creeps played that draft. I feel like they engineered that circumstance by banning the Paradox, giving the first pick over to their opponent. They say, hey, well, you know, you could have the GT, but we're gonna take like too much advantage in the rest of the draft. We're gonna use our bans to really just deny you a core part of the lineup. And Crayon Eaters aren't really able to recover from that. They aren't really able to execute their draft. Like, they have some strong pieces, but they're missing some of the tools that they're used to relying on. And I think that's just really well done by Crayon Eaters, or rather by melee creeps, understanding that they can create an advantage without necessarily having, like, let's say, the #1 pick of the meta.
So to bring in he who is predicting the blowout, and I'm not gonna say it's the most ambitious prediction, but it is the right one. In this case, you know, Jason, thoughts on the game?
I think I mostly summed it up to what I said before last time I came on. It's just like it's so difficult to go up against a team in these lanes when they have the synergy. When you see like Quig and Pop immediately popping off in that lane on the left-hand side for some early kills, which I believe you're seeing like relatively here, right? The tether hits.
Oh, that's
already
pain.
low HP for Rokane. I mean, actually, no, this is the pain for actually Quig, to be fair. Using the power slash to actually give him the bullet resist he needs to survive the onslaught out of Quig. But I think the cool thing, like at the end of the day, obviously it is a very one-sided match. It is cool to see melee creeps flexing out to some different heroes, like seeing Quig again kind of expand his roster a little bit. John as well in particular, be able to expand some things. And AVG going over to a Warden. Like we're seeing some hero depth in melee creeps, which I think was maybe a little bit lacking in the past.
I was impressed by the Warden performance from AVG. I mean, the hero's been growing in popularity just a little bit from that recent patch and looked amazing this game. I don't think that's just the hero. I think AVG piloted it super well. Also feel Quig was great on the Sinclair. We talked about him like having not played it in the past, but he's been gone for a while, has had the opportunity to grind, and is now, I mean, if you have a really great Sinclair, it feels like you can almost pilot anything, and Quig has been so stable on all of his picks. I'm not shocked to see it, but it definitely makes playing against melee creeps a lot more difficult now.
Well, as highlights come to a close, really melee creeps looking strong the whole way through. Crayon Eaters did keep it interesting for a little bit. I did also, by the way, love the idea that even if you get Quig off the Ivy, Quig still has the attached with the Ivy, clones the Ivy for a little bit of Urn transport. So, still got a little bit of Ivy game time in, even off on the Sinclair. But that was map number 1. Melee creeps, 1 map away for being your champion of Deadlock Fight Night North America once more. But Crayon Eaters, they got a lot of talent. We'll see if they change things up as we head into what could be the final map right after this break. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America. The money match continues, as always, presented by Intel. Melee Creeps on the verge of being the champion once more against the fearsome Crayon Eaters, a whole bunch of talented players from different walks here in the Deadlock scene. Bob ZP here with Jake. And Jake, you know, overall, we saw the consistency of Melee Creeps really come into play as the game took shape.
Yeah, we shouldn't sugarcoat it, ZP. Melee Creeps look like a drastically stronger team. They leveraged their advantage. They showed us even new diversity of picks, which is a great sign for them. I think going into a new patch that they aren't stuck on the old script or relying on things that they were playing before. They were playing a very new and different draft, and they really attacked Crayon Eaters even in the very beginning of the draft phase with an innovative ban strategy that really denied Crayon Eaters any kind of like catch or playmaking that they were really hoping to find somewhere in the draft. So you got to give it to Melee Creeps. They look super dominant. I see no reason why this wouldn't be a 2-0.
Also, I see no reason why I wouldn't bring back Dan right now. That's right, Dan. We're not leaving you out in the cold. We're bringing you right back into the segment. I am apologizing for my sins, really.
It's fine. It's fine, ZP. I'm kind of concerned that you're still thinking about it. There's an interesting sign. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. Jake says we might be in and out.
Yeah, it's a possibility. However, here's what I think. I think the universe lives to torture Jason, where it recognizes his harms that he has committed upon the world. It recognizes, things he has caused. And to me, Jason, someone right now who, enjoys an early bedtime, generally speaking, nah. I think the universe will smite Jason in particular, but reward us with a 3-map series here should Crayon Eaters be able to come out with a stronger draft. And speaking of drafts, I think we're about ready to go into it, see what is going to be at stake.
Bro, chill. You got to wake up the same time I do in like 5 hours. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, but I would like to see, I'm okay seeing you burn, even if I take myself along with it. It's all for the entertainment value, really.
I will say, I think there's an opportunity for Crayon Eaters to change things up here. If they want to take a different first pick, they're going to opening ban the Bebop. But I'm curious if the Paradox response ban comes in, does Crayon Eaters still take the GT? Do they still value it that highly? Or do they realize what happened in the last draft where you got like all the playmakers stolen away from you? Maybe you could still find some ones that you want. I mean, in fairness, they did use a Lash ban on the second ban from Melee Creeps, but for Crayon Eaters, will you take Lash in the first 3? That feels pretty rough too.
You shouldn't. And I think if you're Crayon Eaters, you call the bluff, take Holiday. Do not fall into the GT trap. Just go with the meta we've seen all day long. Grab Holiday, grab the Mo after, get some control in your life, and find a way to deal with the GT after. I do think it's interesting, though, when you take down the Paradox, because if you yourself want to grab the GT, Paradox arguably even better at like grabbing the GT out of the sky, but
you can only run from
really
the law
change
for
it up.
so
Yes, okay, I'm good with this.
I agree. I think you're forced to do this. However, I think this also engineers a scenario for the Melee Creeps where you can get both GT. You could get like GT Mirage here, and although your draft has some problems, like you're not really resolving, it's like, well, we got GT Mirage, we just don't care. I mean, I think that is an oversimplification, but there's something to be said for Melee Creeps having an opportunity to respond here.
My bow is yours.
All right, there we go. We've got GT and Mirage, you say? Cool. I don't.
My expectation. I mean, I don't know what are you going to take like a Mo here? Maybe you actually do take Mo here. Like as crazy as that is, but last game they prioed the Mirage over the Mo, but maybe this game because they don't have the Holiday, maybe that bumps the Mo up.
I know you said Mo, but you seemed upset when you said it, so I'm hoping Mirage for your sake at this point. There you go. All right. Okay. Fantastic. Phenomenal.
Okay. Truthfully, Mo Yamato here. Yes, you give up the Sinclair. I think it's worth it. You get incredibly strong front line that really right now cannot be replicated the other way. I would love to see Mo Yamato here. I think for sure Yamato is going to go in the next 2 picks. I just don't know if Crayon Eaters values the Mo on the same level. I think they should. It'd be good. They got 1 out of 2. Jake, does that?
I think Crayon Eaters values Mo. I think they do value Mo, and I do expect them to take it here. I think it's too good with the Holiday. It's too good against the Holiday. By picking it. If they don't take it, I think they'll be banning it. But then I guess Melee Creeps do have 1 more pick, which I don't think you can give them. I think they might steal a Mo if you do let it.
I feel like we could save a lot of trouble if we just recognize that we hold the power, we can set the rules, and in theory, if you want to play in DFN, we could pick the drafts for everybody. What do you guys think? Huh?
They did it. That's
We
why I
should do
think
on next year on April Fools. We'll do like the worst possible draft. The commentators compete to draft the worst possible set of 6 heroes.
Well, that should be a
well,
sick idea.
how can we compete with One Win, who earlier today picked the Lash McGinnis draft? Like, they already won, Jake. They
I'll
already
say
won.
McGinnis is my first pick. McGinnis is tier 1, baby.
Ooh, early Viscous. Interesting. Okay.
I mean, the Holiday Mokrill like lasso into combo is too ridiculous, right? So the Viscous is a way to respond to that I actually really like, especially that you have this great talent who the enemy's going to want to catch. Maybe you can save him and like disrupt the fight from there with your role. I can see the theory here.
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. Like you're preventing your ability to handle that stuff getting banned. So that makes sense. I'm curious where the Geist is going to fall here. I feel like obviously Geist is hot right now.
Yeah, for Geist to go untouched was crazy last series. I suspect it'll be coming in this draft, but we'll see. I feel like Crayon Eaters maybe wants it a little bit more, given that they have the Yamato. They already have the catch that they need. Melee Creeps maybe has the damage they're looking for. I don't know how high they really want to prio more damage heroes.
If you're Melee Creeps, I think you take the Yamato here, no question. It's also quite good against... What's it called? You taking the Geist here is really good just because it works against the Yamato in turn. And Crayon Eaters still very well could grab Geist for an unholy triple front line. I think you get one opportunity to do this right, and you grab the Geist. If you don't grab it, and Crayon Eaters is adapting and just reflecting on the day, it goes pretty rough. I mean, I don't hate Sinclair. You get options here, but I don't know. I mean, if this turns into Geist, it's still maybe a tough day for Melee Creeps.
All right, Sinclair is just budget Mo and budget Holiday. It's like just copy their ultis, and then you're sort of like that hero, you know? Like, and honestly, the Mo copy we've seen look pretty good today as a way to shut down Mo when he goes for his combo. You just combo him first, and he's overextended and can get bursted down.
No more hiding.
It's actually a really good point. Whoa. It actually makes me feel like a really sick ban would have been the Sinclair actually on the second round instead of the Calico. For that very reason, because I hadn't even considered that Sinclair can basically be your like budget initiator.
And Rabbit Hex also it's not bad, right? It is, at least it's like some form of range control, range CC. You know, you have something like the Tornado or Viscous roll to set it up and kind of guarantee the connection.
Time for an adventure.
I do like this though with like I think like Pocket Kelvin, Mokrill, Yamato. I do feel like there's a lot of synergy here, especially off of the combos. You just can burst people down just instantaneously. So it feels like you're enabling Pocket to some extent. Also, it feels like you have options to maybe like get Pocket a decent lane potentially. With that said, the early laning from Melee Creeps looks pretty nice right now. So let's see how they finish off the 5th and 6th position now.
I wonder if they would take an Abrams here. Oh, they get the Geist, of course. I think Abrams could be a decent 6th here. Maybe some more control. I think just any kind of extra lockdown you can get that makes Mo and Holiday's life harder, that makes Pocket's life harder, or trying to burst Kelvin. I think they already have some of that in the draft, but I think you probably want even more to reliably be able to catch some of these big team fighting heroes from Crayon Eaters.
Also, Dan, you're striking me as a bit of a Pocket apologist right now with all the drafts today where, you know, we've seen Pocket overall in Deadlock the last few days really have a downturn. And you're just the one guy being like, no, Pocket's still got one in him, man. Like, Pocket's still going to be the dude. It's like, come on, man. Pocket may be over. And look.
Hey, man, I've just seen so many times Pocket fall out of the meta, and then people are like, oh, yeah, he's actually still sick. So I'm just, you know, and also we had him on a game earlier today. On Wolfie actually played it really well, and I feel like the rest of his team let him down. So
I will say, I think Pocket is the #1 hardest hit hero by the E-Shift nerf. Because he's, I think, the most reliant on E-Shift of any hero in the game. Because you can use E-Shift as like a second briefcase, or like you can throw your cape and E-Shift and then TP it. Like there's some Pocket only kind of combos that, since he has it in his native kit on the briefcase, it's more or less the same thing. Then you know, I think it's natural that it's so good for him and really benefits the playstyle. So curious to see how this plays. Crayon Eaters, I mean, they have the Kelvin, but I'm not who's Kelvin healing here.
Do you think that the Shiv pick was bait? That they're like, oh, we'll take the Shiv.
I wonder if they, I mean, they definitely wanted to take it away from Crayon Eaters. I think they have to believe that it's actually decent for that. I don't think they're going to just like totally throw to pick it. And I think I can see Shiv like offering a bit of snowball and frontline utility here and you know, burst, being able to maybe fight down some of these, like if you go for a combo on Mokrill. But I can also see Shiv getting comboed, getting lassoed, and maybe struggling in the front line.
We'll see how it goes. Also, a little bit of reading chat participation here. We got Kayluza coming on in saying, hi, I love Deadlock and I love Deadlock Fight Night. Well, we love the viewers in turn. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this journey every Wednesday night. It is a pleasure. But Jake, we're getting on into it. We will see if this is Pocket's redemption arc or another warning about the problem of picking the Pocket with the briefcase here and in the moment. We'll see.
Let's see how the GT works out this game for Melee Creeps. It's been such a top tier pick across EU, NA having some different draft approaches that are mitigating some of the success. I'm also curious to see how this Viscous plays in the mid lane. Big nuking potential on the early game trades. This right click so powerful on the Viscous.
A little bit of pocket cam from our reservers, and we got lane swap.
Wow, a full lane swap. Double lane swap from both sides.
I love it. I actually do love it. I wish teams would do this more. I think it makes a lot of sense when otherwise you are locked into the lane for about 8 minutes without help. I think sacrificing a tiny bit of farm, if that, to get the lane matchup you want, I think it's very worthwhile, Jake.
Yeah, I could believe it. I mean, then it begs the question of, is it worth counter lane swapping? But I think the meta hasn't quite developed to that state just yet. This is the stable lane, of course, of the three. Both teams willing to take the matchup here. Viscous in trouble here. Swarmed and, jumped on by this Kelvin. John fighting it out 1v2, but, oh, the parry as well. Nice read.
Just right there when you think it's going to be a trade. No, not at all. Parry comes in, right place, right time. Now, I wonder if they counter lane swap here, but no, it's not going to be the case because, if you go back to base anyways, maybe just take the zip line over the left and you have one person rotate back over and use that as a method of swapping the swap, but not going to be the case.
Still not necessarily blowing the game open, but a nice advantage here for the Pocket. A very early ench barrier, giving some spirit and cooldown reduction, but not giving like the long-term sustainability. Interesting seeing that item come first. I guess it does give you pretty significant flat HP if you consider that spirit shield as HP.
Well, for now, Crayon Eaters definitely off to a good start here in the game thus far. And a quick pause. As we at some point we got to ask what's going on with AVG's computer. Second crash of the night for Melee Creeps, just averaging one crash a game. Dan, you're big on performance coaching. What about just general hardware etiquette, hardware hygiene to prevent situations like this?
What do you mean? Like just not using stuff that doesn't work?
Yeah, basically. I mean, look, I guess clearly I caught you unawares because you can talk about the personal ports all day, all night, but just keeping viruses off your PC.
Oh, dude, I'm an idiot with that kind of stuff. I got so many viruses right now. Probably just gave you one on the mic right now.
How do you say that with a smile? It's like, no, dude, I got so many viruses. Like my credit card gets charged like 8 times a week.
I'm not even surprised they allow me to do this show. We connect to the same voice, aren't they?
Well. In any case, see how things develop here, but I do really enjoy the holiday mo setup that Crayon Eaters has here. And Jake, as soon as we get to the 3K mark, that's where I think you look at the scaling of both teams. It is on Crayon Eaters to get ahead in the early mid game, secure about a 15-20K soul lead, and ideally just pressure Melee Creeps in most avenues and try and convert that into early Guardians and a bit of jungle stealing.
Yeah, I still think game extremely even on the edge of a knife here in the laning phase. Nice nuke, though, onto Viscous. Does sort of hurt for Saya, who really wants to get a few levels in, but the pressure is starting to be poured on by Pocket. Now Geist feeling the 2v1 on the side.
Geist again real low, and nerfed Pocket damage says what?
I mean, I guess the Spirit Barrier really paying dividends. He actually has pretty insane nuking power on this Pocket, as this is going to be massive damage on the Guardian. I mean, this is a dream scenario, finding those kills, taking the Guardian down to half. This is just the early game snowball that you're hoping for on Crayon Eaters.
Yeah. Right now, not looking too shabby. That much is for sure. But over here, low main, finding Crayon. You know, the one upside, well, actually, no, it's not an upside. Crayon is on the Amato here. We haven't really talked about that here just yet. And, you know, I wonder if Quig is going to copy Yamato ult and just chase down Crayon, just to continue the meme that has been going on all day long today.
Yeah, I feel like this is a moment, though, for the Pocket to really snowball. Vegas could have a big game here. Early start, dominating on Pocket. And combos up here. Sinclair may have dove too deep, flying a little bit close to the sun. Instead, it's going to be the combo onto Pashi Pop. Do they have the damage follow-up? 7 ultis, but it seems like they're out of trouble for now. Mo, so strong, looking at 1v2.
Calling in the Air Force, low main. Oh, with the owl going, and 7 is gone. But just hit the nitros, got back over the base. Meanwhile, Quig getting caught. Modo in some real danger here. Pashi Pop heading on over. The Scorn comes on in, and Flick just buys enough time. Jake gets a little bit of HP and gets off to safety.
And meanwhile in mid, I mean, the fact that the Frozen Shelter came down and with no kills is great for melee creeps. I think that was a very worrisome moment. Affliction and Frozen Shelter, being able to survive that bodes well for their stability in this lane. So they look to regroup a little bit, and even Pocket is a little bit low. Doesn't have the shield for a little bit here. Wonder if there's an opportunity for melee creeps to fight back and maybe find some kills.
I do wonder if they're even like aware of the, like, obviously you see the barrier come on in, but you know, even at the pro level play, I don't know if how much there's an idea of like, okay, watch out, he's doing less damage for this point, etc. It feels a little bit more vibe oriented that at times. Even though from an analytical point of view, we could look at that and be like, yeah, you know, maybe he wants to wait till the shield comes back.
Yeah, I mean, just reducing his overall damage output and the cooldown reduction with that Enchantress barrier. Diving, threatening at least. And it's a little bit scary though with John on the Geist, right? You don't want to overextend and commit for a kill that you can't quite finish off. At the same time, for John, I mean, hitting that health swap against Pocket, sometimes not so easy. That Suitcase obviously can turn the fight around on you very easily.
Well, I mean, the problem is that the burst is quite high, so if your timing is off at all, you're just going to die without a whole lot of warning. Goes on in, looks for it, a little bit back. Meanwhile, off over in the left lane, Flick running afoul of Pashi. Where did Flick take a look there? No, combos off. Meanwhile, AVG out of nowhere, over and in. Execute in onto Lefa. Crayon, though, since it's time, goes in, drops Chow transformation.
Oh, big heal.
Yeah, that was a nice melee lifesteal. And what in the world? The movement? Surely Shiv doesn't get away, but look at Yamato just getting punched in the back. Oh, the double parry! Oh, another parry! What is going on? Crayon, the absolute god here in the moment, parrying when he needs it most, gets the lifesteal after, who keeps slow main there long enough for Left to get back into the fight. Unreal sequence of events coming in from Crayon.
Oh my god, he was so dead to rights, and they both went for the classic blunder of trying to finish with the quick melee at the same time. What a turnaround from Crayon there. And I mean, that is more of that, man. Crayon Eaters really playmaking, really relying on the individual skill, but it's paying off. Melee creeps, quite a few players are low as well, struggling to stabilize into the lane. The swap comes in onto Kelvin, but he seems to be pretty okay here if he can hide away. He does have Frozen Shelter if things get too hairy.
It seemed a little aggro for the swap. I mean, ideally, the threat of swap is almost as effective as the swap itself, and going in there to go for the mid-air swap onto a Kelvin that already has like a pretty advantageous position with Ice Path, I'm not in love with that maneuver, because now you just want to dive the Geist in turn. Your Pocket has no worry about that in turn. But here we go. Seeing Kelvin right now. Frozen Shelter fading. Now heading away, getting Frozen Nade onto himself. But this time around, can be drained of life entirely. The rotation just working out a bit better for melee creeps here in mid.
Yeah, bringing numbers that protects both their mid guardian, and now with 3 players here, I wonder if they're going to be able to take down this enemy mid guardian. Seven's rotating over to try and stop it. Buds recognizes that, yeah, like this extra player, the longer spawns a little bit deeper into the game, and despite the opening of mid lane going so incredibly well for Crayon Eaters, melee creeps are the ones to take the guardian first, and then if they can continue to make this defense, that advantage is going to compound over time.
You know, looking at economy allocation, though, things not too shabby right now for Crayon Eaters, especially with Crayon just getting that incredible boost off the fight that probably shouldn't have won, but did with timely parries. Meanwhile, Kelvin just getting dove on repeatedly, where, guys, no fear whatsoever. You have Pocket coming in, the support. goes on in, drops the Affliction. How much do you want the Kelvin? You want pretty bad, but are you going to get out unscathed afterwards? Is the question, and I guess the answer is yes. I'm looking at the mini map and Vay's like, I'm not chasing that man. Like, it's cool. Not so much for Kelvin, but hey.
I mean, rotations are where we would expect the melee creeps to be strong. They've equalized the game off the back of those. Although Viscous seems to be going down here, although no burst skills left for Pocket. Maybe won't be able to chase down Saya. Yeah, he does escape, and I wonder, has he gone too deep here? Should have the cloak in a second, so probably no issues to get out of that one.
I see Krill.
So another Guardian going down, melee creeps. Macro advantage seemingly pretty big here in terms of rotations being a little bit cleaner, getting better focus onto the Guardians, but meanwhile, shifting gears here. Buds, drop the stack charge. Mo, a little bit fisticuffs, and Quig is mega dead there. I don't really think the Storm Cloud was necessarily needed. But now, the fall through in the Owl punishing flick. Part of why Great Talent is so good, able to turn fights where you have the advantage and the one where you are just gone. So, ends up being more of a trade.
Shiv jumping up to the high ground, seeing if he can get out of that one. Low man gets yanked, but the pause comes in. This time Vegas, not AVG's fault this time.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say.
Your excuse, Vegas.
I swear to God, if AVG... No way. I just cannot believe that is actually... His table collapsed under the weight.
Oh my God.
Live POV of Vegas dying. Oh my God, what is going on here? Vegas may be dead with unpaused, so clearly he's alive, or at least, you know, there's a little necromancy going on in Crayon Eaters. It's pandemonium here on Deadlock Fight Night is what we're getting right now. And, you know, Dan, I'll call you in here, even though it might just turn into an immediate fight. Okay, Crayon, I don't know if it's gonna happen again. I was calling in Dan, but you're actually just getting gunned down by Viscous, and it will not be parries for days one more time. But Dan, what's on your mind?
I don't know what to make of this table collapse. Is this just jokes? I mean, he's still running around. He seems completely fine.
He's playing on the floor. He's prone. He's locked in. Whatever it takes.
His knees, just like that's like just a calf extension for like 20 minutes now. It's like holding that table up. Well, he's backing on the fight. Wait, am I casting? Wait, no, that's not my job.
No, it was just a quick hit, but you've just, you know, taken extra space here. Just like gravity took the table away from Vegas a moment ago, apparently. It just, you know, everyone just losing what they hold dear. Also, Crayon Eaters losing the lead that they were nursing as melee creeps. You know, starting to get ahead here, Jake.
Yeah, all over the map. AVG doing a bit of jungle stealing as well. A lot of camps up right now. A lot to fight over. But with most of those Guardians down, it's going to be all about those jungle objectives in the next couple minutes. See if we get into more teams fighting in the sides. Seven, of course, wants to clean up these center sacrifices. Isn't going to go for it now. Maybe hear something. Wants to get into a fight. And there's the combo. Yeah, follow up. Sinclair in trouble. Yeah, can't even get out of that one, even with the TP. So Quig overstepping the mark. Tried to get a little bit fresh with that TP out.
I feel like Quig has just been getting beaten up by Mo the most on this game. Speaking of Mo, going over a little bit of belly flop slide over and in. Pashi pop, the one he's off chasing. And how deep do they want to go here? Holiday is kind of in the neighborhood, but chasing people down effectively here in the underground, a little bit difficult time still though. Chasing down the barrage. This has been a long time to get stalked by a mole and his buddy up on top.
Yeah, and they get a big heal on him though with that cube and rescue beam, and yeah, even Mo, too much to chase down here.
Still, Crayon Eaters chipping away a little bit the lead that Melee Creeps was in. And also, I kind of like this here for Crayon. You know, we didn't talk about it here, Jake, but Crayon's just been chilling a little bit over and left, staying out of some fights for a little bit, getting more farm. And I think when you're playing Yamato, it's good to like see his moments here and be like, everyone else you fight, I will do the farming.
Yeah, I mean, I think after that early turnaround where he, you know, was in a 1v2 and looked dead to rights and is able to turn around and get some kills, I mean, that's such a big momentum swing for your game. I like the idea of slowing it down a little bit, farming up. We do, I think, need to see him get active pretty soon, but maybe with the next big timing, it's something where Yamato can come into the fights. I mean, Crayon Eaters, I think they do need to play for a team fight. They do need to win something somewhere on the map, and they have the tools to do it, right? They've got the Kelvin Dome, they've got the combo. Maybe you wanted to wait for the Affliction if you really want to have everything possible available.
Our green walker is under attack.
All right, take a look at the map. Crayon Eaters off there on the right-hand side. Their jungle being invaded by melee creeps. All right, take a look at Buds. Buds in Vegas may have something to say about it. Going deep down into the basement, looking for AVG. It's a storm, and it's underground. It's more likely than you think, and it's just breaking the Observer PC, but not as much as Buds just got broken, just like Vegas's table. Also, Vegas died.
Melee creeps being better there, just bringing more numbers to the engagement, more ready for that fight, and they're going to transition it straight into a walker take. Mirage as well, pressuring the opposite side of the map, making this difficult decision. Crayon Eaters look like they wanted to try and gank the Mirage, but he sniffs it out. I think he's going to be just fine in that side lane.
So things starting to get more and more away from Crayon Eaters here. The kill in the underground turning into the right walker going on down. And you're looking at the economy right now. You're starting to have to worry about a beastly Shiv being played by AVG, who is starting to get very significantly ahead of the game. And, you know, the other thing too here, Jake, is just they're turning the advantage into just eating a lot of the jungle away from melee creeps.
Yeah, and that's where the problem compounds. Urn fight coming up next. Pick up for melee creeps. In the left side of the map being pretty staunchly defended. I think this may be a hard Urn pickup. Yeah, so it would seem. Oh, Shiv just fearlessly tanking everything from Pocket. No respect on that. Pocket has no cloak. Could be in trouble, yeah.
Yeah, goodbye. Vegas just like goes in, dumps a bunch of goo on Shiv, and Shiv just goes, come on, man. I just got this washed. What are you doing? Walks up, does not care. And Pocket, you know, if you're on even terms, actually is quite an unfortunate matchup for Shiv, but not so much there. Meanwhile, Lasso into Q. Stay safe. Into the frozen shelter. Quig still might be the one to go down, just getting hit with combos and lassos galore. The key target of choice, but this time, combo coming out late into the fight, in onto the Viscous. Crayon Eaters trying to make something work here. Crayon now sensing blood in the water. Gonna do Shadow Transformation later into the fight. Looking for low members. Pashi Pop pretty low here in the fight, so is Saya. Kelvin, though, under pressure here in the back. No more frozen shelter. Hides back by the Veil. Crayon goes down. Got punished by John. No swap even required.
AVG got pulled out of his execute there. I'm not sure if it was going to be quite enough for the kill, but Saya, I think, would still made the right call there. Would rather just save the Shiv's life, considering he's pretty farmed, he's a pretty significant carry. Killing the Kelvin, not really worth his own life. So the rescue beam makes a world of difference there. And at this point, not giving kills back to Crayon Eaters really is the name of the game. I mean, the lead has expanded. You're up 14K. We're starting to question about whether you can even attempt this difficult Urn drop. I think it's possible. I think the threat of 7 is maybe a problem, but no Kelvin Dome, maybe there's a window.
Dan, the momentum of the match shifted when Vegas's table went boom. What does it mean mentally to a player when even your own furniture is no longer supporting you in your journey as Vegas pauses the game again? Oh boy.
He's got to change positions. He's been playing prone this whole time. Now he's going to sit cross-legged.
I mean, hey man, in this world, the only thing you can rely on is yourself. And the sooner you get used to that reality, the better off you'll be. The less disappointed you'll be, because you won't expect, you know, it's when those expectations, that stuff is there, that's going to support you, that, you know, and it doesn't, and it's not there to support you, that's that dissonance. That's where you get that mental anguish. So if you just don't ever expect anything TP.
Also, people wondering, you know, where's hydration? And, you know, this is unverified info. You know, take it with a grain of salt. But I hear that hydration is on a entertainment and hunger strike until McGinnis is the best hero in the game. So we'll see if hydration survives. We don't know.
Rest in peace, bro. All right, Melee creeps down 1, down 2. Continue to fight this out. Crayon Eaters, maybe this is an opportunity for them. It's a knockdown drag out here in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, decent engage here from Crayon Eaters so far, and, you know, as unstoppable as AVG is looking, this isn't necessarily the fight you want to go. Flick is able to get the Urn turn in, and this is one way for Crayon Eaters to go back in the game. Also, Shiv still getting chased on down, and oh, good lord, Rocade may have been a little bit deep. Meanwhile,
he's taking the throne.
Hello?
That's so huge. He's able to open the base guardians and the shrine, grabs the flex off for the team. Needs to get out though. Dying would be pretty expensive here. See if he can escape into a corner and hit the Traveler. Here it comes. Does he make it? Yeah, he's going to be out of there with ease. That's such big rat power there from the melee creeps. Pashipop grabs a shrine.
Actually, we can get an update on chat again. We can't verify. It says Calc broke his hand smashing Vegas' table. Calc's hand is really bothering him right now, and you know, that explanation is good as any. You know, Calc, your hands will feel better if you stop breaking tables. That's all I know.
Get on that wrist stretch grind, brother. We need to. You gotta recover. Carpal tunnel is serious.
I think it's a wee bit of overuse in actuality, but the idea that he's actually just sitting here breaking tables, far more entertaining. But Crayon Eaters still a chance here in the match, and I mean, look, I will say this here, Jake, they've found pretty good lassos, pretty good combos. Like the combination between Luffa and Flick of finding opportunities even while down is pretty good, even working around, you know, some pretty big roadblocks like a very farm Shiv.
Yeah, and I mean, Pashipop also getting pretty crazy farmed here on the Mirage. I feel like he's just kind of been playing his own game here and really putting a clock on the Crayon Eaters, who, let's face it, they have like some scaling issues, right? They have a few heroes that are going to go late, but I feel this Mo and the Kelvin may have some problems as you get deeper and deeper into the late game, especially with Viscous able to save people from your combo, limiting some of what Mo can do in the fights where all 12 players are present.
Well, you see the key there. Just grab the ball. You know, you wouldn't think it'd be effective, but you throw a lasso onto the ball, and then you have Mo just beat it like he was getting ready to flatten out some pizza dough.
Like, where's the lasso gonna stick? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's a sphere.
It's a magical lasso. We live in a world, and well, the Deadlock, they live in a world where, you know, there's magic. There's the magical industrial complex that, you know, McGinnis is part of. You can find a way. You can handle the goo. But lasso into immediate cube. It shows just like, yeah, I feel good. I'm going back into this.
Yeah, he's so strong right now. He still has debuff remover. Looking to dive deeper here. Oh my, that looks dangerous. Holiday in massive trouble. Shiv looking for the executes.
Yeah, Shiv's HP bar is not moving. Killing blow, good to go. Gonna be looking here for Buds. Buds just getting mercilessly sniped out of the sky. Power shot into execute. AVG feeling rich as Crayon Eaters go down 4, and mid-boss probably going to be another casualty of war here in just a moment.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, I think they probably ought to take the mid-boss here. Seems like, yeah, they are headed that way now. Of course, you know, Pashipop is gunning for the world record in objective damage. Shiv is just out here pressuring a walker, and I like that melee creeps are being really greedy here. Like, they're even going to dive in, and I think this is going to be an easy kill here onto the Mo. I mean, he just doesn't really have anybody to defend him. Playing under the walker, maybe they're a little too scared to dive. Spawners coming up. Yeah, you don't want to risk your life with this farmed GT and Shiv.
Well, Rejuvenator broken down in the middle, and for Crayon Eaters, you know, the damage done by gravity may have been too much to overcome because this game has now started to get away from them in full. And, you know, again, you kind of go into this area where it's late enough in the game that, you know, Jake, you get the lasso onto someone that isn't getting shadowed by the Viscous, or onto the Viscous, and you combo after, and you get a kill, and it's clean. You still probably lose 5v6. That's the reality of the situation that Crayon Eaters finds them in now.
You need a very strong team fight right now from Crayon Eaters to get back in this game, because with the rejuves, trading, you know, 1-for-1 is not going to be good enough here. A catch onto Pashi could be good, but now they've sniffed you out. They know you're here. It's a 12-man team fight. Everybody in the server here looking to get in on the action.
All right. Crayon Eaters, what could be their last opportunity to make something happen? Do they have it? Quick goes down. The damage, huge. Over and in for Crayon Eaters. Buds with a great storm cloud. But is it going to be enough? AVG still walking in, and he's looking enormously thick right now. Moving on in, 3,000 HP. Not worried at all about the situation. Pashipop, he'll finish off Buds. And even with the opening where, you know, Quig goes down, the rest of it here, Jake, very much melee creeps coded, as this should be first stage patron going down.
Yeah, you only lost Quig, and that's a team fight. Now you're going to clear all the base guardians. And I mean, Flick is still low. He needs to heal up. He can't even really come out and contest. You're just hoping to get like that one last chance fight. But it is still up against Rejuve, and you got enough time for melee creeps to take this fight before the Rejuve expires, most likely.
All right, patron going on down, and here's the question, melee creeps. Do you want the $1,000 here and now to be the champion once more, or do you be safe? And
the answer is they
unfortunately-
really want that $1,000. They're going to take the secure route. I mean, I think this is just objectively correct, right? Keep fighting urns. You know, there's a lot of jungle to clear at this moment on the map. Keep the fight away from the enemy base.
Jake, I just don't get it. You have one team playing ultra safe to secure the $1,000 and the championship, and the other team quite literally breaking their furniture to try and fight for that prize at the same note. There's difference of fight within the teams, even though the results are hard to argue with.
Crayon Eaters are going to go for this. They're going to gamble, and I think they'd be right. They're going to catch a few players alone. Could be an opportunity to get back in.
Well, they're looking for it. The combo coming on out. They decide to go big. They go for AVG, but that health bar ain't moving right now. AVG still looking incredibly firm. All the ultimates on board here for Crayon Eaters here so far. Melee Creep, so still looking awfully healthy. Crayon gonna be first of all. Pashi Pop just ratting out the damage here on the Mirage. John with the follow through. Another 3 down, and now this may truly be the end.
Debuff removers, I mean, you just have all the answers here for Melee Creeps. Immaculately played team fights, a well-deserved victory here in Fight Night. And Crayon Eaters, props to them for showing up, for making it competitive. But honestly, Melee Creeps showing why they're such a strong team. Their team coordination, the team fighting, taking everything on a much higher level here. And as good as the Crayon Eaters players are on an individual perspective, they just cannot hang as a team.
Melee Creeps looking good once again. You're back-to-back champions here. Deadlock Fight Night, North America. And overall, regardless of whether or not they have a playmaker like a Holiday or Paradox, or they have the GT, they find a way to make it work. And, you know, Melee Creeps plus Quig, a match made in heaven, as so far, they look very hard to beat here in North America.
Definitely a great showing for them, you know, to secure another win here. I mean, and it feels like the dominance of NA has really been going back and forth. Hydra Nation, after the rebuild, it looked like they were going to start to be really dominant, but Melee Creeps has started to assert themselves. I think once John joined this team, Quig coming onto the roster, they've looked like an even stronger version of their past selves and have looked even harder to beat. The macro play has been immaculate, and I think Quig, you got to give him a lot of credit for, you know, the finely honed machine that this team has become. I mean, playing like we can cast stones at Crayon Eaters and say, oh, they're just a pug team, you know, it's whatever. But I still think, you know, you got to give them credit that they're dominating a group of the 6 of the highest ranked players in Deadlock right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. You look at the history here, and, you know, still not bad. And actually, it is just back-to-back. For some reason, I thought it was back-to-back-to-back, but it's only been 2 weeks for Melee Creeps here. But they did look very good against Hydra Nation last week and continued looking good here today, where, you know, the player roulette continues, where Quig used to be part of that Hydra Nation team for all those early fight nights, and then Hydra Nation made changes after changes after changes. Quig ends up on Melee Creeps and ends up being the piece they really needed. And, you know, sometimes player chemistry is a tricky thing, Jake, but, you know, someone who can speak to that a little bit more with all the wealth of competitive experience, it's been interesting to watch the journey here, Dan.
Yes, I was trying to time it with my camera popping up, but it didn't quite work out. You know, it didn't quite work out. But that's fine. That's fine. Forgot your question, by the way, but here I am, guys.
It's supposed to talk about the, you know, player rosters changing over time, but, you know, the entire flow, it's over. You've ruined it, Dan. I can't believe you've done this.
I gotta give credit to Quig though. I think this may be a bold prediction that will bite me in the ass eventually, but I think Quig will not go back to Hydra Nation. That is my prediction. I submit it. I think this Melee Creeps roster may be here to stay. I think they've shown some really impressive stuff, and it's just way beyond an individual popping off to carry the game. I wouldn't be as impressed with them if that's the way they're winning. I think it's the fact that they look like a really solid team. They look, I mean, we've had a lot of teams come together and be changed over the weeks, and I mean, how different is it really to have a pug team versus like bringing in 2 new players on a team that you've had before? So honestly, I give props to Melee Creeps. I think they look pretty strong. I'm curious to see them take on the full force of Hydra Nation. I think that will be a really good clash, hopefully soon, hopefully next week. But I think Melee Creeps are maybe here to stay, maybe here to be a real threat in NA and make it stay competitive as a region.
Yeah, and I think the I think that element is really important because the game is going to be changing pretty consistently, and so it's really cool to ensure that you have like good team chemistry, because you're going to have to be able to work out disputes and kinks, and things are never going to be perfect necessarily for your team. You might go through sweet spots, but ultimately it's going to come down to how well the team can kind of adapt together. This is like a lot of adaptation in this game, and like even just going into a draft, like you don't know what you're going to be playing in a given best of 3. Like you just don't know, and that's like really an interesting aspect to Deadlock. And you know, I think that leads nicely into the player of the match presented by Intel ZP, because I chose AVG. I know I'm taking over your role here for some reason. I apologize. That's on your toes.
Thievery. The thievery. I can't believe it.
But he's getting revenge. He's getting revenge for the opening of the series.
I picked AVG because I felt like, you know, obviously AVG had a great series, really a high skill player, someone that has shown us a lot of versatility on the roster, you know, able to deliver some really sick numbers. Like first going into the Warden, obviously Warden is come back a bit, it seems, with this patch that dropped towards the end of last week. And so it's really cool to see that and how that functions, and how you can have really sick performances on this hero still, because Warden always had that carry potential. So it's cool to see that AVG is able to actually leverage that and not just be dropped onto the hero and do an okay job. And then similarly on the Shiv, obviously we've seen great results from AVG on this Shiv as well. Just like a great Shiv player, and just again like really doing the job for the team. And I think if we look at One Win as well and some of their success, they are also a team that has had a great degree of versatility within the team, where everyone can kind of almost play any role to a certain extent, and it kind of shocks you. And I feel like melee creeps are could perhaps be trending that way as we look to the future with this version with Quig, who I love that you guys gave him the flowers. That's how they say it, right? You give him the flowers.
Yeah, give him his flowers.
Yeah, it's just recognizing the contributions, and at times, use that context where, we've been praising a lot of other people, but let's talk about someone that you really should be given a little bit of love to. But you take a look at the stats here, and this is what happens when your Shiv just is getting targeted in every fight and also not going down towards the end. There's a point where you see like 3 people shooting AVG, and his health bar doesn't even remotely move. They're just like, you know what? It's a case where you look at it as like, might be a little bit cooked at that point.
Yeah, Saya did great as well on the Viscous, countering a lot of those initiations. And then like once you've dumped those skills, the cube saves AVG, and then he turns around and he's just a menace in those fights.
And one extra thing about Quig as well, for anyone that's a doubter, you can kind of just like look at last week when we first saw Quig go into the lineup, because melee creeps had sometimes like a sus macro, and sometimes like a lot more chaos, I would say, and you kind of immediately saw more organization and better calling like on the macro and the team fight situations in the mid game, especially where it can be the most difficult. And so you only really, I think, get to see a transformation like that overnight, or what appeared to us to be overnight, when you have a stronger voice in the team that is both respected and also, of course, listened to, and everyone's on the same page. And so just giving him a bit of extra shout out there, because the team, and I think, I've got to say this as well, North America esports in general tends to have issues with good in-game leaders. It tends to be that there's few and far between, in terms of good in-game leaders. And I don't know if Quig would call himself an IGL exactly, but North America also hasn't necessarily had any issues in really showing that they have talent. Like the talent has always been there, but it's often been the leadership that's been lacking. And so I really like this idea that Quig can come into this team and potentially, turn this group of guys into like a really, potentially a team that can just hold the belt from Hydra Nation. That's actually such a sick storyline, especially considering that Quig came from Hydra Nation. So I'm so here for that.
Quig comes in as a drill sergeant, but you know who also comes on in? It is Pashi Pop here on Deadlock Fight Night for an interview. Talk to us about melee creeps with the back-to-back wins. Pashi, we're gonna have you immortalized talking about how Jason is your favorite caster and all the rest, but tell us in here, what does it mean here? Not only the Parivision.
Jason.
Definitely hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the Pashi Pop saying I'm his favorite caster. My bad.
Okay, Jason. You guys fix your soundboard problems. But okay, let's get this interview back on track. Pashi Pop, you guys win back-to-back. What do you think, I guess, first and foremost, of how has Quig impacted the roster? And second off, do you like this new patch for how you guys like to play?
So I think Quig has impacted our roster because he's like the leading voice we finally needed after a long time. Because Cool Cheese was that leading voice when we had him. He was our IGL, and ever since we dropped him like quite some time ago. That's like quite some time ago. We didn't have that voice. So with Quig, he gives us like the direction. He has the experience. He's a veteran from Smite. He gives us the good IGL macro that we need as a team, because all of us are pretty good mechanical players. We just need a leader, like a grunt leader, to push us in the right direction. And
okay, I did you be clear before you get to the second part of the question. You say you need a leader and you appreciate having a leader, but if the leader fails, you mutiny him and throw him into the sea. You're just like, Cool Cheese was our leader, and then we dropped.
Well, it was a little more complicated than that. It was a little more complicated than that, but
Okay,
yeah,
fair.
But yeah. But for the patch, I mean, it honestly, like, I think we're kind of playing the same compared to like the last patch. The impact this patch has had compared to other patches in this game, I think, is quite minimal. Maybe that's a bad opinion, but that's just how I feel personally.
Yeah, I'm just curious how you see, like, maybe not like the overall patch reshaping the game drastically, but just like what heroes you think are like some of the bigger winners of this patch. Like what has kind of risen for you guys? Are there any heroes? I mean, we've seen a little bit of Warden, which we hadn't seen for quite some time. And Great Talent, I think, has risen even higher to be like a very, very dominant first pick in both regions. Are there any heroes you've been noticing either getting really strong or heroes that have like fallen off the face of the earth, and any individual heroes that have had like a bigger shift in your eyes?
Yeah, so I think Yamato has grown quite a bit, as we've seen in like EU and NA, and I think the thought process behind that, why Yamato has grown, is because first Calico got nerfed, and it's like either between Calico or Yamato, in my opinion, like what you're picking for your frontline, sort of, not full frontline, but like one of the frontline characters. So the Shred getting nerfed from 7 and Vindicta definitely has like attributed to Yamato being strong and whatnot this patch. So.
Well, I think it's fair to say that, I mean, obviously right now you guys hold the belt. You won 2 weeks in a row. Previously, the previous week you won against the full Hydronation roster. And again, like, yeah, the addition of Quig really seems to be working wonders for you guys. What do you think your edge is against Hydronation? Because you kind of, like, they looked like they were pretty much on top before that point, and you guys have been growing and growing, and I assume the more time you have Quig, presumably the better you guys can get. So what do you feel like is your edge against Hydronation going forward? Because that's the main competition in NA now.
So when we first beat them in the last fight night, I think the biggest edge that we had as a team compared to other teams is, I think a lot of teams in NA viewed the laning phase very one-dimensionally. They just like wanted to shove the lane and just have perma-prio, because that's what Hydronation did, and because they're all like great individually mechanical players and they know how to win lane, that was the meta. Like that's how they were winning. But like when we came along, we're very disciplined. We know like how to basically counter like the wave pushing strat and just win lane game. So we were able to do that effectively, and I think that was the edge that we had in regards to the laning phase. And then outside the laning phase, I think we're a pretty disciplined team in regards to like playing slow, playing the map more cautiously and carefully than other teams, waiting for people to go into position. I think some teams in NA, they just might be a bit too hasty. They might feel like they need to just do something all the time. But us, on the other hand, we're okay with just like, as Lilmain says, just bleeding ahead, going slow, playing for the critical objectives like Urn, etc., etc.
All right, well, it's great to get the insight. Pashupop, congratulations again on your victory. Melee Creeps, back-to-back champions, $1,000 once again theirs. But now, as we move to wrap up the night, Jason, Dan, any final thoughts here before we bid the night adieu?
Well, I'm just grateful that Pashupop confirmed everything that I had said, because if it turned out that Quig wasn't actually a big voice in the team, I would have felt very silly after just making like this like 2-minute monologue about it. So I'm just grateful.
Yeah, just as usual, shout out to Intel, shout out to the community for coming together and supporting us every week. It's awesome to be able to put this show on for EU and NA, and shout out to all the players for coming out and putting on a show for us as well.
All right, well, this is going to be the end of the show. This has been Deadlock Fight Night number 23, presented by Intel. Thank you to the fans. Thank you especially to Intel for the sponsors, making it happen, the players, and also shout out to Vegas's desk. Rest in peace. We'll see you next week.
this, so we can win this.
You can towards me?
And
yeah, you just kill him. You're dead at that point.
got him.
Nice.
Got one. No, help.
Are you still
Oh,
alive?
you win.
I cannot defend you.
We can win.
No, not can't. I'm low.
Guys,
One.
guys, one. No.
Nice. Good shit. We win.
Good
We're good.